Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bore-da, chroeso i'r gerddi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for the final day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Durham. Play will be resuming at 11 o'clock. Reminder that we have 96 overs today. Lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock. Tea at 3:40. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone, all spectators who are returning to Sophia Gardens today. And a warm welcome as well to the players and officials from Durham, as well as our two match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Russell Warren, plus match referee Peter Such. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the International T20 game, which is taking place here on Thursday the 28th of July, when England meet South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here this summer at Sophia Gardens, including those in the T20 Blast, as well as the Welsh Fires games in the 100 later this summer. If you're seeking a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, if you're seeking a scorecard, or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, these items can be purchased from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open until about 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2. Now, as there is currently no public access beneath the Castell Power stand, in order to visit the club shop, you will have to exit back out through Gate 4, stroll back down the lane, and re-enter the stadium through Gate 2. The shop, as always, is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion. And a reminder that tea and coffee is available in the Lewis Lounge for Glamorgan members until 11 o'clock this morning, and then again this afternoon from 3:30 until 4:30. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It will be closing just after the end of the tea interval. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and it contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. In addition, there's a temporary exhibition in the museum called Cricket is the Game for Me, Me and Me. And the exhibition celebrates the diversity of people playing, watching and supporting cricket throughout Wales. It contains material submitted by a number of cricket clubs, as well as a group of local schools. Finally, I'm delighted to say that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch or the tea interval. But once again, if you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wickets around.
A difficult day in the dirt for your bowlers, I guess.
Yeah, it's a long day, especially that last session, 42 overs, but I said I can't fault the way the guys bowled there and the efforts in the field was very good. But I also got to give credit to Alex Lees and Durham batsmen, they played really well today.
A couple of spells really where Durham got a little bit away from you with the old ball, and then again in the last half hour.
Yeah, the last half hour, obviously the guys been in the field for a long time, second new ball, some wee bodies towards the end, so I can't fault the efforts of the guys all the way through today. If we bowl like that for the majority of the season, we'll be doing okay.
What did you make of Alex Lees' innings batting right through the day?
It was almost a perfect innings really from Alex, so he obviously negated us to a degree this morning, and then went through the gears a little bit throughout the day. And obviously he's a test match player and he played really well today.
Sort of performance that gets you retaining a place in the England side, I guess.
Oh, of course, so yeah, I thought he did pretty well in the winter with England as well, so obviously he's a fine player and he showed that today.
So how did Glamorgan approach the final day? 114 behind, Durham presumably looking to press on and then declare.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, obviously we'll come back in the morning refreshed and recovered, and come out hard with a new ball, try to get some early wickets and see how the game pans out. I think the pitch has got a bit easier, it's had a few heavy rollers on it and the sun was out today, so hopefully we can come back well tomorrow.
Yeah, the first innings fell away a little bit, but be looking to make up for that if you do get the chance in the second innings.
Yeah, definitely. I think the pitch has got a bit easier to bat on, so the weather's pretty set fair tomorrow, so if we get a chance to the bat tomorrow, we can bat well and get some runs on the ball.
David, thanks very much.
Pleasure, Nick.
It's good morning, Borodar, to our two-match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Russell Warren. And Borodar, good morning as well to the Glamorgan team led into the field by Captain David Bedingham. And good morning, Borodar, as well to the two not-out batters from Durham, Alex Lees and David Bedingham.
Very good morning and welcome to BBC Sport Online commentary live from Sophia Gardens in Cardiff for the final day of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Durham, with the visitors from Durham well placed to potentially try to force victory on the final day, despite all the loss of time to bad weather on days 1 and 2. Durham certainly made up for it on day 3 when they piled up 348 for 3 in their first innings. Alex Lees is on 163 not out. Needs a further 19 to set a new high score personally for Durham. He has a high score of 275 in first class cricket. It will be Michael Hogan to bowl the first ball of the morning from the Cathedral Road end. He'll be bowling to David Bedingham, who's reached an aggressive 74 not out. Durham lead by 114 runs as Hogan is in to bowl to Bedingham, who drives on the offside to cover, and there is no run. So this is a holding defensive operation for Glamorgan. There are no slips for the opening over of the morning, and the new ball is only some 22 overs old. So expect Durham to press on and declare somewhere around lunchtime, possibly even before if things go well, as Bedingham is forward defensively. Played some very aggressive shots last night in the final session as he looked to crack on. Alex Lees has held it all together, 163 not out, and providing a very firm base for his bid to remain in the England side for the first test against New Zealand at Lord's on June the 2nd. As Hogan is into Bedingham, who drives on the offside and will get runs rather streakily past Saltrap Point. It's running down towards the backward point boundary. Callum Taylor misfields slightly on the charge, but gets his throw quickly away in the end, and they settle for 2 runs, the first runs of the morning. 350 for 3, and that is the 4th batting bonus point for Durham. Now we've got 4.3 overs for them to score another 50 to get maximum points. Hogan into ball to Bedingham, who's back on his stumps defending for once, to Lloyd at cover. David Lloyd for once not in the slip area, because Chris Cook is all on his lonesome behind the stumps there. So a lot for Cook to cover. The weather looks a little bit less breezy than it did on day 3. Of course, we had appalling conditions for the first couple of days. Hogan to Bedingham, who's forward, carefully treating Hogan with respect, and the ball runs up to Carlson at mid-off. And there's no run. So, although obviously Glamorgan would welcome wickets, their prime aim is to keep the run rate down. 5 saving the single. Deep square leg, deep fine leg. Cover on the boundary, third man on the boundary. Hogan into Bedingham, who drives back to the bowler. Hogan doesn't get a hand to it, but it's covered by Colin Ingram coming round from mid-on. 2 runs off the opening over. Durham have their 4th batting bonus point, so they have 7 points from this match. Glamorgan have only 2 bonus points, and their over 8 is -1 at the moment, so they need to move round sharply. And to that end, it will be the spinner Andrew Salter to operate.
To resume the bowling this morning at the River End, Andrew Salter.
So Salter claimed the wicket of Scott Borthwick, who was caught at mid-wicket by Sam Northeast on 64. Salter 1 for 22 off 7 overs. Tim van der Hoogten has claimed the other 2 wickets. Listen to BBC Sport Online. Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle will be joining us shortly. Edward Bevan in around about half an hour's time. As Salter makes sure he's got his field well set. He's barely got 4 saving the single, because mid-on is halfway back. As this one is driven by Lease on the leg side, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Salter is operating with, on the leg side, a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. As he bowls to Lease, who drives back to the bowler. A shortish mid-wicket, and a mid-on halfway back to the boundary. Correction. Mid-on, James Harris now goes all the way back to the boundary. Salter in, bowls, and that's firmly slog-swept through mid-wicket, but just the single to Alex Leeds to get his tally moving for the morning. 351 for 3. And the field moves round for the right-handed Bedingham. Again, 4 saving the single, 2 on either side of the wicket. Square leg is back, mid-wicket is back, long on is back, long off, and cover. There's a appeal for stumping, and he's gone. Bedingham probing at a wide one, outside off stump, and a really neat piece of work by Chris Cook, as Bedingham just overstretched a little. Up went the back heel, and although he tried to slide the toes back, he didn't get back in time. And Durham are 351 for 4, and Bedingham has gone for 76. Stumped Cook, bowled Salter. So Glamorgan have a breakthrough, but more importantly, there'll be a new batsman having to maybe play himself in for a few moments anyway, a few overs. Bedingham hit 11 fours and 1 6 in that innings that came off 85 balls, so a really good run rate from the South African, building on his stellar 2021 season. And that partnership was worth 109 in around about 23 overs, so Bedingham really providing the extra gear to this Durham charge. I think 3.2 overs for another 41 runs. We can just about write the 5th batting point out of the equation. But Durham with a very solid 7 bonus points as Martin Emerson joins me. Morning, Martin.
Morning. I never even saw that. He was stumped as I was switching rooms.
Right, yeah. Went for, just drifted a little bit wide outside off stump as Bedingham lifted his back heel, and some smart work from Cook. But Bedingham obviously needed to get on with it. Only managed 1 scoring shot this morning. 351 for 4.
Ned Eckersley, the new batsman, the Durham wicketkeeper. He was part of a big partnership with David Bedingham in the opening game of the season last year at Nottingham. Got a century. Oh, my computer's going mad because I just remembered my mouse is in my pocket.
Very respectable average of 30 last season for Ned Eckersley. Batting middle order with the gloves on. As Salter 2 for 23 now is in to bowl to Eckersley. It's still a right-left combination that Glamorgan have to cope with, but now a few more in saving the single as Eckersley plays forward, and there is no run. The best way of keeping the over 8 down for the run rate down for Glamorgan is to take wickets, but not to bowl deliveries like that, because Eckersley is off the mark with a nice back foot punch through the covers, and Glamorgan, having brought the fielder in off the boundary, pay the price as Eckersley gets off the mark with a 4. 355 for 4. So BBC reporting last night historical allegations made by an Indian player, Yuzvendra Chahal, involving the Durham coach and former Glamorgan player James Franklin, which wouldn't have helped the mood, I guess, in the Durham dressing room last night, which would have been generally positive. Read that story on BBC Sport Online as Michael Hogan starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end.
He's on strike. Hogan round the wicket to him. And he's got a different stance today, Lees. He's now batting leg stump. Yesterday he was batting off stump and beyond, leaving leg and middle on show.
But since it was the Durham bowling coach who rocked up to do the post-match interview, it probably wasn't the right person to ask about batting stances.
No. Hogan again. 2 Lees. Lees with a thick edge down to what would be a tight third man. There's no slip cordon in there at all, so he was able to play that shot with ease and confidence, knowing nobody would be snaffling that. I mean, that would have been an absolute pot pie for anybody in the slip cordon, but there's no one there.
Third man beaten on the inside. Tut tut.
Is a short boundary though, isn't it? They're probably as far across the square to the right hand side as you'd normally see them, aren't they?
Yeah.
So a very short boundary to the top corner of the river stand, or indeed the grandstand on our right hand side. As Hogan comes in again and bowls. This is played up to mid off. No run there. I have to say I was surprised to see Neil Killeen last night to do the chat with us, and we were oblivious about the story which had gone online. So it was a story given in an Indian podcast of one of the IPL teams. So if you want to read about it, it's on the BBC Cricket website. Durham have said they will talk to James Franklin about the issue. Hogan in, bowls, and that's played up to mid-off this time, no run there.
Yes, high jinks going rather wrong. If you tie someone up, remember to untie them half an hour later rather than going to bed.
Hogan bowls, played back to him via the ground by Lees, and then Hogan has a little dart at the stumps and hits Lees' front foot and then apologises. All a bit nothingy, really. None of it was up. There you are. Just lobbed it towards Lees. Lees tapped his back down in his crease and the ball hit his front foot. Hogan none for 69 from 21.5 overs in this innings. And Salter's taken 2 for 27 from 8 overs, 2 of which are maidens, and Durham's lead at the moment now is 125. Last ball of the over, Lees on 168 faces Hogan and pushes the ball off to point, no run there.
Yeah, I have to say that Durham have won the last 4 sessions of this game, all 3 yesterday and the one that was possible on Friday. After Glamorgan were 164 for 4, looked a sort of middling start on the first day, but it has been a wicket that has provided a few demons, and it's scoreboard pressure that is Durham's greatest friend, I think, today. As most of the sparse crowd again concentrated at the River Taff end to catch the sunshine, hopefully, for most of the day.
There's one person in the stand next to the dressing rooms in the corner.
Yeah. Oh, down the wicket comes Eckersley, hits it high in the air, could be out, caught at long off, and Carlson running round from deep mid on dismisses Ned Eckersley. Andrew Salter has his 3rd wicket, and Durham are 359 for 5. Now, the approach they've adopted this morning, you suspect, Martin, that they might be looking for declaration before lunch, maybe.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? What did he get there for? He went down the track at the bowler there, but didn't really make a clean connection and just spooned it up in the air. Kieran Carlson had to come around probably about 15 yards from... it wasn't really long on, was it? He was a sort of indeterminate on.
Halfway.
Yeah, halfway on.
Ned Eckersley was caught by Kieran Carlson off the bowling of Andrew Salter.
2 early wickets for Andrew Salter then. And, well, Glamorgan have got 11 balls to claim a completely unexpected second bowling point if they get 1 more wicket. Which would be a little bonus, having laboured long and mostly in vain yesterday, with only 3 wickets falling all day.
Carlson ended up sliding in on one knee to take the catch. He was more or less in line with the stumps at the bowler's end, about 10 yards or so from the rope. He's just fired that straight up in the air, low off the bat.
Coming back to for Durham is Paul Coughlin.
So
Coughlin
in at 7, Travaskis, Rain, Potts, Rushworth to come thereafter. Elsewhere in Division 2, Worcestershire declared overnight at Grace Road on 234 for 5, setting Leicestershire 370 to win on the final day. They are 14 without loss. At Lords, a Middlesex declaration is probably reasonably imminent. They are 224 for 4 against Derbyshire, a lead of 321 runs, with Robbie White making 81 and Max Holden on 82 not out. Leicestershire, of course, previously mentioned, are Durham's next opponents. Next Thursday, the next round of games starts, and Nottinghamshire, who are Glamorgan's next opponents, well, they're pressing for victory against Sussex, with Notts declaring 534 for 9, big lead. Sussex 30 for 1 second innings, still 129 runs behind. Salter is in to bowl the new batsman Coughlin, and he pushes this on the offside, and there is no run. He's bowling at the new batsman because this season it doesn't matter whether the batsmen cross or not. The next ball is to the new batter, and Coughlin swipes one up in the air and should be caught at deep mid-off. He is caught, and Glamorgan do have a really unlikely second bowling point, as James Harris, I think, the man underneath that one, took a well-judged catch in front of his face, just had to jog back a few yards, and Coughlin is gone. 359 for 6. Well, you wonder now whether Durham will maybe look to play a little bit more correctly for the next 40 minutes or so before putting the foot down again. Coughlin out second ball. 359 for 6. And quite a dramatic turn. It shouldn't affect the overall narrative of the day, but it'll put a brake on Durham's ambitions.
Salter's on for a 5 for here. Who's left to come out? Ben Rain.
Which would be a career best if he gets a 5-fer, because he hasn't got one. Best bowling of 4 for 18. It's not always been a Glamorgan regular in the championship. Rain then in ahead of Travaskis. Travaskis, Potts and Rushworth to follow. Rain last season, 308 runs at 25. Salter now has 4 for 27 next to his name up on the board. Both catches were in the deep mid-off area, even though they were taken by different people. Carlson, the first straightish running round from deep mid-on. Harris jogging backwards, judged it well. 359 for 6. Ben Rain, another left-hander, so he's got the short boundary on the leg side for the first few deliveries that he might face. Salter bowls and Rain pushes forward defensively to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Lease on 168, not out, watching while wickets tumble. Salter bowls, Rain chips it straight to mid-wicket, and Salter has a maiden 5-fer. As that was the softest dismissal he will look to see, as Rain, caught in two minds, just lobbed the gentlest of catches to short mid-wicket. And well done to Andrew Salter, 5 for 27.
Well, they've lost 3 wickets on 359 here, and they've all been fairly needless, haven't they? But clearly the intention is to come out and try and force the issue with the bat, but as you say, not just 2 minds, about 9 minds there, and not an easier catch, will you see?
As if a parent on the beach was lobbing a gentle dolly to a child.
I think my 6-year-old would have taken that.
Sam Northeast definitely took it anyway. His second catch of the innings.
Rain was caught by Sam Northeast off the bowling Andrew Salter.
That was a second baller as well, wasn't it?
That was a second baller as well, yeah. So we've had wicket dot, wicket dot, wicket. Can Andrew Salter make it a treble wicket maiden, or even a quadruple wicket maiden, the way things are going? Salter 5 for 27. And Durham lead 115, And if Glamorgan do look to keep it down to 150 or whatever,
Coming back to forward Durham is Liam Travaskis.
then that does lessen their task, because you'd think if they can get ahead, then that obviously takes more time out of the game, the runs that Durham have to score in their potential second innings. So Glamorgan doing an unlikely job to lessen the damage today. As we said, having been outfought comprehensively for the last 4 sessions, today they've taken 4 wickets for 11. Durham resuming at 348 for 3. Congratulations to Andrew Salter. Stumping and 3 catches today, plus the catch taken to dismiss Borthwick by North East yesterday. Salter then to finish his over to the new batsman Travaskis, who pushes forward defensively, and there's no run. It's a treble wicket maiden for Andrew Salter, and Durham are 359 for 7 with the lead 125 runs. Unexpected drama. Though Durham, of course, still a long way on top.
The issue for Durham is, while trying to push the game along, they've lost 3 wickets on the same score there, so suddenly the lead is only 125, and you're thinking, have they got much to play with now?
Yeah, how does Lees address things?
Yeah. It's the last over for bonus points as well, so my theory last night was declare as soon as the bonus points are up and give yourselves as long as you can to have a go at Glamorgan. Defended by Lees off Hogan, and whether Glamorgan build a lead again or not is irrelevant in the bigger scheme of things. At least you're giving yourself the time. If they do build a lead, then there wasn't enough time in the game anyway, was there? So round the wicket comes Hogan from the Cathedral Road end. Played down into the ground by Lees and short on the offside. Quite a lot going on there. I feel like I've done nothing but right for the last 10 minutes.
Yes, this is probably worth an official BBC Wales tweet, I think, this one. Career best for Andrew Salter.
Peter Miller, who's covering this game for the Reporters Network, pointing out 4 wickets this morning, all to Andrew Salter, who was picked as an opener in this match and now has his first 5-wicket haul. It's a funny old game. In comes Hogan. This is turned away by Lees out through mid-wicket for 1. He moves on to 169, and Durham 360 for 7 here on BBC Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle. How did Cardiff Scarlets get on last night, by the way?
Scarlets ended up very big winners, 49-14.
Right.
Liam Williams with a couple of tries.
I think there must be a rugby tournament in town today, or there might have been one this weekend, because there were lots of young kids in rugby tops this morning, all wearing the same kit, in the hotel and wandering around the park there. Hogan in, bowls. This is defended on off stump.
Stuart Dick suggesting wise from our lower order ensures England selectors don't take any more players. There we are. They've got Durham's longer term interests at heart, getting out cheaply.
Peter goes on to say the funny thing is Durham actually getting bowled out here in the first hour might help their chances of pushing for a win. Cricket is silly. Yeah, it does. It takes any wondering about declarations out of the question, doesn't it? Hogan to Travaskis, played up to mid-off.
Glammy podcast, boys. If Glamorgan manage a draw today, it'll feel like a win. Colin Palmer. I start every year thinking things can only get better, and too often they don't. But I will keep the faith. Thank you for your kind words about our commentary, Colin.
Captain Cook on Twitter says this has been pathetic this morning. They've obviously taken the decision to try and go after the bowlers, but it's backfired. It's left by Travaskis outside the off stump and swings back towards the leg side as it hits the keeper's gloves.
It's a risk you take, isn't it? And obviously one or two batsmen getting out doesn't really affect the narrative of the game, but 4 out and Lees accompanied by the lower order now means that they probably just have to rethink their tactics and rein things in a little bit. Yeah, and the rugby last night, England big winners over Wales in the Women's International, as that's driven firmly by Lees up to long on. We'll get a single, 361 for 7. Lees 170, 12 short of setting a new Durham best for him. 58.5 for England. It finished in the Women's International. Dragons were defeated by Gloucester, as that one is driven to mid-on. They'll go through for a quick single this time, and Travaskis is off the mark with a hurried single to mid-on. Harris had a shy at the stumps. Gloucester beat Dragons 26-21 at Rodney Parade in the European Challenge Cup last night, with Dragons missing out on only a second win of the season. As Lees jabs the next ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Newcastle were losing for most of the game against
they won
Zebre.
it right at the end, didn't they?
Yeah, won with the last move of the match, 25-22. Lees drives. Oh, Salter's missed that one. Thought he might be able to field in his follow-through. Takes another single, 363 for 7. The lead is 129 for Durham. So Salter bowls to Travaskis, who's forward and will get a rather fortunate single because it's run off the inside edge of the bat out towards square leg. Chris Cook had to dash from behind the stumps to field it. So six balls up on the scoreboard, I think, and Salter will still bowl. As that one's through everything, I think. It'll run away towards the boundary. They think about a second run. Bye. Yeah, a bye there. Conceded by Chris Cook. So Durham ticking along in singles in that over, as the scoreboard corrects itself and goes back to 9.5, which will now become 10 overs bowled for Andrew Salter. 4 for 31, so 4 singles and a bye in that over.
That went between bat and pad over the off stump bail and through the keeper's legs, I think.
Ah, dear. He'd never keep on the village green, Chris Cook. First rule, keep your legs closed.
Hi Marty and your band of merry men, says Paul. Greetings from a sun-kissed but chilly-ish Costa del Hartlepool. Should be with you for the duration today because I've got no bands to watch. Hoping for a positive outcome for Durham, but more likely to end in a draw. But I hope I'm wrong. Harris is coming into the attack now to replace Hogan. Harris earlier none for 40 from 22 overs, 4 of which were maidens. So he's right arm over, and he's bowling to Lees from the Cathedral Road, and Lees taps the ball back to him along the ground.
Newcastle, by the way, will face Glasgow Warriors in the last 16 of the Challenge Cup, while various results mean that Cardiff will travel to Saracens next weekend.
It's a handy little draw for Newcastle there. Just hop over the M74 past Moffat. Before you know it, you're there. Is it over 2 legs or one? 1 leg?
1.
Harris to Lees. Leeds plays this up to mid-on, no run.
The vagaries of the European fixture list means that the Champions Cup play this particular leg over 2 rounds, and the Challenge Cup, the second tier, is only played off over 1 leg because they were playing the last games in the group yesterday. Right. Because there are 5 teams in each group. How they end up with 5 teams in each group, heaven only knows, because that means someone has a bye and the fixture list gets messy.
Harris in, turned away through mid-wicket by Lees for at least 1. Just will be the 1. Carlson comes round to collect. Andrew Hutchinson says not a good start. No. There was one competition in European rugby where you were in a group, but you didn't play the people in your group. So the league table. What, did they still do that or not?
No.
That was the craziest of ideas.
Every year you have to look and see what's the format this year.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the rear.
Slight alteration for the field here as Travaskis, another left-hander, is preparing to face Harris. They've brought deep extra cover off the boundary and put him on the edge of the square, and they've brought in 2 slips now, added a second. Travaskis on 2, Durham 366 for 7, edged and gone. I could hear a nick, and well, this has not been the best from Durham at all today. They've now lost today 1, Bedingham, Eckersley, Coghlan, Rain. Bedingham made 76, Eckersley 4, Coghlan none, Rain none, and Travaskis has gone for 2.
Well, it's strange, isn't it? Because the field was set far and wide. They could have probably accumulated pretty comfortably at 6 and over. And as things stand, they may well get bowled out, and with a lead of 150ish or whatever. Less pressure on the Glamorgan batters. Easier to get ahead and look to shake hands at 10-5 or whatever. Although even a 10-5 would be too late to save your extra sojourn in Cardiff. It was the last time, the last train, wasn't it? 10-5.
Yeah. No, I've been looking at all the permutations of trying to get home, but it looks like there's engineering work and replacement bus services. Could involve 2 hours in Wakefield on a Sunday night.
They're gearing up for Easter, obviously, to abandon the hapless traveller altogether.
They've lost 5 wickets there for 14 runs.
First 4 of them to Andrew Salter.
Yeah.
Let's have a bit of fresh air in the box, and well, Matthew Potts makes his way to the middle. I'll make way for Mr. Bevan.
That's in 5 overs as well, isn't it? 107, 112. Matty Potts coming in now. If Durham continue batting like this, then Lees will run out of partners and will miss his chance to get his double 100.
For his Durham best.
So then, Potts on strike, right-hander facing Harris from the Cathedral Road end. That's well wide of off stump and left alone. Keeper takes that in front of first slip.
Yes, the Glamorgan batsmen, the Durham batsmen rather, coming out this morning and were intent from the start, weren't they, with attacking? I thought it might have been just a little bit early, but 2 of them caught basically long on and long off, or you can say midway back.
Potts forward to this one from Harris. Ball just rolls short on the leg side, no run. And it's the end of the over.
Five wickets then for Andrew Salter. And, we didn't expect to see a spinner bowling much in this game, but lots of his deliveries, I've noticed, have been arm balls just drifting away. So it will be Lees, who's been there since the start, on 172 to face Andrew Salter round the wicket from that river end as he comes in and bowls the first ball and is driven for a single down to long on. And the field will change for the right-hander. .367 for 8. Remarkable collapse this morning from Durham. 5 wickets for Salter. And he comes again and bowls to Potts, and Potts is on the back foot, placed gently back down the pitch. Pleasant morning here, a little bit more cloud than we had yesterday, but not quite so icily cold. Over the wicket comes Salter, bowls. Rushworth pushes it firmly down to a man who's halfway back between mid-on and long-on and gets a single.
Deep extra cover says, not sure why Durham don't just declare and see if they can bowl Glamorgan out anyway. They can still bat again if needs be.
In comes Salter, bowls again, driven firmly for a single. And
Stuart says there's nothing wrong with Wakefield. I never said there was anything wrong with Wakefield, but I don't fancy standing on Wakefield train station platform on a Sunday night in April for 2 hours. There is no lure to that.
Salter bowls, Potts turns it away off his stumps down to fine leg where Harris fields. Just accumulating in singles after that collapse this morning. Very much to the Glamorgan collapse at the end of their innings.
Well, they lost 5 for 20, didn't they?
Yeah.
6 for 46.
Salter bowls and Lees drives and
Nice
beats
shot.
mid-on here, and we'll get a couple of runs.
Might get a 4.
Third stop just inside. They'll come back for a third. And close to a run out by the sounds of it. They scamper back for a third run. So after adopting a rather carefree attitude this morning, trying to attack every ball, they've decided now it's far safer with 8 wickets down
Now
just
then,
to play
was he
properly.
touching the ropes there when he stopped that ball?
Mm.
I'm looking, was he touching the ropes there when he stopped that ball? It was a nice little flick of the wrist from Lees, and he just bent it round short
Well
mid-wicket
timed,
out
sir.
towards the corner of the ground, but it's very tight there. Wouldn't mind seeing that rolled backwards and forwards, like we saw the LBW replays yesterday.
So it'll be Harris, 1 wicket his name, to continue, and he'll be bowling to Lees on 177.
The bonus points side of things is all dried up now. That was 3 overs ago as Harris comes in and bowls. It's a bouncer which Lees leaves. So Durham ended up with 4 batting points and 3 bowling
7-3,
points.
isn't it?
Yeah. And it's ended up 7-3.
Harris back with Glamorgan after a 10-year stay at Middlesex, back home.
Right arm over. Played by Lees out towards deep mid-wicket. It's flying. That's a good diving stop there. Is that Ingram? Taylor. Callum Taylor. I saw the 4, but no, yeah, Ingram's got 41 on his back. Good diving stop right out in the deep. So, 3 points for Glamorgan from the bonus pool, and 7 for Durham, 8 for the draw.
Draw increased this year. points-wise?
Harris in balls. Where's that gone? That's played out towards short mid-wicket. I looked it up the other day. I'm sure it said 8 for the draw. Wasn't it 8 for the draw last year as well?
6, wasn't it?
6, was it? Is it 6 or 8? Am I confusing myself? Is it 8 for the draw this year?
I think it's 8.
8, yeah. I thought I read that.
These rules you get amended every year. Just to...
yeah, because Joe Root argued that some teams deserved more from a draw if they'd battled back hard.
Yeah, you can argue against that as well, I suppose.
Harris balls as bottom edge. There's a good stop from the keeper. Lees was away there, thinking there was runs on the board, but that was good reactionary work from Chris Cook. There's no slips in again. So
and also, just to reiterate, if a batsman is out and his partner crosses, so he would receive the next ball, that's finished. He has to stay and go back so that the new batsman will always face his first ball. Why that changed, I don't know.
In comes the bowler. Up it goes to mid-on, no run there. Throw back towards the stumps at the bowler's end, misses, and the keeper ends up backing up way down the far end of the ground.
.96 overs to be bowled today. Weather set fair. Could be in for some excitement.
Harris bounds in past the umpire. It's a bouncer, and it's dabbed away down towards third man by Lees for 1. Batting records. Yes, it looks like it. Peter's asking, would this be the second time Lees has carried his bat in first class cricket? He said, I found 107 not out against Derbyshire in 2019. Any others? So he didn't do it for Yorkshire.
Salter then to continue. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who comes down and drives powerfully down towards long on, where it's collected there by Hogan, and they cross for a single. Takes the score under 378 for 8. Nick Selman, who carried his bat at Swansea a couple of years ago, I think it was. I think that was probably the last time.
When Collingwood declared.
Yes,
Yeah.
against Durham that was as well.
Yeah. May 2017.
In comes the next ball, and the big hike, and he's bowled. Well, Potts there going, looking to hit that ball into the next parish, head up in the air, and he has gone. It's 377 now for 9, just Rushworth to come, and Salter has picked up, would you believe it, his 6th wicket. So Potts departs for 2, 377 for 9,
Matthew
and
Potts was bowled by Andrew Salter for 2.
9 down there.
Congratulations to Andrew, his 100th first class wicket for Glamorgan.
Well, Durham's leads 1-4-3. And it's got a bit sloppy this morning, it has to be said.
didn't quite understand the approach, because you like to have a look, don't you, in the morning, just have a look at the bowling, and that was certainly the case with Coughlin and Eckersley, Rain, and now Potts. They may think, look, we'll have more overs to bowl against Glamorgan, and we could bowl them out for 160, 170 and adopt that policy, which, as one of your Durham members wrote, emailed this morning.
Yeah.
So 181 for Lees certainly has held this innings together.
Equals his county best.
Lees, yes. And one thing, he hasn't lost his head, as it were. He's played properly, hasn't he? Few head shots through the slips, but in comes Chris Rushworth, striding positively. Bet he didn't expect to be coming in after 45 minutes play, with only 3 wickets down. He's going to have a word with his partner. Just leave it to me. Okay, Alex, you carry on. I'll prop and cop up here. So, an interesting morning. That hasn't finished. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes basically before lunch. Two balls to go from this over. Are they giving him one? No, they're not. In comes Salter, bowls, and Rushworth drives, and it's going to get 4 runs. So he's adopting the same approach. No messing. 381 for 8. Of course, we'd.
Well, the last time Chris Rushworth was batting here, remember, it was Axar Patel who was on 95, and Rushworth got himself out, and Patel was stranded on 95 in his Durham debut. Yeah. He also did a similar thing when at Hampshire, when he got himself out when Michael Richardson was on 99. And I'm just looking at Lees on his joint highest score for Durham here on 181.
In comes Salter, bowls again. That's a more conventional shot, but he drives and return comes in, but he's safely home. Takes the score to 383. Very quickly, Rushworth is on to 6.
He's kept strike.
How many balls are left in this over? Just the 2 balls, but he'll try and manoeuvre this now, as with the Salter is coming round the wicket to the left-handed. He bowls to him, he paddles it away and gets a run down towards fine leg, and that is his career best. So congratulations to him.
For Durham. Now then, Adam Lees has been on to say that he carried his bat at Yorkshire, 275 not out against Derbyshire in 2014.
Oh, right.
So, I didn't see that on the
Salter
list.
bowls, Rushworth comes down. That's going to be caught at long off. That's the last ball of the over.
He sprints off. So, 149 the lead.
Dear
Silly
me.
tactics today, these.
7 for Salter.
Yeah.
It's astonishing.
What did he get there? 5?
Chris Rushworth was caught by Michael Hogan off the bowling of Andrew Salter for 5. Andrew Salter finishes with career best bowling figures of 7 for 45.
Probably heard that. 7 for 45, easily his career best. And who would have thought this morning that Salter would open the bowling? Must have been good captaincy or chat with the coach, chat with Salter, but he'd be delighted, and he is going to keep his place for a while. And I think the next time they play, it won't be Callum Taylor will be having first choice as an off spinner. It'll certainly be Salter as his colleagues line up, and he quite rightly leads the side in after taking the last 7 wickets. He's taken 6 this morning, and 383 all out.
Durham lose 7 for 31.
And Glamorgan 6 for 46 yesterday. What is it about the tail enders these days? Applause also, and quite rightly, for Alex Lees, who has carried the innings for. Without him, it wouldn't look so good. 182 not out, surpasses best for Durham by just 1 run. And just go through the scorecard for today. The first batsman out is Bedingham. He was stumped. He pushed from the crease, but must have had his foot on the line, I guess. And he was stumped. Cock bowled Salter for 76, and then the collapse began. Eckersley trying to drive Salter over the top, was caught by Carlson for 4. Coughlin trying to do the same thing, was caught by Harris off Salter for 0. Rain chipped it to mid-wicket, caught northeast for 0. Travaskis then stopped the show for a moment for Salter as he poked at one from Harris. Harris dismissed Travaskis, caught by Cook for 2. Matthew Potts having a heave-ho, was bowled Salter 2. And Chris Rushworth trying to hit the ball with just the one ball left of the over long off, was caught by Hogan. Yes, off Salter for 5. 383 all out. It's still a very useful lead of 149. So I think Martin Emerson, before we go back and have a break, it's just going to be interesting.
Yeah, and being pointed out here that although Adam Lee says he carried his bat Yorkshire when he made 275 not out against Derbyshire, they declared in that innings, so that's not carrying his bat through an all-out innings. So he's done it twice, and he's done it for Durham twice. So
that's a good point.
As Chris Pinkney points out, Durham can't really lose today, not a gamble. So it's just the nature of it to lose so many quick wickets. You've gone through and lost all those wickets and not really accumulated any runs in the process. So
the approach, don't you agree, was odd, strange.
Yeah. I mean, you either declare, you get to the bonus point cut off, and then declare and see if you need to bat again, or doing what they did and giving away so many cheap wickets just seems a strange one to me.
We'll see. Lots of cricket to be played here on the last day, but for a moment we'll take a break and we'll be back within about 8 minutes' time.
open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, captain David Lloyd and Andrew Salter.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan website with a video stream, as Glamorgan, rather earlier than expected, start their second innings. 149 behind on first innings. And there are potentially 84 overs remaining in the day's play. Rushworth to open up. Lloyd and Salter to open up for Glamorgan, the batting. If you are just joining us, Durham lost 7 wickets for 35 this morning. They take 7 bonus points. Glamorgan somehow scrambled the third, and Andrew Salter claimed a career best 7 for 45. Now it's Durham's turn to attack though, as Rushworth bowls down leg side through to the keeper. So Glamorgan, having spread fielders far and wide in the opening session of the day, found Durham's batsmen assisting those fielders by hitting the ball down their throats. At one point, Durham lost 4 for 4 in the space of 8 balls from Salter. As Rushworth bowls and Lloyd leaves, pushing his left pad forward cautiously. And it's not just us. Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle was unable to understand Durham's tactics. You'd have thought, Edward, that having lost maybe 3 wickets, they would have reset slightly and ticked along and looked for a 200 lead.
Incredible, and I'll just break off as Rushworth comes in.
Bowls to Lloyd, down leg side. Good diving stop by Eckersley as it goes through low.
Yeah, Travaskis came after the carnage had started, and he played some nice shots, single, then he left. Rushworth, last ball of the over, has a huge heave and is caught it long off. That I could not understand. Now, having said all that, 149 lead is a very useful read, especially when you've got such a good attack as Durham, so it might just work out for them.
Rushworth bowls, Lloyd is hit on the pad, the big appeal, not given. Well, umpire Warren has not been in the mood to give LBWs, so he's being consistent. Yes. As we look at the replay on our video monitor, and Lloyd might have been doing a little bit too much.
That's a good shout.
It is a good shout. That might well have been clipping leg stump.
Just going to say the same thing.
But he didn't give Michael Hogan several impassioned appeals early on against Alex Lees. Notably on 7 and 12. Rushworth bowls and bowls him! No doubt about that one. David Lloyd is cleaned up. Durham celebrate. They've got the breakthrough. Glamorgan are 0 for 1 as David Lloyd goes in the first over.
Well, Durham got exactly what they wanted there, and Rushworth, always such a dangerous character, and he bowled. Lloyd pushed forward. It was a bang on a length, and he just played inside it, and it held its course and took the off stump. It's 0 for 1. Durham on top, and if you were going to have 2p each way on this, you'd say Durham would be firm favourites, because with what have we got? How many overs? 83 overs left, and knowing how Glamorgan collapsed in that first innings, you wouldn't be too confident. Somebody's got to make a big score here.
That was a poor shot from Lloyd, really. It wasn't a
pushed it.
Lightning delivery. He just played down the wrong line.
Yeah. Very much as Michael Jones did for
David
Durham.
Lloyd was bowled by Chris Rushworth.
Not the start.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Colin Ingram.
Ingram then, who hit 87 in his first innings, but finds himself with something of a rearguard action, and you probably get the feeling that Ingram will not look to put up the shutters. He'll look to score and get Glamorgan ahead.
I think anything offline, in the position that Glamorgan are now, no score, still 148, wicket gone. But if anything comes offline, that Ingram, as is his nature, will attack. Whether he gets out, but Glamorgan will have to try and score runs. You also got Salter on at the other end, and he is an attacking player. So they'll have to try and accumulate, because if you start poking about, as we saw there, you'll be done. So what a start. Just the 5th ball of the innings.
Yep, and it's the left-handed Ingram in. Ingram delighted with his first innings performance, but still expecting to make way for Marnus Labuschagne in next week's game against Notts. And Durham with their tails up. Rushworth in to bowl to Ingram, who edges and is dropped at slip. First ball now.
Absolute dolly.
That should have been 0 for 2, as the fielder there had about 3 goes at it. Third slip went knee high, and
Ingram was ready to go.
Paul Coughlin couldn't hold on.
Well, what a start to the innings.
To open the bowling
And
at the River End, Matthew Potts.
he didn't come right forward to that, did Ingram, because he angled his bat, if you see it again, and it just went a bit off the, as you would expect, first over, went a bit off the pitch, straight into the hands of Coughlin at third slip. And, well, no catch is easy, it slipped, but it didn't even go like lightning in. It wasn't a top edge cut or anything like that. It was just floated straight at him.
Knee high.
Knee high, second attempt, and there you go. Potts to open at the far end. The bowling bowls to Salter. Nice shot through mid-on. There'll be runs here. They've crossed for 1. They'll come back for a second. And they'll probably come back for a third. Yes, they will. So the hero of the morning, Andrew Salter, is off the mark with 3. And Glamorgan are off the mark. They're 3 for 1 on this lovely Sunday morning in April.
Well, if Glamorgan do lose this match, there's no real excuse with the pitch or the conditions. There's been more than a day's play taken out. So
it's a third day pitch now.
If they don't survive, they have only themselves to blame, you would have thought, because there's been not much sign of any terror track here.
No, we've seen that if you just plod away, as Potts bowls the first ball to Ingram. Ingram gets the ball that comes in, and they're going to get a single because it went past the bowler. Mid-off and mid-on were a little wide. So Ingram's off the mark, 4 for 1. Just to remind you this morning that the last 7 wickets for Durham went down for 31 runs. And Andrew Salter took 6 of them, and he finished up with the career best figures of 7 for 45, 12 overs, 3 of which were maidens. Astonishing performance, really. And the excitement continued when David Lloyd was out. Potts bowls the right-handed Salter, who plays it again across to mid-on.
It's interesting, the psychology of this situation, isn't it? Because if Glamorgan get 60 or 70 on the boards reasonably quickly, then Durham heads could go down, and conversely, if Durham get a couple more wickets in this morning session, then they'll really think, well, we can bowl Glamorgan out and win this game.
I think they're favourites. Potts bowls, drive, pushed forward rather by Salter.
And so it's about even between a Durham victory and the draw at the moment. Edward has less confidence.
Nick Webb looked at me in this morning, and I said, "What do you think, Nick?" And he said, "I don't know." And I've seen this too often. Potts bowls this left, and it's left well, and it's quite quite wide of the wicket, but you get the yell of the slips.
But I think if Durham had just smashed around and got 200 ahead, maybe without losing a wicket this morning, then you'd have thought they'd have been in a stronger position, even with slightly less time to bowl Glamorgan out.
Less overs. They'd be quite happy now. Potts comes in and left again. That's the end of the second over. Matty Potts, 4 for 1, 3 for Andrew Salter, and Colin Ingram, who will receive strike, having been dropped first ball. And the last over will face Chris Rushworth.
Durham's next opponents, Leicestershire, look in some trouble against Worcestershire, chasing 370 to win. They are 51 for 2. So you would have thought Worcestershire would be favourites to win at Grace Road. Leicester travelling to Riverside next week.
How are things down at a lovely sunny Hove there? Not Sussex. That's interesting.
Rushworth is in to bowl to Ingram on 1 not out, and Ingram will get runs here as he steers one with an angled bat, maybe a thickish edge, but down towards the third man boundary. There's a diving attempt by the fielder down there, Sean Dixon, but the ball reaches the ropes ahead of him, and Glamorgan are 8 for 1 with Ingram having his first boundary. At Hove, Sussex are 60 for 2 in their second innings. That's still 99 runs behind Nottinghamshire, who will face Glamorgan on Thursday.
That's a similar position.
Yeah, similar position to this, isn't it? Rushworth in bowls and beats Ingram outside off stump. No run. The other game in second division, Middlesex declared their second innings on 258 for 5. Derbyshire chasing 356 to win, 25 for 0. Take a really big effort to get that sort of victory target in less than a day. As Rushworth charges in, right arm round bowls. Ingram works on the leg side, gets a single down to fine leg, 9 for 1. In the first division, I feel sorry for the boys commentating for BBC Radio Essex and Radio Kent, because Essex made 514, Kent a 436 for 5 for the century from Jordan Cox.
I was thinking yesterday is interesting. Last year, there were turners for Simon Harmer. He's playing for South Africa at the moment. It looks an absolute belter of a pitch there. Too good, really.
As Rushworth bowls, Salter is forward defensively. At Northampton, Gloucestershire were bowled out in their second innings for 363.
That's a recovery, wasn't it?
That was a recovery, thanks to 139 from Ryan Higgins, 73 from Tom Lace, and 53 from it's down as Khan on the scorecard. I presume that means Zafar Gohar. Rushworth bowls, Salter forward to defend, and so Northants needing 299 to win, a 5 without loss there.
Good game.
And at Edgbaston, not a good game. Surrey 428 for 8 declared, Warwickshire 346 for 8, having come back from 41 for 4.
Lots of recoveries, haven't there been in this first round of matches?
As Rushworth is in to bowl to Salter, outside off stump, allowed to go through. Morgan having lost David Lloyd, bowled 5th ball. We've now got 3 overs bowled, 81 remaining potentially of the day's play if Durham are pressing for victory. Glamorgan trail by 140 runs with 9 second innings wickets in hand.
Talking about recoveries, do you remember that game here, Nick, a couple of years ago when Colin Ingram and Chris Cook defied the Notts attack with Chris Broad for a day and a half and saved the game for Glamorgan? That was a huge effort.
Yeah, that involved Stuart Broad as well, didn't it?
Yeah, he went wicketless. Here's Potts to start his second over, bowls to the left-handed Ingram, who tries to flick it down the leg side, but doesn't make any contact.
Gareth Lewis tweets, "Gotta love cricket. Sat 8 hours in Arctic temperatures yesterday and saw 3 wickets. Flicks on live stream today and Salter gets a 3-wicket maiden and he's warm." Yeah, you do have to pay tribute to those hardy dozens of spectators who are here in the flesh.
Yes, Potts over the wicket and bowled, and this is a good-looking shot. Perhaps not so good-looking as we thought, because it's trickled to a square leg, but they get a single, and Glamorgan into double figures, 10 for 1, and Ingram moves on to 6, Salter on 3. Yes, the unpredictability of this wonderful game and this wonderful competition. Lovely article. Did you read an article in the Times this morning about county cricket and a picture of Sophia Gardens? Potts to Salter, and that runs away for 4 runs. Might have got a nick on that, did he? No, he didn't. Leg-ins. Leg byes. So the score moves on to 14 for 1. Deficit is 135.
Yeah, it's a rather chilly day for those club cricketers yesterday who were testing their muscles for the first time maybe this season.
I played in sleet on a practice game many years ago. Oh, it is horrible. Potts to the right-handed Salter, who goes back on his stumps, plays into the covers, and there is no run.
I played in a university game that finished in the snow because it was one of those games where we didn't have independent umpires, and it snowed when we needed about 30 to win with plenty of wickets in hand. So we left them out there to knock off the winning runs while the people not involved in the action huddled very close together in a makeshift pavilion.
Potts bowls to Salter. Salter plays it late down towards third man and is going to get 4 runs. Perfectly safe shot. No third man, but 4 more runs to go on to the Glamorgan total. It was angled down, and the score moves on to 18 for 1. And Ingram is on 6. Salter. Yeah. Yes.
Martin Emerson will be back with us around about past after his little break. Radio commitments permitting.
18 for 1 as Potts comes in from the river end. Bowls to Salter. Salter beaten. Good delivery. Was held its line. End of the over. Ingram's on 6. Salter for 7. The batsman out. David Lloyd, the captain, bowled 5th ball of the innings by Chris Rushworth. And just to remind you that the lead at the start of this Glamorgan second innings was 149 for Durham, and that's come down to 131.
Yeah, that game I was talking about finishing in the snow was on those of you that know Bath. The university is right on top of the hill, so it's very exposed, the cricket fields there, and I think we were as a second 11 we were some distance from the main pavilion as Rushworth is in to bowl to Ingram, who defends on the leg side. No run. And we had an old railway box instead of a pavilion. Sort of little thing.
Been fun changing there.
Well, no, we changed in the main pavilion and then had to sort of walk,
that's probably
couple
because
of 100 yards down to this railway box.
Railway box?
Well, it looked like an old railway carriage. I think it was. Probably been used for lugging coal around the country. Rushworth bowls, Ingram defends.
And that's probably because universities, well, the term, as you well know, starts so early, don't they? The terms at university, well, the summer term because of exams, and you probably played something the last week of March.
I was fixture secretary one year. That was fun.
You're popular. Yes.
I wasn't very good, so I arranged lots of games so I'd get a chance to have a game somewhere myself. 18 for 1, Rushworth to Ingram as he plays that out to point and there's no run. Including a friendly match, Leyhill Prison away. That was fun. I don't think we were away rather than Leyhill Prison. They didn't play away matches for some reason.
Glamorgan once played at Broadmoor. I remember great Don Shepherd telling me, and he said they were lovely lads.
Yeah.
And one chap kept writing to me twice a week afterwards, he said, for some reason. But that was the first.
Yeah, Durham's former ground was close to the prison.
Yeah.
As Durham's current side add a helmet to their armoury, which means
Standing up.
keep it standing up.
It tells you how pitch is slow. And
Yeah.
that's brave, as you as a wicketkeeper would know, Mr. Webb.
That's very brave to Rushworth for any keeper. As Ingram pushes that one out on the offside. I presume he's looking to restrict Ingram's foot movement because the 3 slips are in their normal place about 15 metres behind.
That often happens, but as you say, Rushworth is the slowest bowler in the country. Just going back to that, as a club cricketer, do you wear a keeper if you're standing up? Or you have to?
Do I what?
Do you wear a helmet if you're standing up?
No.
Hey,
Don't stand up very
You're not playing
often.
to the roles.
Don't stand up very often. Only to our very slowest bowlers. Rushworth bowls and Ingram shoulders, arms, oohs and ahs as it goes through to Eckersley.
Good take, talking about keepers. I thought everyone now, if it's first class, that who's in a distance of a certain amount has to wear a helmet.
First class, yeah. But I'm not sure how far down the leagues those laws extend. I think if I were starting out now, yes, I definitely would, but trying to get used to it at my advanced age is probably put me in more peril.
You decry yourself every time.
Rushworth in bowls, Ingram defends.
That, Nick, epitomises your approach. You just love the game, that's why you play, as you say, not me, at an advanced age.
Well, there are many people playing at an advanced stage these
over
days.
80s, somebody said.
I haven't seen an over 80s team in Wales.
The other day. Over 70s.
Oh, there's over 80s are playing, but there's an over 70s team for Wales, and I think both 50s and 60s age groups go off to a World Cup later this year, which is the first, I believe, for the over 60s age group.
Dear me. Yes, Potts starts his third over, bowls to Andrew Salter, who pushes firmly back down the pitch.
I was asking Mark Wallace why his father wasn't involved, and apparently he wants to play football in the winter now, rather than risk go off the World Cup with the 60s.
Oh, no, not for me, that. I'm talking about Bath, such a beautiful spot, lots of cricket pitches, and I played there once in some sort of cup match. Again, on the ground where Viv Richards played there. Can't remember the name of it. As the next ball is driven handsomely through the covers by Andrew Salter, and it's just stopped inside, nothing much, just a metre or so, and they'll come back for a second. The score moves on to 20 for 1.
Bath, Somerset used to play on the Rec where the rugby team are based.
Commentary there on Sunday League matches.
Yeah, I remember watching one where Viv Richards played at the end of his Somerset days, and it was quite sad because he got a single and hit the ball up in the end, and he looked hugely interested at that point.
Potts is in, bowls again. This is clipped down the leg side for a single. Again, has he hit it? And yes, he has, so he gets a single. Glamorgan just advancing.
And I thought at the time, oh well, sad, that'll be the last we see of him. And of course he came roaring back for Glamorgan for several years.
Yes. Well, he got out, he probably gave it away, as you say, because he'd had that bust up with the late Peter Roebuck. Very sad, that. Potts to the left-handed Ingram. Bowls. Ingram plays nicely into the ball as it comes to him. Plays it out into the covers. And there's no run.
So if you want to tweet us, what County Cricket, Nick Webb 2017.
At Ed Bevan Cricket, if
At
anybody.
Ed Bevan Cricket.
Potts turns, comes in again, balls to Ingram. Ingram gets a Yorker right up in the block hole, digs it out. Potts, arms folded, has a look. Best Yorker we've seen in this game was one bowled by the Glamorgan seamer, Wayhill. Bowled one at Lease, and it just got a bat down on it in time.
Yeah, Wheel got a fairly good one himself, didn't he, to trap him LBW?
He did. Second ball.
From Potts.
21 for 1, Glamorgan. They're trailed by 128. In comes Potts towards us and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives. And Potts, for some reason, put his arms up. But it was all along the ground to mid-off. That's the end of the over. 21 for 1. Salter is not out 10. Ingram is not out 6. The batsman out Lloyd. Bowled by Rushworth for naught in the 5th ball of the innings. And if you've just come in, if you've been out to the golf course, been to church or been for a walk, well, you missed a huge collapse this morning as Durham lost their last 7 wickets for just 31, and the damage done by the Glamorgan off-spinner Andrew Salter, who finished career best figures of 7. Yeah, 7 for 45, taking 6 of the 7 wickets. The other was taken by James Harris as they collapsed, the visitors, but they have taken a wicket. Nick.
Rushworth took it. He'll try and take another as he bowls to Salter, who's forward defensively, pushing to cover, and there is no run. Of course, a few decades ago, it used to be right in with your comments and by the old snail mail, and Andrew Hignell, who at the time worked for the BBC, would open letters on a Sunday afternoon for competitions to give away a tie and other such exciting things.
The Morgan Sunday League shirt.
Rushworth bowls, Salter on the back foot, plays straight to Travaskis at cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's very popular, those Sunday League games.
It was a great format, I thought, at the time. Just the complete anomaly of being played inside a county championship match, if you like, with the championship being played on Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and a Sunday League game.
There were lots of arguments about that. Players weren't very happy with it.
Rushworth into bowl. Forward comes Salter.
Never forget Steve James telling me, well, I remember it well. We played, or Glamorgan played up at Hartlepool against Durham in a Sunday League. And at that stage, Steve was in the early part of his career. And he wasn't playing for the first team. And had a message then, tea time, said, after the game finishes, Steve, you're playing for the second team tomorrow at Folkestone. So Hartlepool to Folkestone on a Sunday night to play next day.
Rushworth bowls and Salter edges to slip, and Rushworth has his second. Durham have another breakthrough. It's 21 for 2. Borthwick held on to that one. Well, Durham shelled a catch to get rid of Ingram, but that one was taken by the skipper, Scott Borthwick. And Salter goes for just 10, and his initial switch to opener is not a success with the bat, despite his success as the 7th bowler, taking 7 wickets. 21 for 2, 77 overs left. Durham in the ascendancy.
Yes, Rushworth, as he so often does, gets early wickets. He's always a danger, not only to Glamorgan, but to both sides. Must say that Borthwick held that very well, just off the turf. And very good catch indeed. 21 for 2, and Glamorgan in some trouble. Nick.
Fast and low. Martin is back with us as batting at 4 will be the new man Sam Northeast. Salter then out for 1 and 10 in his first stab at opening the batting in first class cricket.
Theme coming back to it for Glamorgan is Sam Northeast.
So Martin is just sending a few written missives. I think I probably agree with you now, the head, that Durham are favourites.
Oh, without doubt. And this is very, very difficult for Glamorgan. If one of these goes, and I know there's Carlson and Cook to come, but I think that they're in the ascendancy now, especially with Rushworth bowling so well. Are you about to leave us, Nick?
I think you're about to leave us, aren't you, Edward?
Fine, that'll do me.
Had an hour, so we'll see you after lunch.
Look forward to that.
And Martin Emerson rejoins us with Rushworth doing what Rushworth does.
Yes, and that was a cracking catch from Scott Borthwick, because he seemed to take it at the second attempt. He snatched at it first of all and then just managed to do a sort of backward roll pirouette while grabbing it as he fell over. And a great catch.
It's probably more difficult than the one that Coughlin shelled.
I never saw that. I was
First
between
ball from
rooms. In fact, I was doing my update at midday.
Rushworth in to bowl to Northeast. Short ball that Northeast swivels on, hooks down to fine leg. There's a sliding stop in the far distance, and it's just a single, 22 for 2.
Yeah, it's just in my summary of the end of the Durham innings, the 7 for 31 won't matter at all if they win this.
No.
And in an ironic twist, it's put them in a position to actually go on and win rather than trying to judge when to declare. So,
one fewer thing for the skipper to worry about. Eckersley standing up as Rushworth bowls, and Ingram on the back foot plays back to the bowler, and there is no run. Ingram has 6, Northeast has 1. Glamorgan have lost Lloyd and for no score, Salter for 10, both to the evergreen Chris Rushworth, who has 2 for 6 off his 4 overs. And Durham's luncheon will taste good, I suspect.
So 21 for 2 when the wicket fell, trailing by, what was it, 128, wasn't it?
Yeah. Some worried faces on that Glamorgan balcony shown on the video stream.
77 overs to go.
Only takes one good stand to break the back of this deficit, but
Yeah.
you need to get one.
Rushworth got 2 for 73 in the first innings. Potts is coming in now from the river end, bowling to Sam Northeast, who taps the ball back to him. It ricochets off his shin and runs away, but no run.
Yeah, it was probably a single there if they'd known what was going to happen, but Ingram, especially in this sort of situation, is possibly not a man for quick singles.
I was suggesting that a shot earlier in the Durham innings where they dragged it away from the rope, the fielder had been touching the rope. Mervyn Harvey says he was touching the rope. This happens regularly, and the umpires don't even question it. And those of us who saw Durham against Notts a few years ago know without certain doubt, as this is defended, no run there. No, without doubt that certain players are not averse to this kind of practice. But I mean, sometimes the player would be the last to know where they were in.
You quite often don't know, I would say.
He cites a game going back well back a few years ago when Dale Benken's team was caught on the boundary hitting a 6 in a T20, or trying to hit a 6 in a T20, and the fielder claimed it was a clean catch and he wasn't on the rope, and then it transpired he was. Potts in, bowls. And those who were in the ground that night know very well who it was. 2 runs to Sam Northeast out through deep mid-wicket. Mark Stoker's been on. He says, I found it amusing when I read a report on social media for Alistair Cook to come out of international retirement to save England because he got 100. And he said the current England opener has just got 180. So,
well, there's 2 opening spots available.
Yes. Good knock by Alex Lees earlier. He finished on 182 not outs. The second time he's carried his bat in an all-out innings. He did it when he made 109 for Durham against Derbyshire in 2019. Here comes Potts again, turned towards mid-wicket, and I think on that occasion that might have been the time when Durham won, having been is that the game when they won, having been bowled out in their first innings for less than 100? I'll have a look at the scorecard. He did make 270 odd against Derbyshire a few years ago, but Yorkshire declared that innings in 2014. That was Potts comes in and bowls. Ooh, nearly an edge there from North East. He went after one, decided to leave, and then suddenly decided he'd play at it, played and missed. 275 he got not out against Derbyshire and Chesterfield in 2013.
Salter's figures, by the way, were the best for Glamorgan since Tim van der Hoogten's career best against Kent here in 2018. 7 for 42 he had.
Potts in. North East plays the ball back to him along the ground. And that is the end of the over. 24 for 2, deficit 125, 76 overs remaining, 8 gone. Durham first innings 293. It's not the match I'm thinking of. He carried his bat, 107 not out against Derbyshire. Durham were all out for 242. Extras made 37. And they won the game by 29 runs.
Rushworth then from the Cathedral Road end, looking for more before lunch. This one's defended by Ingram on the onside, and there's no run. Be interesting to see how Colin Ingram goes about this. Naturally an attacking player. He can defend, as we saw in that day-long occupation of the crease against Nottinghamshire here. That was a few years back. And maybe he'll think that getting runs and getting Glamorgan ahead will be the best way of helping his team. Rushworth bowls, Ingram defends. Out on the offside. Fielded by Rain at mid-off. And there's no run. Clouds high, wispy, just a sort of very thin and high cloud cover at the moment, having suffered from the vicissitudes of the Welsh weather on days 1 and 2 with hailstorms. Rushworth in, bowls. Ingram is hit on the pad, big appeal, nothing given. Ball runs down into the slips.
Has there been an LBW in this match?
Yeah, there were 2 in the 1 over for Matty Potts, weren't there? Callum Taylor and James Wheel.
Yeah, that's right.
That was a good shout, unless there was a little bit of inside edge onto the pad.
Well, they're putting pressure on because they've got the keeper standing up to the stumps as well, so it keeps Ingram trapped in his crease, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Seen a stumping so far already today with Bedingham going early on. Rushworth bowls and Ingram drives and doesn't get much bat on that. I think it was inside edge onto pad.
Yeah, possibly his back foot. See this one again?
There's,
yeah, back pad.
Ingram is under pressure here, and although obviously he did have a long first-class career up until the age of about 30, became a white ball specialist partly for fitness reasons, as he really struggled through one season on virtually one knee before he had an operation. Rushworth bowls. Ingram tries to work on the leg side, doesn't get much on that. No run. 24 for 2. Glamorgan 125 runs in arrears, with 75 overs potentially remaining for Durham to try and win this match. And 2 wickets in the first 9 overs is an excellent start for the visitors. Rushworth 2 for 6.
Looks like a bit of a docile road at Essex. Essex made 514, Kent 447 for 5.
Rushworth in, bowls. Ingram drives to mid-off, no run. Maiden over. 24 for 2. 21 minutes until our roast luncheon.
Which is apparently chicken today, according to Ed's investigative journalism yesterday. They've had a bit of rain in Birmingham, just like we have here, so you would think, looking at the scorecards there, Surrey 428 for 8 declared, Warwickshire 381 for 8 declared. They trail by 47. You'd think the likely result there would be a draw. Still the first innings not completed there. Northants need another 273 to beat Gloucestershire.
Yeah, quite a few games that could provide a positive finish one way or the other.
The 26 for none in their second innings. Potts to North East from the River End. North East flicks it out through mid-wicket. And it might go all the way to the boundary. Coghlan dived and couldn't get across to it. It's just stopped about 3 or 4 yards from the rope.
Just a couple.
Yeah. 2 runs. North East's on 5, 26 for 2. The deficit 1, 2, 3. Potts to North East again. North East defends. Ball bobbles back to the bowler. In fact, it's not. It's is it Potts?
Coghlan.
It's Coghlan, isn't it? It was Potts who dived to stop the ball in the previous delivery. It's Coghlan's first over, so he's bowled 2.
Yeah, early change after just 4 overs from Potts, but mix things up before lunch.
Coghlan in. North East plays the ball to backward point, cut off by Dixon. I thought he didn't have the running style of Potts. I was thinking he looks slightly different. His hair's grown.
I wonder if Durham will bowl their first over of spin in the game before lunch.
Well, you've got Travaskis and you've got Borthwick. If they're looking in that direction. Ned Eckersley did a bit of spin bowling at Warwickshire last year as well. Played by North East to mid-wicket to Potts this time.
Who had the gloves then? Was he keeping
Cameron
in the game?
Bancroft. Yeah, he was.
Oh, right.
And then he took his gloves and pads off, and I think he handed them to Cameron Bancroft, and then started strapping all his fingers up with tape, and we thought, oh, he's injured. And then he started taking all the tape off and throwing it onto the ground. We thought, what's he doing? And then he came on for a bit of spin bowling. That's a leave from Sam North East.
That's quite a skill set. Colin Ingram, mind you, has kept wicket in first-class cricket and had a reasonably lengthy spell in his career when he was a genuine bowling option for Glamorgan. Maybe not expecting that this season. He was a really good attacking bowler in T20 cricket at one point, so we might see that.
Coghlan to North East. North East, oh! Flicks the ball on the inside edge of the bat onto his thigh pad. It bounces back towards the stumps. He has a little moment of panic there and then realises it's not going to hit the target. The target for Leicestershire against Worcestershire in Leicester on the final day is 370. They're 75 for 3 in that one. And Sussex are 78 for 3 after Notts made 534 for 9 declared, so they're still 81 behind. Derbyshire have been set a chase at Lords after Middlesex declared their second innings 258 for 5. They're 62 for none, chasing 356.
Rushworth bowls and excited shout from behind the stumps as Ingram was struck on the pad. Wasn't a huge appeal. It's more like an acclamation of the bowler beating the batsman. 26 for 2. Glamorgan will be glad to get in the sheds and regroup. As Rushworth bowls, Ingram plays gently on the leg side.
Mervyn suggests Travaskis has a golden arm. So
I like seeing an over of spin before lunch.
It's one of the game's part of the laws of cricket, really. Slow left arm orthodox Travaskis. This is his 15th first-class game. 16 wickets, best bowling, 5 for 78 in the final game at Bristol.
Turned round the corner by Ingram, down towards fine leg. May well be a couple of runs here. He'll have to hurry. It's a good piece of fielding, but he's safely home as he flicked one off his legs. And Glamorgan move on to 28 for 2, having lost Lloyd without scoring and Salter for 10, both to Rushworth. Ingram 8, North East 5. Heard very positive things about Sam North East's batting in the pre-season game. Out for 24 in the first innings. Rushworth bowls, forward comes Ingram, playing to rain at mid-off, and there's no run. If you are just joining us, the game moved on very quickly today. Durham added a further 35 runs. The loss of their last 7 wickets. Alex Lees did just manage to get his Durham best score by 1 before he ran out of partners on 182 not out. Salter 7 for 45, career best, as Ingram defends, but Salter not able to complete the other part of his dual role. Dismissed for 10, caught it slip. Rushworth completing his 6th over then. 2 for 8 as he looks to put his side in a winning position. 121 runs still Glamorgan trail by with 8 wickets left. Rushworth bowls, Ingram drives, doesn't time it. Not really timing the ball at the moment is Ingram, as that one ran straight to mid-on. 28 for 2. Oh, Glamorgan, 11 overs gone. 73 potentially remain, and we have 13 minutes until lunch, so 3 or 4 more overs for Glamorgan to survive and try and reduce this deficit, but it looks as though Ingram is reining in some of his natural instincts.
Coghlan bowling here too, North East to dot ball. Rolls off towards mid-off, no run. Our breakfast show presenter, Alfie Joey's down on the banks of the River Tyne and has just tweeted a video. I just thought it was a video of the DFDS ferry, which is about to head off to Holland. But then the video starts to pan round, and next, whoop, there's Coghlan comes in again and bowls, and Sam North East drills that back to him. Good reflexes to stop it. There's this huge Cunard thing next to it, which I think is the Queen Victoria. Massive thing. I think that's probably bigger than what we were on last week. 28 for 2. 12 minutes to go to luncheon. In comes Coghlan from the river end. North East plays the ball out in towards the covers, off the toe of the bat. Not quite well timed. He's replaying the shot 2 or 3 times now.
Told that Edward's been doing the research. Salter's figures the best by Glamorgan spinner in almost 30 years. Robert Croft had an 8 for against Warwickshire and Swansea in 1992.
Coghlan to North East. North East plays that one better. This time it does go with a bit of purpose towards the covers, but it's no run.
Swansea has been known to be more spin friendly, to say the least. Unusual circumstances really for Salter's 7 foot, with at least 4 of them caught in the deep. There's one bowled, one stumped, and one caught at a close-ish mid-wicket.
In comes Coghlan. Oh, that's a leave. That's a good leave from North East. Coghlan scratches his head in disbelief that he didn't make connection with the stumps there. Wasn't much in it. Maybe the width of a ball.
Test match, South Africans, Bangladesh. Bangladesh were bowled out for 217. South Africa lead by 236 on first innings.
And that's left alone, taken low by Eckersley in front of first and second slip. End of the over. They trail by 121 Glamorgan at 28-42 here on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle.
South Africa 15 for no wicket in their second innings, which presumably means that Durham's new boy Keegan Peterson is padded up and ready to come in his last assignment before heading to your part of the world.
Yeah, Ben Rain going to come into the attack. I think that last over was a maiden from. Yes, it was. It was a maiden from Coghlan.
Plenty of shaven heads operating from this Cathedral Road end with Rushworth and Rain, and also James Wheel for Glamorgan, former Durham man.
Well, Coghlan and Rain turned up with extremely closely shaven heads at Nottingham last year.
As first ball from Rain is played off the back foot by Ingram, back to the bowler.
So I don't know if they got a bit bored in the hotel room or whatever. Stephen Rain's watching this week. I was chatting to him the other day. Ben's dad.
Well, he would have been pleased with his boy's performance in the first innings, certainly. 3 economical wickets as Rain bowled a full-length ball that Ingram drives back to him, fielded by Rain in his follow-through. Flicks it up to Travaskis and thence to Rushworth to do a bit of polishing.
If Durham could get another wicket now just before lunch, that would be a big blow.
Well, these are two very experienced batters.
Well, they are, aren't they? I mean, Sam North East got back-to-back centuries against Durham at Canterbury in 2017.
As Rain bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by the left-handed Ingram, who's 8 off 32 balls now, relatively becalmed. So Ingram just gritting his teeth and largely looking to defend at the moment. He's on 8, 28 for 2. Probably slightly more pleasant watching conditions with the wind having dropped finally. Rain bowls and Ingram drives, checks the shot slightly though as it runs all along the ground to Michael Jones at mid-off.
The flags are fluttering though, but the wind's from a different direction today. It's coming up from the south now. No, yes. They're not being torn off the moorings like they were on day one. I think had they got free, they would have been found in the Bristol Channel somewhere.
They're probably frozen out sideways at stages on day 2. Rain into bowl to Ingram, who steers that one to point, and there's no run. Ingram reaching into his muscle memory for all those defensive shots that he's hardly played in 5 years. Told he was working very hard in close season, knowing that he was quite likely to be called upon to play championship cricket again. As Rain is in to bowl to Ingram, he defends that one, and we don't know how much Marnus Labuschagne will be able to play after this current block, because he goes off to Sri Lanka with Australia. Hopefully he'll be able to come back, but the Australian board sometimes say, oh, we want our players to rest up or have a long pre-season in September at home, so we haven't seen him here in September before. Glamorgan have called in deputies in the form of Brathwaite and Rutherford, but if Ingram's here and in decent red ball form, then he could be the man to fill in.
Is that Hamish?
Hamish Rutherford
Wasn't
played
he here
last year.
Yeah. Coghlan, 2 North East, who's on 5, 28 for 2. That's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch. I don't think any of them really believe it. You can see the keeper really didn't. The umpire says no. Kate Holdsworth has tweeted, always good to see a man carrying his bat. Nice one, Alex Lees. Shame he ran out of partners to get him to the double ton. Kate goes under the moniker of Dutch Bird Kate, because although she's from Yorkshire, I think she grew up around sort of Ilkley, Otley, around that area. She lives in Amsterdam. Watches a lot of cricket though, as Coghlan bowls again. That's worth a shout. That is out. Northeast LBW has gone, and just as I said, how big would another wicket before lunch be from a Durham perspective? There it is. Northeast has gone for 5, 28 for 3, and they trail by 121 Glamorgan. And big celebrations from the Durham players there.
Oh, just played outside a straight one. Nip back maybe a little bit of movement back in, as you'd expect with the new ball, and Northeast has to depart, and I don't think he can have any real complaints about that. And Durham are rampant, and we've now seen 10 wickets fall in the morning session in very different styles though. Durham hitting out, Morgan trying to block. 28 for 3, still 121 runs behind, and that Glamorgan dressing room will be a very nervous place, you would have thought, at the moment. On the face of it,
70.4 overs to go as well.
Yeah, 70 overs is a heck of a long time, isn't it? No reason on the face of it why they shouldn't get some sort of partnership together and knock off this Durham advantage. But batsmen get trapped betwixt and between, don't they, mentally? Are they looking to bat out 70 overs, or are they looking to get a couple of 100 runs on the board and get into the lead? So it'll be Kieran Carlson in at 5, out for just a single in the first innings. Glamorgan's top scorer last season with 928 runs. One Day Cup winning captain as well. But here with a job to do in really adverse circumstances, and from Durham losing all those wickets in quick succession this morning, they've now claimed a few to again change the feel of the game.
I did tweet earlier, although I said it was poor from Durham with the bat this morning, they obviously just came out with the intention of slogging. I said the last 7 wickets fell for 31 runs, but it did tee up the prospect of a result other than a draw. And if Durham can pull off a victory, the wickets will be quickly forgotten about. So, could be in for a very interesting afternoon here. And yeah, I was just mentioning Dutch bird Kate when that wicket came. Yeah, she watched a lot of Alex Lees when he was developing his career at Yorkshire. And last time I saw her, she came to watch Durham at Arundel about 3 or 4 years ago.
Very pleasant place to watch cricket.
So Kieran Carlson, the match winner for Glamorgan in the One Day Cup final against Durham last year in Nottingham, got 1 in the first innings, and he's facing Coghlan here from the River End, and that's off the bottom of the bat just and down towards fine leg. I think he's probably played that onto his foot. There was a big yelp because I think for a moment or two they thought he might be LBW, but has it been signalled as a leg bye, is it? Right, so it's just straight slightly down the leg side then in that case. Leg bye signalled by Ian Blackwell. Oh yeah, it's hit his ankle, hasn't it?
Worth an inquiry.
Yeah. Coghlan in again. Oh, that's dug out a Yorker length ball. Well done, Kieran Carlson, because that was a very good delivery from Coghlan. Two balls left of this over, and Colin Ingram, I think, is going to make sure it is the last 2 balls as well. He's going to have a chat with Kieran Carlson.
That's experience for you.
I'm going to have to go next door, I think.
Updates for our radio listeners to come as Carlson drives off a full bat. Durham getting interested though. Carlson willing to have a go at a wide ball. Dispatched it through the covers to the short side of the ground for 4. That was wide, and it was uppish as well, as Carlson launched the kitchen sink into it. Fortunately for him, he didn't hit it straight to cover. 34 for 3. As Coughlin is in to bowl to Carlson, who drives back down the pitch. The clock has reached 1 o'clock, and that will be lunch with 70 overs left in the game for Durham to take 7 wickets. Glamorgan 34 for 3. You feel they'll need to get ahead and give Durham some sort of target in very quick time. Ingram has 8, Carlson has 4. Glamorgan have lost Lloyd for no score, Salter for 10, North East for 5, 2 wickets to Chris Rushworth, 1 to Paul Coughlin. That after Durham were bowled out for 383 this morning, losing 7 wickets for 35. Alex Lees was 182 not out. Andrew Salter, career best, 7 for 45. And that left Durham 84 overs to bowl Glamorgan out. They've claimed 3 wickets in the first 14. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come fairly shortly, and then commentary will resume at 1:40.
A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during this, the lunch interval. If you are going to be venturing out into the middle, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surroundings. And once again, welcome to everyone here today at Sophia Gardens. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. So if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to a steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game. I've got some lunchtime scores from the other matches taking place.
Glamorgan face a long battle to try to avoid defeat at lunch. They're 34 for 3 in their second innings, with Lloyd, Salter and North East already back in the pavilion. That after a remarkable collapse by Durham in their first innings, who lost their last 7 wickets for 35 today. Andrew Salter with a career best 7 for 45 as Durham hit out in vain. Alex Lees finished 182 not out, but Chris Rushworth has claimed 2 early wickets to put Durham on the victory trail. Glamorgan 34 for 3, still 115 runs behind.
Currently, they are 34 for 1. It's lunch as well at home, where Sussex in their second innings at 18-9 for 3, so they're still trailing Notts by 70 runs. That's after Notts declared on 534 for 9. Lunch as well at Chelmsford, where Kent have moved on to 468 for 5. That's in their first innings, and Kent is still trailing Essex by 46 runs. Lunch at Lords, where Middlesex declared on 258 for 5 in their second innings, and that's left Derbyshire with a target of 356 to win. Derbyshire Currently 73 without loss at the interval, still requiring a further 283 runs. At Grace Road, Leicestershire are in their second innings. They're currently 82 for 5, still requiring a further 288 runs to beat Worcestershire. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. And that includes the international T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July, when England meets South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages, which are also available for all games here at Sophia Gardens, including those in the T20 Blast as well as the Welsh Fire games in the 100. If you're seeking a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, a scorecard, or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, they're all available for purchase from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. A reminder that the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2, but as there's currently no public access beneath the cassette Howell stand, if you wish to visit the Glamorgan Club shop, you'll have to exit through Gate 4 and then stroll back down the lane so that you can re-enter via Gate 2. And don't forget that the Glamorgan Club shop is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion. As far as Glamorgan members are concerned, tea and coffee will be available in the Lewis Lounge between 3:30 and 4:30. And drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. And finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today until the end of the tea interval. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Now, in addition, there's also a temporary exhibition in the museum called Cricket is the Game for Me, Me and Me. And the exhibition celebrates the diversity of people playing, watching and supporting cricket and contains material submitted by cricket clubs from throughout Wales, as well as a group of local schools. resume the Glamorgan second innings after match. Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson. And to resume the bowling for Durham at the Cathedral Road end. Ben Bray.
So Durham very much in the ascendancy as we start the penultimate session of this game. With Glamorgan 34 for 3 in their second innings. That's a deficit of 115 runs still after the visitors were bowled out for 383 this morning. Inside the first 50 minutes of play, but really that collapses in a perverse sort of way helped their chances of victory because it gave them 84 overs to try to bowl Glamorgan out. The first innings lead for Durham was 149, and Glamorgan have lost 3 frontline batsmen in taking 34 off that. Ben Rain to start the afternoon session then, outside off stump, and Ingram allows it to go through. And there's no run. Through outside off stump. Ingram has 8, Carlson has 4. Batsman out, Lloyd without scoring, Salter for 10, Northeast for 5. 2 wickets to Chris Rushworth, 1 to Paul Coughlin. Rain bowls, and that's driven into the offside by Colin Ingram, and there's no run. So Durham have only used their seamers so far in this match. They didn't heed my call for the over of spin before lunch. Rain is in to bowl to Ingram, who forces off the back foot into the covers. Fielded at point by Dixon, and there is no run. Glamorgan facing a dilemma of whether to try and knock off this deficit, get in the lead, or whether just to defend for their lives. Here comes Rain into bowl, and that's driven through the offside nicely by Ingram, and that's raced away to the short side boundary, and that's 4 runs. Takes Ingram into double figures. He's up to 12, 38 for 3. The Durham advantage is Nelson, 111. Martin Emerson will come in alongside me until his bulletin at top of the hour. Done? Done. There we are. We can go unhindered then through the first half hour together, as Rain is in to bowl and Ingram on the back foot defends, and there's no run.
A distinct lack of hinderisation this afternoon.
You may be getting blasts of BBC Radio Wales into your ears at the top of the hour, if all the right buttons are pushed. Sarah Jones on Twitter gives a worried face emoji for Glamorgan's second innings and an applause emoji for Andrew Salter with his bowling, that is. As Rain bowls outside off stump, Ingram allows it to go through. 1 scoring shot at boundary in the first over after lunch. Then Ingram 12, Carlson 4, 69 overs left, 38 for 3, 111 the deficit. Liam on Twitter says he's baffled they're playing Andrew Salter as an opener. Suggests that Joe Cook surely deserved a go. Well, I think Cook had a fair go last season, to be fair. He had 8 matches and averaged 18, Joe Cook, so it wasn't quite happening for him. And Eddie Byram would have been probably opening the batting in this match if he hadn't had an operation recently, which will keep him out for about the first month.
This is Coughlin, it is, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. 1 wicket before lunch, got Sam Northeast, LBW. Here he comes to Carlson from the river end. Dot ball, played back to him.
And is the scoreboard pressure preying on Glamorgan because the North East played round a straight one? Lloyd played down the wrong line. Decent deliveries, but shouldn't really have got top order batsmen.
Coghlan in again. This is pushed by Carlson across towards the point area. Dot ball.
Could even have been worse, of course, because Colin Ingram was dropped by Coghlan off Rushworth first ball. Durham will regret that if he were still there at tea. But long sessions stretching ahead of Glamorgan.
In comes Coghlan, right arm over. Oh, that's gone right through Carlson and through to the keeper. That was a decent delivery.
A little bit of away movement there.
Yeah, just missed the off stump bail.
You would guess the modus operandi for Glamorgan would be to take it little chunks at a time rather than think, got 68 overs, just say, right, let's get through 5, let's get through 10. That's what they usually say anyway.
Coghlan again. Carlson gets behind that one this time. Ball rolls out towards mid-off, no run. If you want to tweet us at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or Nick Webb 2017, the year he thought he'd have paid all of his debts off and be free. And it didn't work like that. Or it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. Coghlan to Carlson. Oh, another snorter of a delivery. That's gone through to the keeper as well. How close was that this time? Oh, wasn't far off, was it?
Wasn't far off the edge, wasn't far off the off stump. Yeah, it's not Carlson's natural game, this.
Last ball of the over. It's played to backward point, no run. End of the over. Good over from Paul Coghlan there. And that's another maiden from him. So that's now, has it clicked over? 1 for 6 from 4 overs, 2 of which have been maidens. I think I might have to go and grab my sunglasses, you know.
Good heavens.
Are they?
Just starting to get a bit of brightness breaking through the thin high cloud, illuminating Sophia Gardens. And Rushworth is in from the Cathedral, Rain is in, sorry, from the Cathedral Road end, and Ingram plays gently to cover, and there's no run. Not a hair on the top of the head between them. Rain slightly broader across the shoulders, maybe Rushworth maybe a fraction taller, but looking to do the same job. Rain from the Cathedral Road end, Ben Rain. Bowls to Ingram, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. 2 slips in a gully, White behind him for the potential chance. And Ingram seems to be reining everything in. He's faced 43 deliveries for his 12 so far. And realistically, if Glamorgan are going to survive, they can't afford to lose more than, what, 2 wickets maximum, you wouldn't have thought, in the afternoon session. Rain bowls, and Ingram turns that one nicely off his legs. He should pick up a couple of runs without exerting too far as the ball runs out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Rushworth eventually retrieves it, and Glamorgan move on to 40 for 3.
A big question is to how happy will the Durham team bus be this evening on the long journey back?
Ooh, it is a long coach journey, isn't it? Especially given the regulations that coach drivers have to stick to. That's turned on the leg side, down to fine leg by Ingram. I think there was bat involved. It's gone down to fine leg. Is one. Oh no, it's a leg bye. Signalled by umpire Warren.
What they tend to do is on the final day like this, the coach driver will not have switched the engine on. In fact, sometimes one coach driver heads home and another one comes back down, but they'll try and start his working day as late as they can.
Yeah.
And then that might require just one break on the way home, maybe an hour or something.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that county players have sometimes been tempted to do long trips by car. As Carlson drives on the offside, no run, straight to cover.
When I first started covering Durham, they certainly did go by car, and there'd only be a couple of players in each. And then last summer, because of COVID restrictions, they were travelling around a lot of the time by car. In fact, maybe all of it by car.
Yes, Michael Hogan was telling us one day about a trip back from Canterbury where rain bowls and Carlson defends on the offside. No run, and the over. 41 for 3. Ingram 14, Carlson 4, deficit 108. Saying that the last thing you feel like after a long day as a fast bowler, when you maybe bowled 20 overs in the day, and then you have to get in your car and drive 4 hours back from Kent. Not great for the leg muscles or any particular muscle. Spectators few and far between in the jellyfish stand in front of the scoreboard. Is that a Cardiff City hat that lady's wearing on the video stream? Looks like one.
There's 2 more in there now than there were this morning. There was only the guy in the yellow jacket this morning. Coughlin comes in and bowls. And this is played by Ingram off towards point for 1. The jellyfish stand. Or is that the name of the...
It's the name of a sponsor.
Yeah. So what would would it be the northeast stand or something?
He's only been here a couple of weeks. We're not naming stands after him. That I think it's been known as the family stand at some point, because they tend to put the kids there for T20 games. Non-boozing stand.
Yeah. 42 for 3. In comes Coughlin, and defended by Carlson off towards point. The members' night the other day, Tim Bostock, the Durham chief executive, was asked whether Durham would consider another student night like they had during the T20 last year.
A bit raucous, wasn't it?
Yeah, but not as raucous as the following evening in Birmingham. And then plans for any more of those nights were quickly scrapped. They said that he would be open to the idea, but it would have to be done differently. In comes Carlson. That's fended away off past square leg for 2. Coughlin, to Carlson.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have thought that summer evenings, if the weather's decent, would be attractive enough to students anyway on a Thursday or Friday night.
They ferried them in a fleet of buses and put them in the County Durham stand just to the right of our media centre. And with restrictions in place in the ground, other sections were closed off to members, so 1 or 2 were unhappy they couldn't sit where they want, others were unhappy the students were there. Coughlin to Carlson, edged and didn't quite carry to Scott Borthwick at second slip.
Wasn't entirely in control of that one, Carlson, was he?
No.
Just half volley, maybe.
Just landed right underneath Borthwick.
Not a chance, but as close as you can get without being a chance.
Coughlin comes in and bowls, and Carlson digs out a Yorker around about the bottom of middle and leg. Plays it back to the bowler. Chris Tyndall's tweeted, he said, "Me and Toby are enjoying listening to the game on BBC Radio in our first season as Durham fans since moving up to Gateshead from London." And there's a picture of Chris and his baby. In comes Coughlin, turned away by Carlson, behind square leg for 1.
Yeah, it's a strange business having to change sporting allegiance, isn't it, when you go and live somewhere that's not your native place?
I've never had to do it, really. Have you?
Well, I went to watch Bath Rugby a few times when I was studying there. Went and watched Bristol a few times when I was in school in Bristol. Been to a couple of occasional matches at Exeter and at Harlequins when I was visiting various family members living there. Watched London Welsh a few times when I was working briefly in Surrey and when I was a teenager between school and university. As forward comes Carlson to defend the first ball of Rain's over. And when I had 6 months in Strasbourg as a student, lucky enough, and I was there to watch Strasbourg's valiant avoidance of relegation from the top division in France, shouting "Allez les Bleus" every other week.
So what colour strip did they play in then?
Red, but
Red.
another French for red. Here's Rain to bowl. Carlson chopping down on that one. Decent bat out on the offside, but diving stop at point by Dixon, who loses his hat in the process.
So I have to start supporting that Fuerteventura and third division Spanish team now then. I can't even remember the name of.
Yeah, haven't watched football in Spain. Need to be as Rain is into bowl to Carlson, who defends to cover, and there is no run. Update into the BBC Radio Wales News in about 5 minutes' time, if you're hearing noises off. So 3 slips or 2 slips and a gully?
2 slips in a gully.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gap. Rushworth bowls, Carlson works to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Fielded by Jones at mid-wicket. 2 slips and a fine-ish gully. 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Deep backward square back on the fence.
It's going to be windy and wet tomorrow by the sounds of things.
Great, day off. Actually, a bit of a day off. As Rain is in, and that's driven nicely by Carlson through the covers. This one will run away to the ropes for 4 runs. Carlson moves into double figures on 11, and Glamorgan are 49 for 3, and the deficit is 100. I might be back here briefly to have a chat with Marnus Labuschagne if things work out.
I think I'm going to have to go south to go north tomorrow.
It's not that far south of the train station.
No, but I'm going to have to go to Bristol first.
Oh, right.
And then north. So that'll be through the Severn Tunnel, is it, under the...
It is. And the water. 49 for 3. Rain bowls. Carlson runs that one down into the backward point area. And there's no run. 49 for 3, the deficit remains 100 at the end of the over. There are 65 overs for Durham to win this match in.
Suzanne's just tweeted, she says, my then 15-year-old was watching Durham when the student night took place. She said, he loved it, me not so, because they kept offering him and his friends alcohol.
Which, of course, being 15, he would not have taken.
No, I wouldn't imagine he's been anywhere near it, Suzanne.
Never. Right, I think I better steer us through this over, because I've got a quick bulletin update during the course of it, if that's all right. As Coughlin is into bowl to Ingram, who drives and will get a boundary, or will he? Dixon is off in hot pursuit. He will get 2 runs. Scrub that first comment as Dixon makes a big, good stop on the ropes on the pavilion side of the ground, albeit about 35-40 metres away from the pavilion fence. 51 for 3. Ingram 17, Carlson is 11. Deficit 98. Coughlin bowls. Ingram drives again and will get just the single because this one has gone more directly to Dixon in front of those practice wickets away to our left. 52 for 3 as the field swaps round between right and left-handers. Ingram on to 18, not out. So a long potential struggle for Glamorgan ahead this afternoon. It's Coughlin in to bowl to Carlson, who stretches forward, bat and pad together. Ball rolls out on the offside. Fielded by Jones, no run. 2 wickets to Chris Rushworth. Before lunch, bowling David Lloyd and having Andrew Salter caught at slip. And Coughlin coming to the party by trapping North East LBW for 5, a big wicket for Durham to claim. Coughlin into bowl. Carlson drives one hand off the bat and he's got that through cover and it's running away for 4 runs. Expansive shot by Carlson. And laid into that one. Right hand came off the bat. Potts dived but couldn't quite get down in time. And the board is in a bit of a mess because it's just given those runs to Colin Ingram. Update for BBC Radio Wales coming very shortly. Glamorgan facing a long battle to try to avoid defeat against Durham. They were 3 wickets down at lunch. They're still 3 wickets down. 56 for 3 in their second innings. 93 runs short of making Durham bat again. The visitors bowled out for 383 this morning, with Alex Lees 182 not out. Andrew Salter a career best 7 for 45. Glamorgan started badly. Ingram and Carlson battling at the moment. They're 56 for 3. As Ingram shoulders arms to the last ball of Coughlin's over outside the off stump. Edward decides that he doesn't like the feel of BBC Newcastle headphones, which is a slightly different style and possibly slightly less comfortable than the Welsh ones, but it's always better to stick to your own headphones anyway for hygiene reasons, if nothing else.
Yeah, mini little revival here. They put on what, 28 for 3, now 56 for 3, and here is Rushworth.
Rain
Rather, bowling. Why do I think it's Rushworth, or could be Rain?
No hair.
Correct.
But 4 runs anyway.
Yes.
The scoreboard's got in a mess. I think it's 60 for 3. It says 51 at the moment.
Should be 60 now. Anyway.
They missed, I think, an Ingram they missed an Ingram single, and then they had the batsman the wrong way round.
1 hand off the bat. That's twice he's got 2 boundaries off that.
It'll look bad if he's out.
You keep your eye on the score, then I'll tell you what's happening out in the middle. Ben Rain, formerly of Leicestershire, comes over the wicket and bowls, and this is played into the covers. So as the wicketkeeper, of course, Ned Eckersley is former Leicester for a while. 61 for 3. Do you agree, Mr. Webb?
Let's see if various
a little bit behind.
Inputs are, I agree. I'm pretty sure it's 61 for 3.
Anyway, Carlson's facing. He's on 20. Rain comes in, bowls to him now, and leaves outside the off stump, taken rather low down there by Eckersley. Not a great carry. And Glamorgan trail by 88.
I think Carlson is liable to try and do his best to knock this deficit off rather than just eat up time, isn't he? Because I remember a similar game a couple of years ago where he sort of came out all guns blazing, really, and Glamorgan got ahead, and that was the way of saving the draw.
Yes, I suppose you can look at it both ways. Rain past umpire Warren, bowls, and is played again on the line of off stump. Just trickles out to mid-off. Batsman out, David Lloyd, bowled by Rushworth, 5th ball of the innings. The very next ball, Colin Ingram was dropped for an absolute sitter, 3rd slip. Anyway, he's still there on 18. Andrew Salter was caught, very well caught low down by the Durham captain. Scott Borthwick for 10, and Sam Northeast just on the verge of lunch out for 5 as Rain bowls, and that's pushed away into the covers, and there's no run. He was LBW to Coughlin. And we'll see these seamers, I would have thought, bowl and bowl throughout, as they did in the first innings, unless, of course, that these two can stay there, shall we say, until tea. You'll have to introduce, you would have thought, Travaskis, especially after they saw what havoc was created and caused by the Glamorgan spinner, Andrew Salter. Last ball of Rain's over. In, bowls, pushed away again into the covers. There's no run, 61 for 3 then Glamorgan after 21 overs, and we have 63 left.
Well, Salter did cause havoc, you're right, but on the other hand, it wasn't because the ball was spinning square. It was because Durham were hitting out at absolutely everything and not giving themselves even a chance to have a look at what Salter was doing, which was to bowl straight and accurate as he could and try and keep the run rate down, and they kept hitting him up in the air.
Could have been method in that madness, you see, because they'd want all the time in the world on a slow pitch to try and dismiss Glamorgan.
Coughlin bowls, Ingram defends on the offside.
They must have had orders, because batsman after batsman, first ball, second ball, bang up in the air.
It was obviously team orders, but
can't understand what Rushworth was doing the last ball of the innings, trying to hit Salter over the top. He just blocked it. Of course, Lees would have been taking strike.
Coughlin bowls and Ingram defends to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, you could say that had they batted longer, Glamorgan obviously would have had less time to survive, but on the other hand, if Durham had been 200 ahead instead of 149, then there wouldn't have been much danger of Durham having to bat again.
No. They trail now by 86, I think it is. 88.
Oh, there could be a mix-up.
Yes,
yeah. As Ingram pushed on the offside, both batsmen came about a third of the way down the wicket before retreating. No. I'm not sure if Ingram would have been back home, and the two batsmen
they have
come
a word
down the wicket to say, well, hang on, what are we doing?
Could have been sorry, or what are you doing?
Yeah,
now, this happened in the first instance, if you remember, Nick. Remember Chris Cook? And had a terrible mix-up with Ingram as I break off.
Coughlin is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives on the offside and will pick up a single out to the field Dixon on the point boundary.
This perhaps because Ingram hasn't played. He played one 4-day match last year. Perhaps he's not certainly interested. He's not into the calling patterns of perhaps a couple of batsmen.
Yeah, that could be the case. You get to get on each other's wavelengths, I guess. 62 for 3. Ingram to 19 not out. 87 the deficit. 3 slips still for Coughlin. Bowling to Carlson, who drives to mid-off. And there's no run. I think looking at these two batsmen, Ingram has changed his operation rather more than Carlson has. Carlson is looking to keep the scoreboard ticking, and
he's a shot player, isn't he?
Ingram equally a shot player, but maybe he's got a lower gear that he can play in. Coughlin bowls, Carlson leaves outside off stump with that Labuschagne-like flourish. Bat high in the air.
Talking about run-outs.
Came back in a little bit.
It did. It bounced and did come back. Talking about when I was playing, I had an opening partner. Obviously, we had misunderstandings and used to get run out now and again. It was never his fault. If he got run out, he would glare at me. Then he'd run. You remember playing it on the Seguero one year? He ran me out off a no ball. I mean, it was a risky run, but having got two of the no ball, he said yes. I said no, yes. That was that.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Don't like run-outs.
No.
Do you?
No. Yes, I've probably run more people out than got
I was
run
waiting
out
for
myself, I'm afraid. Rain coming in now for you.
Yes, from this end, and he is going to bowl to Colin Ingram. Keeper standing up, and Ingram flicks it down the leg side and will get four. Or is it leggings? No, it's 4 runs. Just tucked it off his legs. We saw Alex Lees play that shot a lot in the first innings of Durham, but that was just drifting down the leg side, and 4 runs.
66 for 3, deficit 83. Umpires still with those black gloves on. They look a bit sinister, don't they?
What do you mean? Like Undertakers?
Well, it's a bit of a Bond villain sort of look, isn't it? Those black gloves being given out by a black gloved finger is a bit rubbing it in a bit, really, isn't it?
Odd job back in action. Rain is round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram and bowls him now, and he goes off the back foot, plays it back down into the cover region, and there is no run. So it is now 66 for 2. For 3, Ingram 19 and Carlson is on 20. These came together at 28, so 36 added, and Glamorgan want them to stay there rather a long time. In comes Rain again and bowls down the leg side. Lovely take. I was just about to say one of the joys for me is to see wicketkeepers standing up to medium paces. And you will remember, of course, the great Jack Russell, as he used to stand up, especially in one-day games. Ian Harvey, who wasn't the slowest bowler, excellent all-rounder from us. Often you'd see him standing up to John Lewis and taking everything. And if you go as a wicketkeeper, you'd like to see him as dismissals, stamped down the leg side. They're worth a watch. As in comes Rain, bowls. Goes a shot from Ingram there. His feet didn't move. He tried to cut it through the offside. There is a man feeling again on the boundary, but again it was well taken with Eckersley standing up.
Next week, Durham look to be up against a Leicestershire side heading for defeat today. 100 for 5, needing a further 270 at Grace Road, so they might not arrive at the Riverside in the best of shape.
Rain in, bowls. Oh, bowls him. I think it was bowl. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Just got through the Ingram defence and the big blow struck him by Durham.
Very big, and it looked a very good delivery, unless it might have moved off the pitch. We got a chance to look for the second time. Goes wide. Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful delivery. Comes back inside him. Glamorgan in big trouble. 66 for 4. They still trail by 83. And Chris Cook to come. And I'm judging on the first innings, the last recognised batsman for the home county.
Yeah, they fell away badly in the first innings, losing the last 5 wickets for 20. That partnership added 38 in 9 overs, but really not substantial enough to get Glamorgan anywhere near.
I also think, talking about wicket keepers, Nick, that dismissal was a lot to do with Eckersley standing up, because he had to stay in his crease. And obviously, he always bats outside his crease, Colin Ingram. Therefore, more chance to get into the pitch of the ball. But there, he was half and half, wasn't he?
Just gives the batsman something extra to think about, doesn't it? As you say, restricts his movement, and was cleaned up by Ben Rain. Rain has 1 for 14, Coughlin 1 for 19, Rushworth has the other 2, and Glamorgan look likely to be playing a Nottinghamshire side with a victory under their belt in the first round. Sussex are 112 for 5 in their second innings. They are still 47 runs behind.
I've noticed there, Nick, I think they must have bowled 20-25 overs, and Luke Fletcher was just about the 1 over for 4 runs, which might suggest he might be injured. Is that still the case?
Yeah, well,
they've
got this lad called Broad who could come in. Stuart Broad.
Fletcher's a very useful operator.
Been playing in the... he might turn up on commentary because he's a big friend of Dave Bracegirdle, the Radio Nottingham commentator, isn't he?
Yeah.
So
long walk.
It is a long walk here at Sophia Gardens with the for the batsman who's been dismissed. Because
I was thinking of Trent Bridge. It's
right,
long walk, right the other side of the field.
Yes.
The old commentary point, which you may remember, was 15 yards from the dressing room.
No, I didn't work at that
one. Of the best commentary points it's ever been. We were lower than we are now, right behind the bowler's arm. It was terrific. But that was taken over, and the new one the other side of the ground. Here's rain then. Keeper's now gone back for the new batsman Chris Cook at 66 for 4 as he bowls and Cook plays it away out to square leg. That's the end of a successful over for Durham and to Ben Rain. 66 for 4. Cook just received the 1 delivery, and Carlson is not out 20. And the 2 batsmen confer, and they're probably saying, well, just take the runs if they are on offer.
Yeah, it's a mindset where you don't want to miss out on the bad ball.
No.
Because if Glamorgan can get noses in front, but even that seems a long way away at an 83-run deficit.
Certainly does.
Batting to come, Callum Taylor at 7, James Whale, formerly of Durham, at 8, James Harris, back with Glamorgan at 9. As the new overseas Carlson collect runs off the first delivery. He'll pick up a 2, having flicked Coughlin down towards backward square leg. Stopped just inside the boundary by fine leg running round. 68 for 4, 81 in arrears. 60.5 overs left. Yeah, it looks as though Sussex are trying to bat out time there, crawling along at 2 runs and over in a similar sort of position. Coughlin bowls, Carlson edges, didn't carry to slip, parried away by Travaskis at 3rd slip, or 2nd slip rather.
Oh, I'm convinced that decision, that with the keeper standing up for Colin Ingram, because he's immediately gone back for Chris Cook, who faced that 1 ball, and it preys in your mind.
As in comes Coughlin to bowl, and Carlson leaves outside off stump. Bradley Robson, Durham follower, says we really should bring Travaskis into the attack. I don't think that we're likely to see spin for some time with the seamers. Stuart Dick points out that Glamorgan keep losing wickets on the 5th ball of the over. Irrelevant but amusing. Stephen Moss queries selection.
Yeah, I'm afraid I did.
For this game. As Carlson forces on the leg side, will
beautifully timed shot.
Pick up a couple of runs, maybe 3.
Should get 3.
They'll turn, and Carlson will jog back in the end for the 3rd run to the non-striker's end. They're all valuable. Carlson on to 25. Glamorgan 71 for 4, trail by 78.
I think that Tom Cullen certainly deserved a place, because he's someone I've seen so many times, and you have, who comes in if there's a little bit of a collapse. He stems it. He won the game at Derby a few years ago when Glamorgan lost early wickets.
As Cook leaves the next delivery outside off stump.
And I suspect now for the next game, Nisa will come in for Taylor. So that possibly will be one change. And do you bring Cook in for either Wheel because possibly, they'll think he'll probably get a few more runs. I know he hasn't done it pre-season.
Conklin in to bowl. Cook pushes forward slightly unconvincingly, plays the covers, no run, 71 for 4, 60 overs remain. I'm not sure that Joe Cook has done enough this season. He got a few runs and wickets against the Cardiff Students, but Joe Cook opening the batting only averaged 18, unfortunately.
I said it last season, I don't think he is an opening batsman. But we saw, I know one day games are different, but he always contributes batting at 7 and the shine is off the ball, hits the ball a long way. And his medium paces often picks up a wicket for you. And I think perhaps they'd have a look at him. And of course, you've got Labuschagne coming back.
Yeah, Labuschagne for Ingram at 3 and Nisa 4. Taylor, Wheel.
Well, for Taylor, certainly. Wheel.
I think if you bring Nisa in for Taylor, it's not a tail, but it's...
It's not going to favour spinners, I don't think, Trent Bridge, with that attack they have.
Anyway, Eckersley's gone to stand up again for Carlson this time.
Yeah. And it'll be Rain with figures for 1 for 14. Coming in over the wicket, bowls to Cook and Carlson rather than Carlson is on the back foot, plays it with his head right over the ball out into the covers. It's early, very early to make prediction. But I don't think, Nick, that there are many sides going to beat Durham this year. I think they'll be very, very close to the top of the championship. Perhaps might be a little weakness. I don't know. I haven't seen Travaskis bowl a lot at spin, but you won't get much spin at Durham. There's Rain bowls, and that's clipped away on the on side down to fine leg for a single.
Well, Travaskis last season... took 9 wickets in his 3 matches with his slow left arm, and bowling of average of only 19. So he did the job when he was called upon.
Yes, I suppose he could do it. But when you get these 4 charging in, accurate, not giving you any runs to play with, and the batting is immensely strong. Perhaps you wouldn't say that after this morning's collapse. But there was a reason for that, of course. Cook has yet to score as he faces Rain. Comes in and bowls and he plays it out under the onside, forces it away, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, with Lees, Borthwick and Bedingham in your top 5.
Somebody's going to get 100 there.
They're a quality batsman for Division 2.
You've only got Eckersley at 7 or 8 as well. It's a well-balanced side. Well, you've got Scott Borthwick, of course, who can bowl his leggies. I don't know how much he bowls these days. He bowled in the one-day final, of course. Rain comes in, bowls, and Cook leaves outside the off stump.
Borthwick last season, 12 wickets at 37. So he used himself occasionally, really, given that he played in all the matches, all 13 matches played by Durham. Don't mention Surrey not turning up.
Yeah.
Citing COVID concerns.
I think we should say anything, you and I, there. 3 slips, wait, as in comes Rain and bowls. The Cook clips that away down the onside. They'll be comfortable with a single. They are 2 quick runners, but decide on that small boundary side away to our right. The leg side boundary to right-handers. They just take the one and Cook is off the mark. 73 for 4. Glamorgan trailed by 76. Up comes wicketkeeper Eckersley. That again tells us it's on the slow side, this pitch. And he really shouldn't be 73 for 4. Rain bounces in, passes the umpire, bowls. Carlson gets right behind that, plays it back down the pitch. And that's the end of Rain's 7th over. Coughlin has bowled 8, and they've only gone for 40 between them in the 15 overs, which tells us it's been accuracy.
Yeah, been a fine performance from the Durham Seamers. Do a holding job on the first day of this match, rip through the Glamorgan lower order on the second morning. So Rushworth comes back into the attack. for Durham, and well, difficult times for Glamorgan supporters. Glamorgan last season got through the first block of fixtures in pretty good shape. Despite a couple of defeats, they notched up a couple of victories and finished third in the 6 sides in their group. Despite the, but then got hammered by Durham towards the end. As Cook is off the mark. Oh, he's away here. Sorry, he's already had one. He may have his first boundary. He does have his first boundary, as that's punched through the offside for 4 runs. Rushworth back into the attack once the board has realised that. 77 for 4. Glamorgan just past the halfway mark in the battle to clear the deficit, which is the first part of trying to save this game. 72 runs behind. Rushworth bowls and Cook hits this one hard on the offside, but straight to Jones points this time, and there's no run.
A decision that possibly might disappoint Glamorgan members this year, Nick, is there will be no scorecards. Now, one of the joys of growing up as loving the game, I suspect you might have been the same. The first thing we did was my dad and I would buy a scorecard each, and we'd hang on to it for the day or hang on to it for the 4 days and keep it.
As Rushworth is in to bowl and Cook forces again through the offside and will again get runs. Is a despairing dive by Jones chasing back from point, but the ball just beats him into the grandstand boundary, and Glamorgan tick along to, is that one going up on the scoreboard? 81 for 4 now it has, 68 behind.
I did notice how there's nothing in the pitch now. That just stood up slowly, and I suppose if you do get past the what we talk about, the new ball, how many overs have we had? 26 overs nearly. It should be.
Rushworth bowls, Cook is forward. I don't think the new ball is going to come into this. I mean, they're 4 wickets down already after 25.
No, what I'm saying, once you got over that new ball,
yes.
it's surely, somebody should get runs. Going back to the old scorecards.
Scorecards, so you're not happy, are you, Edward?
Well, I don't use scorecards. We're fortunate to have everything we want here, but I'm just thinking of the tradition of the game, and people can, they used to love filling in their scorecards.
As that's outside off stump, and Chris Cook allows it to go through to Ackersley.
The reason is its sustainability?
Yeah, I mean, it's economy grounds, I guess, but if you look at the situation in rugby and football, where many clubs are now packing up, doing match programmes.
I'm not happy, I'm always happy, but just a little disappointed. There we are. I'm a traditionalist, I suppose.
Rushworth into bowl to Cook on the leg stump, played to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You say that, Edward, but the certainly for the short form of the game, the audience for that are liable to be following things on their phones rather than if there's Wi-Fi available in the ground, which there is. People follow it on their phones, and I took one of my daughters to a rugby match the first time in a couple of years, and the first question is, what's the hashtag for this game? So it was Harlequins against, say, Northampton, and hadn't really thought of that. Hashtag Harvey Nor, so she could follow what other people were saying about the game during the course of it.
Would my little phone take that?
We haven't discovered the volume button on your phone.
The volume has gone down.
After about 20 years.
I said all winter, Nick is keeping all of the volume. So I got one of my grandchildren to turn it down for me. Potts has switched ends, and he's bowling at this end, and he's forced away in the offside, and the man on the sweeper, you may question, why on earth is the man on the sweeper with 4 down and they still behind? Well, simple answer is, you want to keep the runs down, and why should we just give runs away? Which is a very sensible decision, I think. 82 for 4, and Carlson's moved on to 27. Yeah, I suppose it's moving on, as you say. You can also score at cricket. As Potts is over the wicket, close to the stumps. Cut away, short, backward of square. It's a chase for man, and he's not going to get anywhere near it. A lovely, powerful shot there by Chris Cook.
He's got
short ball.
Powerful forearms, hasn't he?
He has,
Chris
yeah.
Cook? He does.
Strong boy.
Hit through the ball beautifully.
Yeah. I went down to watch my club side last year, and my old club side, and I said, "Where are the scorers then?" Because the scoreboard was working. Some chap said, "Here I am," and sitting down on the chair, an easy chair, with 2 computers.
Yeah.
Is that how you operate up in your club? I've never seen it like it. Next ball is pushed away, backward of square. They think of a single, good bit of fielding, backward square, and the score remains at 86 for 4.
The first 11 scorer operates off a tablet. It's not connected to scoreboard because that's still one of those clunky pull the numbers down ones.
And if I'm at home, I wonder how to go out and get it on.
We're not quite. We don't have Wi-Fi in the ground, unfortunately, so it doesn't go in live. But he records it on a tablet, so it's easier to put into the play cricket system afterwards.
Yeah. In comes Potts balls. That nip backs in to Cook. They think of a run, but mid-wicket comes in very quickly there.
Second 11, you're lucky to have the scoreboard completed. Find enough people who know how to score.
And umpire,
yeah. Having
that's your love of the game again.
Having been around, I end up doing one or the other for quite a lot of time, to be honest.
Well, I'll have to keep your wicket for 50 overs. In comes the next delivery, and it's beaten Cook outside the off stump. Quicker delivery that, and Cook just puts his hand as if to say, yeah, that jagged a bit off the pitch. Score remains at 86 for 4, 13 to Cook, 27 Carlson. The last wicket fell at 66, so 20 added, and the deficit is 63 still.
Bradley Robson says he's excited about this championship season with Peterson Cars, of course, who we haven't mentioned a lot. He's injured at the moment.
The next ball comes down, and that beats him again, this time outside the off stump. Good finish to the over from the bowler there, Matty Potts, and the score remains at 86 for 4.
Stokes maybe a game or two as well, Bradley points out. Good times, he says.
I wouldn't have thought Stokes will bowl a lot, do you? I'm sure the Durham supporters will agree, because he doesn't hit that left foot down, the left leg. I mean, test series coming up, and another test series.
But he's such a good batsman. It doesn't. He's worth his place in a test level just as a batsman, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Let alone at county level. I mean, he might sort of bowl a handful of overs, but I wouldn't expect to see him regularly now for bowling in the county game. As Rushworth bowls to Carlson, who defends to mid-off, and there is no run. There'll be a bit of rotation, you would imagine, among the Glamorgan seamers as Nisa comes in, and maybe they'll just leave one out each game for the first 4 or 5 games and give everyone. Hogan, much to his chagrin, was rested, I think, in round 5 last season.
Yes.
As Carlson drives Rushworth to mid-on, no run.
There's an article by Robert Croft, former Glamorgan coach, of course, and he said in his article, in a very good benefit brochure that Hogan has brought out, in fact you can purchase them at the reception desk, he said, Hogan once said to him, I want to play in every game, I want to bowl as much as you want to, and I don't want missed out on one day or any other fixture you've got. Well, a captain's dream, you would have said, wouldn't you? He didn't take a wicket in the last, the only innings he's bowled in this game, but did bowl fairly well and had a bit of luck. This morning, a shot from Lees went straight to first slip, but Glamorgan were not putting anyone near that area because they thought that from the onset they would be playing shots. They did play shots, but got out. Keeper's up again.
Rushworth 2 for 16 into Carlson, who tries to chop that away on the offside and misses. Good take again. It's a very good display of wicket keeping to stand up to.
And take
all
it.
the Durham bowlers.
There are a lot of good keepers out there in the country now.
It's a tremendous skill, really. Stand up to an opener like Rushworth. 2 slips and a gully as Rushworth bowls to Carlson, back on his stumps, defending on the offside. It's the skipper, Borthwick at second slip, and David Bedingham, the South African batsman, at first slip. I don't think we've mentioned him in the field in the course
no,
of
he's
this
been
game.
there all
Bedingham.
the time.
There's not any much to do. A catch to dismiss Colin Ingram in the first innings, but that's probably the only time his name has been said in the field. Carlson works one off his legs down towards fine leg. They might think about a second, but good fielding there by Matty Potts, coming in quickly, getting his throw in quickly, even if it wasn't the most accurate. And Glamorgan at 87 for 4, trailing by 62 runs with 6 wickets remaining here on BBC Sport Online.
Talking about keepers, I see the lad from Hampshire, McManus, has moved on loan for a couple of months to Northants.
Yes, because Rossington's
gone to Essex.
Which there must be something behind the scenes there, you would have thought.
He was stripped of the captaincy,
After
wasn't
he
he?
lost the captaincy, yeah. Rushworth bowls to Cook, who defends back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. Yeah, it's strange at Northampton for a player to leave a week or two before the season.
Player to Rossington. Always, if they're 50 for 4, whatever, always comes in and scores 30 or 40 or even more.
But you wonder where that leaves Essex's existing keepers, Adam Wheater and...
Wheater, I don't think I've seen him a lot in the field in recent years. Don't know if he's the
other lad who came in.
Yeah,
who's
my name?
Buttleman or something like that.
Yeah, played in the one-day match.
Buttleman, yeah,
left-hand hard-hitting player. Matthew Potts to continue in, and he will be bowling to Carlson, who's on 28. There's some good shots, Carlson. He will attack the bowling. He's very much a short player, and unforgettable innings against the same opposition in the cup final last year. As Potts bowls the first ball and he leaves. Borthwick came on, didn't he? When he was in single figures, and he went 6-4 and played the most glorious innings and brought Glamorgan into well over the 100 for 2, and they went on from there. But to come in like that, and he must have had nerves, and he was captain of the side, immediately counter-attacked. He waits now, bat tapping in the crease, held up high, as and he's beaten there. That was a very, very good delivery. He was going to drive.
Didn't quite get his feet there, did he?
No. Played it all from the crease. He wouldn't want to see that again, because you rightly say his feet didn't go anywhere. And Cook went down and have a little word, or just having a look at the pitch.
He was a bit off balance when he played the shot, which didn't help him.
Matty Potts turns at the end of his run from this Cathedral Road end, runs away from us now and bowls to Carlson. Carlson again pushes this good delivery firmly out of mid-off, and there's yells from behind the crease.
No, that was fine. It was perfectly acceptable defensive technique there from Carlson. Got everything behind it. Played it off the middle of the bat. Blue stumps, green bales, whatever next. Even in the county championship. Oh.
Yeah, the game is moving on, so they say. That's a good-looking shot down to the extra cover boundary. The sweeper is there, though. They will collect a single, and the score advances by 1 run. Martin is back. He'll be coming in at the end of the over. And Nick, have you taken a breather, or me, or whatever? You're in charge.
Haven't got much time now before the 3 o'clock news, so perhaps if you have a breather and come back after the 3, that would be good.
2 balls left of this over as Potts comes in, bowls. Oh, and that's another ball that beats the bat. So Carlson and Cook both beaten in a very good over here from Matty Potts. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17, Rushworth at the other end, and Potts now 0 for 19, and this is 6th over. Could have easily got a wicket. Final ball of this 29th over as he's in and bowls short. Cook has nothing at all to do with it. That is the end of the over. 88 for 4. Cook is on 13 and Carlson is 29 not out.
Thank you, Edward. To see just after 3 o'clock, if that's all right. And Glamorgan trail by 61 runs here on the final afternoon at Sophia Gardens. 55 overs remaining for Durham to try to force victory. They knock off a couple if a change of innings is needed, if Durham do have to bat again. And, well, it'll be a very poor batting performance if Glamorgan don't make Durham go in again. But captaincy easy for Borthwick at the moment, just rotating his seamers because they're all doing a job. Martin.
Yes, and he knows he can rely on them as well, doesn't he? That's the thing.
With Cars to come back into the side as well.
Yeah, he'll be back Mayish, they reckon.
All right.
Had a operation on a knee to. Here's Rushworth then. He's coming in from the river end at the moment. Nearly all of his overs have been from the Cathedral Road end instead. Bowling to Carlson, that's played up to mid-on, no run. Lees collects it.
Well, yeah, if you put Stokes into this top 5 of the batting order, it really is a formidable unit, isn't it?
Yeah, Stokes has had a scan, hasn't he? And they couldn't find anything wrong with his knee. So he's due to play for Durham at some point. Rushworth in. Carlson defends this one. It runs up to mid-off this time. He's got to stay in his crease because the keeper is standing up and putting pressure on him again.
Yeah, we paid tribute earlier to Eckersley maybe playing a part in Ingram's dismissal because he couldn't move his feet as freely as he wanted and eventually got bowled.
Had an email from Daniel in Darlington as Rushworth comes in and bowls. This is off the pad and drifts away down towards backward square leg. Leg by is signalled by the umpire. Ian Blackwell, the former Durham man. We were talking about that student night earlier. He says, as a recent former student of Durham University, I often get relevant events popping up on my Facebook feed, including the attached, which I saw a couple of days ago. I thought you might like to know about this one, given the conversation this afternoon as Rushworth comes in and bowls. Defended. As it seems Durham have indeed done a deal with the same company again this year. Yes. Invades, that was the name of the firm.
Yeah, as you said, I think they had more problems at Edgbaston, didn't they?
Yeah, well, there were pitch invasions the next night, weren't they? And then the ECB stopped it all after that. Supposedly things will be done in a slightly different manner this time. We shall see as that one spits up and away off the edge and down towards third man. It looks like it's going to go for 4. Borthwick's chasing after it as hard as he can, and he slides across the rope. I think that's a 4.
I don't know if that's been given.
I think that was a 4. He went careering into the rope there, didn't he? It came off the shoulder of the bat.
I didn't see him signal a 4 as we have a
he's on the rope there, surely.
A
bit like that, the Glamorgan one earlier in the day.
People don't really know, but that one looked closer to the boundary than most. One saved.
Rushworth to Carlson. Played to mid-wicket, no run there. He was side on to the ball as he tapped it away from the rope and was careering across the rope and running at the same time. So I'm going to show us again. I don't know if they can freeze it or not, but
it's a good chase to be fair. But it's probably
slowing it down. Bang! He's on the rope there. That's a 4.
Oh well. If
Well,
if
Durham missed out on one earlier.
If one run proves vital, there it was. Muddy Potts looking to come to the party. The other Durham seamers have wickets to their name. Potts 0 for 19 at the moment, into Chris Cook, who's 16 not out. Defends to mid-wicket. No run.
Did you see Stu's tweet earlier? That's now 7 Glamorgan wickets in the match on a 5th ball.
We did earlier. Yeah. It's that dangerous penultimate ball of the over. Batsman relax.
Oh, Suzanne's been back on about the student night and the alcohol and her 15-year-old son.
Potts is in to bowl. Cook defends solidly back to him.
She said, I'd like to point out, I should add, that he and his friends were then in the under-15 county squad at the time. So, for those of you who missed it, Suzanne tweeted earlier to say, my then 15-year-old was watching Durham when the student night was on and he loved it. Me, not so much, but this was because they kept offering him and his friends alcohol.
Potts bowls, Cook on the back foot, defends back to the bowler again. Yeah, it'd be hard-pressed to be 18 one moment and then playing for the under-15s next week.
I remember doing my post-match interview that night. I can't even remember who they were playing now. And apparently there was a streaker ran right past me and I never saw because I had my back to the field doing the interview.
Male or female?
I can't even remember that.
Potts is in to bowl. That's angled down to backward point by Chris Cook. There will be no run because there is a fielder in the form of Paul Coughlin in a somewhat unusual backward point position.
I think it might have been a woman.
Man.
Thinking back.
No video replay was available.
No.
92 for 4 Glamorgan, 57 runs in arrears, 53 overs remain after this. Potts to Cook, who'll get a single here, down to that backward point, stroke short third man position, off a thickish outside edge, 93 for 4.
Ball should still be quite good from a Durham point of view because it's only 31 overs old, and interestingly there's still 21 overs to go to tea on this final day, so there's still a lot of action can happen in this game yet.
Isn't it on time on the final day, I think?
Oh, it might be, mightn't it? Yeah.
I think
20 to 4.
Tea is 20 to 4, no matter how many overs, but we could have a
that's nearly an
potentially long final session. Potts bowls, Carlson on the back foot defends. And 31 overs gone. These two have been together for 8 overs now. Just starting to get into a bit of batting rhythm, although albeit they have both been beaten once or twice. So Durham have got signs of hope. Glamorgan were 3 down at lunch. We're now an hour and 9 minutes into the afternoon session. They're 4 down. One more before tea, and Durham really would be convinced.
Liam Travaskis.
First over of Durham's spin in the 32nd over of the second innings. Having delivered 38, 56, 73 overs of seam in the first innings and 31 in the second. So
took 9 wickets last year in the Championship, Travaskis, including his career best 5 for 78 in the final game of the season at Bristol, on a pitch that was shorn of most of its grass and looked like a bit of an oil slick, but
bowler-friendly track in Bristol, that's a first, isn't it?
Well, Durham were upset that such a track had been prepared and the game was over in 2 and a bit days and they were on the losing side. As Cook faces the first ball from Travaskis, left arm round, slow orthodox, ball dabbed away towards short extra cover, but those who will remember it well, a few weeks earlier when Durham were trying to get maximum points in the group game against Notts in Chesley Street, they had the smallest boundaries possible. So 93 for 4 the score, and that's played off towards the point boundary for 1 by Cook. When I got to the ground for that Nottinghamshire game, the boundary was so close to the square. I think it was 60 yards max either direction. I thought that they'd been left there from a junior game the day before. Draskis in again, nurdled round the corner by Carlson, no run.
Probably a good time for Durham to bring on the spinners just as the batsmen were starting to settle a little bit. Just give them something else to think about.
Draskis again. Oh, Carlson down the track, plays the ball back up towards the bowler, but he can't get there because he collides with Cook. It runs up to mid-on in the end, no run.
He's confident in using his feet, Carlson, but risks getting stumped, obviously.
Travaskis again, dabbed towards the cover, short extra cover area. Coughlan collects it.
Carlson around the 5-8 mark hasn't got as much reach forward as some batsmen, of course.
Yes, last ball of the over. This 32nd over here on the BBC, and that's defended. End of the over. Derek says he's looking forward to the start of the season for his daughter. She will be playing for Gateshead on Friday, playing Ledgate, and then for Alnmouth and Lesbury thirds against Warkworth. At the weekend. Here we go again, he says. Alnmouth and Warkworth's a bit of a derby match.
Yeah.
Not too far between those two.
So Seam continues from this Cathedral Road end with 52 overs remaining in this game for Durham to win it. Glamorgan 55 runs behind.
Mervyn says that was definitely a 4. The umpires don't look interested in checking these days, he says, which is what he said this morning, the previous incident.
As first delivery from Potts is defended by Cook on the offside, no run. Well, the trouble is, unless they come upstairs, that could be something for the cricket managers to do, really, isn't it? Because I'm not entirely sure whether their duties are always over stressful when we've got replays available on the screen, which has just gone off, so we'll turn it off and on again. Potts bowls and Cook is forward defending, and there's no run. Has a snooze if you don't tap it occasionally. Ooh, what's it gone off? No, there we are. Back it comes, and it's operating well this season. To be fair, our video screen, which helps us as well as the audio commentary to tailor some of the commentary to the pictures. Gives us another look at things. Potts to Cook, who dabs and runs on the offside. That was intelligent single, really. Knew where he was placing it. Knew that the point fielder was on the boundary, and third man was some 30 metres away. So just dabbed and strolled through for the single. 19 to Cook, 95 for 4. Glamorgan trail by 54 runs. Batting to come. Taylor, Harris, Wheel, Van der Hoogten and Hogan. As Potts into ball. Carlson shoulders arms to a ball that may have been slightly more adjacent to the stumps than he thought. Even if he did get his pad in the way, he wasn't playing a shot. Came back a little bit, and the Durham seamers continuing to ask lots of questions despite not too much assistance from the pitch. As Potts past the umpire, bowls, and Carlson jumping a little bit up on his toes, defends that one out on the offside, hurried slightly into the shot.
Potts has just said something to Carlson there, and they're both laughing.
He seems quite a cheerful chappy from his interview with you the other night.
Yeah,
Matty Potts,
nice lad. Just looking in the stands as well. Yesterday it was all thick coats and stuff, wasn't it? There's lots of people in jumpers today or open coats.
Potts bowls.
Oh, shot.
Carlson drives through the offside bowler Hands in the air as the ball crosses the ropes at deep extra. Potts maybe thought that one would be a bit aerial, but beat a diving Coverfield and ran away
might
nicely.
Have been Travaskis in there.
33 to Carlson. Glamorgan 99 for 4. The deficit is exactly 50 runs.
Drinks break here and fresh gloves being brought out.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan would want to eat up time before the tea interval if they can. It's another little psychological chance to regroup, although it obviously refreshes the bowlers to some extent as well. Tea 44 minutes away.
Yeah, over 8 is level.
Well done. Shows it can be done, because Glamorgan had to bring on both spinners to get back to level, having been -4.
They got down to -4, didn't they? I remember them being -2.
No, they're -4 on the intervals, briefly.
It's the sort of thing that keeps the scorers awake at night. Travaskis then left arm round from the river end, bowling to Cuckoos on 19. This partnership worth 33, the deficit's 50. Here he comes, first ball, played to short extra cover, no run there. Coghlan down on one knee to collect it.
If only test matches were subject to similar incentives.
Travaskis again. And again, this is just played away by Cook to Coghlan once more.
I know they have a quick advertising break in test matches, but even so.
Travaskis walks in, gives that a lot of flight, and it's played this time by Cook to slightly wide-ish mid-off, 1 run. That's the 100 up for Glamorgan. 100 for 4 in the 34th over.
49 behind. If Glamorgan do get in front, you take 2 overs out of the equation.
Travaskis again. Just pushed gently away onto the leg side by Carlson. No run.
Ladies Premier League scores. Leicester lead Crystal Palace 2-0. Norwich lead Burnley 1-0. Brentford and West Ham 0-0.
Travaskis in again. Oh, and there's a wild drive there from Carlson. I think it's hit first slip. Goes down just behind the slip cordon for 1.
Cricket was the loser there, I think. It was not a great ball and not a great shot. It's produced a single.
Cook on strike on 20. And that's tapped up to mid-on, no run. And that is the end of the over. 34 overs gone, 50 remaining in the day. -2 if there's a change of innings. Listeners might be interested to know the M4's looking nice and clear at the moment.
Jolly good. Welcome along if you're listening on the M4 via the miracle of modern technology.
Quite a pleasant afternoon now, isn't it? Bit of sunshine.
Yeah, it's
bit of a breeze, but
certainly slightly better than Arctic. As Potts 8 overs 0 for 25. Continues from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, and that one's turned on the leg side by Carlson. There was probably a single there, but a dive across the ball by Jones just about dissuaded them from taking it. $101 for 4, 48 runs behind our Glamorgan as they battle first to avoid an innings defeat and then a defeat of any sort in this opening game of the season. Short ball pulled by Carlson firmly and dispatched for 4 runs to that short square leg boundary away on the grandstand side. Well, it's worth trying from Potts. Bit of a change of length, but Carlson strong on the pull on that occasion. Whacked it away just fine of the umpire for 4. 105 for 4. Carlson on 38 not out. The deficit is 44 runs. Square leg goes back to the boundary. Potts bowls another short ball, and Carlson is caught at slip. Or is he?
Oh, no.
Or is he? No, he's standing, and it's not given. Well, Durham were very interested very quickly, but that might have been off the shoulder. Yeah, umpire's got that one right. It's understandable that the fielders wound up. They probably wouldn't be aware whether there's a bit of glove involved, but correct decision. Hit him on the shoulder. But Carlson might think twice. Will Potts bowl him another short delivery? Will he be encouraged by that? Next delivery, full on off stump and driven away through the offside for a single. Fielded by sweeper Dixon, who's Johnny Mate, no mates there. Out on the boundary, on the way to our left. On the other hand, he might be first to the cake at tea time. Well, it's probably a power drink and a nutritional bar or something like that. 106 for 4. Carlson on 39, 43 runs behind. Potts bowls, and Cook dabs it into a gap on the offside. A firm enough punch, runs past the infielder Jones out towards Dixon for a single. 107 for 4. Cook to 21 not out. As these two look to survive till tea. BBC Radio Wales update coming. Glamorgan 107 for 4 in their second innings. That's still 42 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat, and there are potential 49 overs remaining in the day's play. Just one wicket in the last hour. Colin Ingram's gone for 19, bowled by Ben Rain. Chris Cook and Kieran Carlson putting a little partnership together, knocking off the deficit and, more importantly, occupying time. Carlson 41, Cook is 21, Glamorgan 109 for 4, trailed by 40 runs. Single taken off the last ball of the over, and I'll have a little break, and Edward Bevan will accompany Martin for the next half hour or so. To tea time if I'm lucky.
Some nice looking bits of cake and stuff out there already. Have you eaten it all? Unbelievable. I don't know how you're so thin, Ed. Eh? Small cakes. Paul Swords has just sent a tweet with a little video. He's in a bar in the Philippines, and Eldorado's bar in Lapu-Lapu in the Philippines, and he's got our commentary on in the bar. This is defended by Cook off Travaskis, so he thinks he's found his Eldorado. Travaskis has got his white sunglasses on as he comes into bowl. Cook plays at that one, and it's gone off towards the cover boundary for 1.
No, Martin, it's something like I don't have to worry about is my weight. It's exactly the same every day of the year. I could drink 10 pints of beer, which I can't possibly do, but I wouldn't have any weight problems.
Travaskis round the wicket from the River Taff end of the ground. Carlson's gone after him, and he's a bit lucky really to get away with that. He's mistimed his shot, but it's gone along the floor too. Short extra cover, but he was quite a way out of his crease there, and had he missed contact he would have been stumped. This is turned towards the leg side. Oh, now this is a slip from Cook. Oh, the ball's gone to the keeper's end when it needed to go to the bowler's end. Cook had fallen over, backing up. The throw was from Chris Rushworth, I think, but he didn't see that. Yep. He was concentrating on getting the ball back into the keeper's gloves. Travaskis once more. Carlson down the track and drives at that one, and it's palmed down into the ground by Paul Coglan at short extra cover. 1 run.
I think the way that he's dancing down the track would tell you that the ball is not getting, the pitch rather, is not giving any turn out there to the spinners. I think you've just got to vary your flight, vary your length, and do this and that, because it doesn't seem to be getting any purchase.
Travaskis again. Cook plays it up towards the cover boundary for 1.
Nice to see some spin, isn't it? A plethora of seam we've had, except for a bit of Salter this morning. Extraordinary spell.
What's the crack then? 112 for 4, 36 overs gone, 48 remaining in the day.
37 behind. Yeah. Interesting position. This is the beauty of 4-day cricket, you see, Martin, don't you think?
3 days.
2 days?
Well, 2 days of actual cricket.
They've actually lost in this match 108 overs, eventually.
So they lost a day, basically. Chris Rushworth is coming back into the attack. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20.
They managed to reclaim 8 yesterday,
Yeah.
plus the 2 overs lost for the change of innings.
Here's Rushworth, and 2 slips and a gully in attendance as he comes in and bowls, and this is driven by Cook. Intercepted, though, by Potts at mid-on, and there's no run. Pleasant afternoon, nowhere near so cold as it has been the last 3 days, but brisk little breeze, I think is the best way to describe it. No chance of us seeing the 4:30 kick-off this afternoon, is there? City and Liverpool, Man City and Liverpool.
Is it?
Yeah. Biggie. Rushworth over the wicket, close to the stumps, bowls, and it's pushed up towards mid-off. Oh, it dribbles instead to cover who intercepts. 112 for 4. 2 slips in the gully, deep extra cover, and then the man at cover and mid-off, and on the onside there's a fine leg. He's rather square for a fine leg, and then it's a very straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on. That's the field. As Chris Rushworth, this ever-dependable seamer for Durham, comes in and bowls down the leg side. It's Cook on the pad, and no chance of a run. Did he ever get any injury problems, Rushworth?
Generally no, but he said he did have a little bit of I think a calf niggle or a thigh niggle in pre-season, but he generally just looks after himself well.
Yeah, exactly. Same as Michael Hogan. Here he is again at the Cathedral Road end. Past umpire Warren and bowled. Kept a bit low, and Cook did ever so well to get down on that. At the very last moment, there we see the replay. Yes, it was taken middle leg, I think. I suppose there's a little bit of uncertainty about the pitch. A bit an up and down, as they call it in the
He's
cricket world.
2 wickets away from 550 for Durham.
Is he?
In the county championship.
There's the next ball defended. Could well have had his 549th. 2 balls ago. Yeah. Doesn't take a huge amount out of himself. He's easy run up, everything in control. Probably never bows no balls.
He's got 788 in all formats for Durham. This is his 145th first-class match.
Here he is, and bowls again. They played as the ball angled into Cook down towards fine leg. How old is he?
35.
Is he really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't think he was.
How old do you think he was?
I thought he was about 29, 30. So combined age there would be 77 with him and Michael Hogan, or 76. Tells you something, looking after themselves, they're still opening the bowling.
Well, Chris, a few years back, packed in drinking for a whole season and I think he got about 100 wickets, 83 in the championship, and his become quite a fitness fanatic.
Is he?
Yeah, and I'm not sure he's full vegan, but I think he's gone vegetarian.
No.
Carlson's vegan.
Yes. Any vegans here in the commentary box?
No.
No. Don't think Nick is either.
Ben Rain replaces Liam Travaskis from the River Taff end of the ground. My wife's vegetarian.
Is she?
Yeah.
The ball will be examined for the third or fourth time in this match.
Ian Blackwell's having a look at it and just doing a bit of work on it, putting it through the ring. Will it go through?
No,
It's stuck, isn't it? It's sticking. They're going to change the ball.
Do you remember the first two balls that the first two balls bowled after they changed it yesterday?
Yeah.
One went flying over the shoulder of the batsman, and the other swung seamed away off the pitch. So it can't be a great batch of balls delivered to Cardiff. So a little break as we bring you up to date. Glamorgan trail on first innings by 149, and that's down now to 113 for 4. That is 36 runs away. They've lost Lloyd to the fifth ball of the match for naught of the innings. Salter went for 10. Ingram, who's dropped first ball at third slip, simple chance. He went on to score 19, and Sam Northeast went for 5. This partnership, they started when it was 66 for 4. It's now 113 for 4. Carlson on 42. Cook rather is on 24, and batsmen to come: Taylor, Wheel, Harris, Van de Gooten, and Hogan. Tea is in 25 minutes.
They've brought the case on with the replacement balls in it. It looks heavy. Russell Warren was struggling to carry that there. This is taking a while, but what will happen is this change of ball will bring a wicket, because it nearly always does.
It does, and nearly brought one in Durham's innings.
Normally when Durham changed the ball, reaping the benefits within an over or so.
They have to try and pick a ball, of course. It's been similarly used.
Similarly triangular. I remember it was the first over of a game against Somerset a few years ago. First match of the season, and the ball never even lasted the over. And it was Mark Stoneman hit a 6, and he put it straight into the stand, into the pavilion, and it whacked off a step and was dented. And that was the end of the ball. It lasted about 4 deliveries, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we've got a ball change graphic on the screen here.
You know what'll probably happen? They'll bring the same ball back and nobody know any difference. I wonder if that had an effect when those two balls went flying yesterday. You'd probably make an absolute certain now. This will delay your journey, Martin.
I'm not going back till tomorrow.
I think you're wise. You just didn't fancy the drive, do you?
I do drive a lot, but I just decided to do this one by train, start of the season. One of the reasons being because I didn't get back from holiday last week till Monday night, and I knew I was going to be really busy all day Tuesday, and match notes and all the other things I need to do. I thought I could get the majority of my match notes done and then sort out my stats on the train. So, I got on that train in Newcastle, and it wasn't until Sheffield before I put my pen down.
So the whole journey took you what, 6 hours?
It was quite a while. It was half one train from Sunderland to Newcastle, and it was I walked into the hotel at 9 o'clock. So rather wet and windy that night as well.
You've got some luggage with you, haven't you, of course? Yeah. If you've got a direct journey, fine. But you just don't know what time you're going to finish and can't run back. It's so difficult. I used to find Paddington, Swansea, that was all right because they'd go quite regularly and go up until about 9-10 o'clock at night. Now,
well, it's a Sunday as well, so there's engineering work on weekends, isn't there?
Yeah.
Still haven't got this ball changed yet.
No. What if they're not satisfied with any of the balls they've got in that bag? What do? contact a local cricket club. Balls to spare.
Nip along to Sports Direct.
Yeah.
Right, I think we're ready to get going again after about a 5-minute delay.
I'm interested now to have a look how this ball behaves.
That's the funny bit when the umpire shows the ball to the batsman. There's a change ball.
I'm not happy with that, says Cook.
I don't like the colour. So Cook's having a chat with Carlson. He now decides to head back down to his mark, to his crease to take guard. Are they happy with the new ball or not? Still.
Well, now it's the Durham boys are having a look at. Oh.
Ian Blackwell's writing something in his notepad, as is Russell Warren at square leg, so they must have to write down the time, the moment in the match when the ball is replaced and the scores and whatnot. So that last one lasted 37 overs.
Right, let's wait for Martin.
Ben Rain's
predicted wicket.
Ben Rain's going to get a wicket here now. Cook's on strike on 26.
Well, it's the start of the over.
Here he comes from the river end. Comes in and bowls. Oh, Cook was late to that one.
It swung
and he played it up to mid-on. No run. You know, they're going about the biggest distance in golf, don't they? Being between the ears. And the psychology of sport and all that. I wonder how much it plays on a batsman's mind when the ball is changed.
Well, I was just going to say...
Especially if they felt they were comfortably hitting the previous one.
Lack of concentration doesn't help, you know. You're idle for 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, that certainly wouldn't have helped. Rain once again to Cook. Leaves that one to the keeper. Interesting times. Where are we now, time-wise? So coming up with 20 past 3 nearly. 3 minutes to 20 past 3. 20 minutes to tea. Durham really could do with another wicket before tea.
It's same old story, you know. Seamers take wickets the first hour and a half, and then the wicket goes flat.
Rain comes in and bowls. Pulled up into the air and away for 6 by Cook. That looked effortless. Right out the meat of the bat. And
long boundary too.
Yeah, he's hammered that one way over deep square leg. That wasn't part of the plan with the new ball. Alistair Cook is bowling at Essex, by the way.
Oh, that's farcical, isn't it? I was just saying, telling Nick earlier on, those pitches at Essex last year from the first day spun like anything for Harmer. He's on duty for South Africa now. And what happens?
They've prepared a road.
Yeah.
Cook moves on to 30, and that brought up the 50 partnership as well. Partnership now 53. And he dabs this one away out towards long leg.
Yeah, Cook did well in the first innings. He made 59. And he's unbeaten on 31. 120 now for 4. And deficit down to 29. Just as well you're not away next weekend, Easter weekend. That could be a nightmare trying to get anywhere.
Carlson on 42, cuts, and the ball goes off towards the point boundary for 1. Yeah, well, next week there are no trains down through the Midlands, is there? So the Man City and Liverpool supporters for the FA Cup final are being bussed down.
That's disgrace, isn't it? They just don't think, the FA.
Well, we were discussing it on Total Sport on Radio Newcastle a few weeks ago, and the obvious thing would be to move the game and have it at Old Trafford. Might be a bigger attendance than holding it down in London, but the FA insist they want their games at Wembley, which they're paying for, obviously.
Well,
that's left alone. It's through to the keeper end of the over, 121 for 4.
Money conscious, you see, and it's not only the FA, there are other companies that run sport. They were just looking for money all the way. 121 for 4 then. And Carlson is on 43. Cook is on 31. And as you say, Durham would like to get a wicket or 2 before tea. What do we got? 20 minutes. And Rushworth to bowl. Let's see if he can make this, in inverted commas, new ball do anything. He's in now then and bowls the first ball, and Carlson goes back and defends on the line of off stump. A little bit of cloud cover, nothing much to worry about. Good news is, it's towards the end of next week, it's getting really nice for Easter. Rushworth in his 11th over, 2 for 21, in past the umpire again and bowls, and this time it's a defensive response from the batsman who plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. 2 wickets for Rushworth, and 1 apiece for Coughlin and Ben Rain. Rushworth turns, takes his time, he's not rushing. Bowls again. And again, it's a good length ball which is defended by the batsman. They've been selective in their shot play. Bad ball has been hit for 4, or for 1-6 as we saw from Cook. 121 for 4. Doesn't seem to be, Martin, a lot in the pitch, does it? You've got to work on your skills and your experience to get wickets, I think. And here's a man who has got experience. It's bowls just a little bit short, but there'll be no run. And it's quickly fielded cover.
Well, it's probably a day 2 and a bit-ish pitch, isn't it, really? 108 overs not played on it.
Yeah.
Commentary from BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Newcastle. This opening round of fixtures. Some sides haven't played this week.
No.
So they come into it next week.
Here's Rushworth and bowls again, and Carlson is happy to just push forward on the offside.
No, Jonathan Doidge, the Radio Leeds commentator for Yorkshire, also does a lot in the horse racing industry.
He does, yeah.
And he was at Aintree for the
big one,
the Grand National Festival this weekend. So rather than tweeting about cricket, he was tweeting about horse racing, and people were asking if he had any tips. I think didn't somebody back that winning horse at 66 to 1 yesterday, did they say?
Price at the end was 50s. Rushworth bowls and 3 good deliveries. Well, it's a good over, it's a maiden. It had Carlson pushing forward. That's the end of another over, 121 for 4. I was told to have a bet on Fiddler on the Roof.
Yeah.
It was mentioned once in the race.
Was it?
Probably been passed on the way.
I can't remember the last time I bet on a horse race.
I didn't bet, I just told.
I used to a few years ago. Howard Johnson in County Durham had some stables, and Inglis Drever won the world hurdle at Cheltenham a couple of times. I backed some of his horses back in the day.
Any luck?
Yeah, did well. Graham Wiley was the man who put the money in. He was formerly involved with Sage, the online accountancy firm. There's rain balls here to Cook, and he whips that off his hips, and it's down to long leg for 4.
Well, the ball hasn't done anything as yet, so...
No, it hasn't, has it?
No. 24, the deficit's slowly coming down.
Looks a bit placid, to be honest with you, doesn't it, really?
It's,
not much doing from a Durham point of
never
view.
Is, really.
They never declared, though. They got themselves into a tiz this morning and lost 7 wickets for 31 runs, so they had a lead of 149.
Gave them more overs, was my argument.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that, yeah. They had more overs to try and bowl Glamorgan out, but...
I think they would have thought, Martin, not very good that, but come on, let's get in at him.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been going, oh no, this is awful.
It just takes one good delivery here and a wicket, break this partnership, and who knows, they're 5 down. There's 15 minutes to tea, and it could end up, if they could break this partnership before tea, and Ben Rain's a very good partnership breaker, Could just change the feel of the game again. Here he comes. Cook leaves that one outside the off stump. Goes low to the keeper.
Yeah, it's a good game of cricket. Good championship cricket, which we all respect and love.
How many games do you reckon you've watched over the years now, Ed?
Martin.
Did you ever keep count? No.
No, gosh, no.
Rain in. Cut by Cook down towards backward point in the boundary. Cut off by Potts, 1 run. This is the 23rd year I've been covering them.
No, you're coming on then. Who do you think the captain of Glamorgan was when I did my first championship match?
Oh, didn't you say yesterday it was 1960 something or other? Was it 1968, did you say?
One of my first. I can't. No, I was 1980s.
Was it 80s?
You'd never guess it. Mike Selvey.
Ah. Rain in, defended by Kieran Carlson. Runs up towards the covers. Michael Jones collects it. Mike Selvey, who
came down, played for a season, and that was it. End of career. Got crocked. Yeah. Oh,
Selv, as they call him.
Yeah.
Then had a career as a cricket writer, didn't he?
Very good writer he was.
He was on air with us at Middlesex about 3 years ago.
Yeah, he was president then.
The Cricket Writers Club.
No, of Middlesex.
All right. Rain balls. Carlson plays that off towards the point boundary for 1.
How was Jeff Cook? Do you see Jeff at all now?
I haven't seen him for a while, but I haven't seen a lot of people for a while.
Doing a bit.
He's retired now. That's the end of the over, by the way. 127 for 4, deficit 22. No, he's retired. They've named the members' room after him at Durham.
Fellow, great chap. Yeah, remember him with Northants, of course, before. But
got 4 people in the jellyfish stand now.
Such an unassuming person, Jeff. Always ready for have a chat. And yeah, good man, good player too.
I'll always remember the night Durham were about to win their first county championship title in Kent.
As we start a new over, and it's left, very wide ball there, and unusual for.
And end of the 2007 season, Durham were at Kent and needed to get maximum points and hope that somehow Sussex slipped up. And they ended up finishing runners up by 4.5 points. And I remember driving home from Kent that day wondering if that was as close as Durham were likely to get in my lifetime, you know. And then the following year, exactly the same scenario, back in Kent, final game of the season.
As Rushworth comes in, bowls the second ball of the over. Have jumped the slips of the keeper. It must have jagged back, I think, from just outside off step, but Carlson was in control, and the score remains at 1-2-7 for 4.
Durham had to go to Kent, get maximum points, and hope that Notts either drew or lost to Hampshire at Trent Bridge. Durham did their bit, and then Notts got themselves into a bit of a mess against Hampshire, so it looked like Durham were going to win on the final morning. They only needed 2 or 3 wickets, I think, and Notts were in a mess at Trent Bridge. So
here's Rushworth, comes in, bowls, defended again. Good spell this by Rushworth, accurate, and scored off him for a while.
So we were. I was staying in the team hotel at the Falstaff in Canterbury, and my wife was there with our firstborn. She was about 9 months old, and Jeff's son had made it down to the game as well, and 1 or 2 other players' wives and girlfriends had got down there too, so it was a really nice atmosphere about it, and felt something big was about to be achieved. And then within about half an hour the next morning they'd wrapped it up.
In comes Rushworth, close to the stumps again. That didn't take off, but it went up in the air as it went to Eckersley, who took it in front of his face. So good little spell here from Rushworth. The Falstaff Hotel, they've changed that.
Have they?
Yeah. They needed a bit of change. It's rather old-fashioned. It was one of the oldest hotels.
Well, I remember being in the room we were in. We were in this 4-poster bed, and it creaked.
That's
and we
right.
ended up taking the mattress off the bed and sleeping on the floor. But
Oh, it gives you the shakes at times.
As we're driven down there.
Yeah, it's Rushworth. In again, and bowls, and this is gliding, waiting for the ball to come on to the bat, opens the face, and he gets a single just backward of square on the offside.
So we've driven down. Abigail had slept in her baby seat in the back of the car nearly all the way down, so she was wide awake when we went to bed. And about 3 or 4 in the morning, she was, jumping up and down and shouting for me and Jew. And we were like, you've got to be quiet, the players are down below us in the rooms below, and don't want to wake them up, an important thing. So Julia eventually put her in the car and drove her down to Dover and back to try and get her to go back to sleep at about 5:30 in the morning.
Oh dear. Here's Rushworth. Ball just comes in a little bit of cook, but he's well behind it. So she must have. She could have nipped over to France.
Well, she nearly did. She ended up in the port of Dover. You'd get nowhere near this week, of course. But,
oh gosh.
Yeah.
It's a good trip down to Kent.
I've got a lovely photograph of Abigail with my headphones on and my lip mic in the press box after Durham had won, with a big beaming smile on her face. She was about 9 months old at the time. She's 15 this Christmas. So
I know.
Where have the years gone?
Here's the next ball. Good delivery. This is a very good spell by Rushworth. End of the over, 130 for the loss of 4 wickets. I stayed for many years in the pub that used to be across the road, the Bat and Ball.
Oh, yeah. There's a place at the top of the hill on a roundabout which I think was called the Cricketers.
Yes.
Stayed in there once with Martin Spate ahead of a T20 quarter-final. And that was quite a nice place. And it was a chain of pubs and hotels.
So as you go up,
which had inns in the title, and there were varying ones around the country, and they were all built with recycled brick and wood, so they all had an oldie worldy feel. So the Church Mouse in Chesley Street near the ground was built by the same firm.
I always find the little pubs were great.
Yeah.
I'd always ask the umpires, they always used to stay in these places.
Ben Rain, can he break this deadlock here for Durham, bowling to Carlson? Plays that to mid-wicket, no run there. Carlson on 45.
23rd year on the circuit,
yeah? I first started covering them, it was the summer of 2000, the first year of the 2 divisions. First match of the season, they beat the reigning champion Surrey. And Nicky Peng got a score in the 90s.
Yeah, came down here for a year.
Yeah. Carlson plays this to mid-wicket as well.
But
I think he got about 92 or something like that.
Those days, it was just, as you know, updates on the hour.
Yeah.
Something exciting happened, and that was it.
And there were a number of grounds in those days. I remember a game at Darlington, another one at Kidderminster. You had absolutely no phone signal at all. You used to have to go and file your hourly reports from a payphone.
Didn't you have the ISDN?
Not in Darlington or Kidderminster.
Shot.
Driven by Carlson off towards the point boundary, cut off by
Feetham's.
Potts.
Am I right? Feetham's ground at Darlington?
1 run, yeah.
Matthew North played there for...
Yeah,
I think it was a combined side, wasn't it? Durham and County or something like that. What did they used to call it? What was the minor county?
Durham were the minor county.
They were a minor county
then,
I think. But I remember there, next door to the football field.
Yeah, which is now a housing estate, I think.
We had a caravan there, I remember it well.
In the ground?
In the ground.
Right. Rain, bowls, it's defended.
First championship game that I did up there was at Hartlepool.
That was quite a big playing surface from memory as a kid.
I think I've told you before, the first game of all was on the racecourse.
Yeah.
That was what were the very first? Benson Hedges, of course, in those days.
Yeah. Well, Ian, who used to cover the Derbyshire games, was it Ian Hall? He used to travel around in a camper van, and I remember him staying in his camper van in Feetham's for the week that Durham played Derbyshire in 2000 down there. That's a shortish ball from Rain, hooked away by Cook down towards long leg for 1. Cook moves on to 37. The deficit's nearly gone now. They're trailing by 17 runs at 132 for 4, Glamorgan. And the remaining overs is dropping as well now. That seems to be accelerating. 42.1. And we've got 5 minutes to tea. And this partnership, crucially, is worth 66. And Carlson has 46 to his name as he faces Rain for the final time in this over. And that's played safely to mid-wicket, no run there, end of the over.
Nice to reminisce, and in that game, Glamorgan were losing it. And Chris Cowdray, who came for a couple of years with Glamorgan, the end of the career, the usual story with Glamorgan.
Lovely lad, Chris.
Made 90, he was dropped on the square leg boundary, an absolute sitter, the field, he didn't have to move. Botham was playing, Viv was playing for Glamorgan, heck of a crowd. And Glamorgan won the match. Glendenning, Daly, Dean Jones, of course. The late Dean Jones, he was there.
Yeah.
And I think
Paul Parker playing?
I think Paul Parker and David Graveney were skipper this side then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Daly looked a very good player. You
Phil,
remember him, obviously.
Simon Hughes?
Simon Hughes, yeah. Yozza. And he just drifted out, did he, Daly? Was he very young?
Jimmy Daly.
Jimmy Daly. Promising player.
Came from Horden, I think.
Here's Rushworth with possibly the last over before tea bowls, and good delivery, but he gets outside the line there and just nudges it away.
It was Chris Cowdrey was Fabian Cowdrey and his brother, yeah. So we were
Fabian's son.
Yeah.
Was his son,
yeah, and they were twins.
Cardiff University, yeah.
And we were in a hotel in Antigua for the test match in 2004 and spent quite a bit of time in the swimming pool playing catch with these two little lads.
Yeah. Here's Rushworth, bowls, tucked away on the onside, down backward of square. And Cook gets a single, and he now moves on to 38.
Is it Fabian and Darius, is his twin brother called? Yeah. And then, of course, there was Graham Cowdrey, who was a lovely guy who sadly left us a year or so ago.
Yeah, because he was up your way, wasn't he, when he passed on?
I think he was living in the Wakefield area at that point in time.
Sadly, a van driver up there at the time.
Yeah, well, he had been an umpire's assessor, match referee.
Yeah. Here's Rushworth, bowls this time to Carlson, who he's not very tall, but has to get down halfway on his knees to try and stop. I'm probably exaggerating that it was low. I
don't know what the draw to Wakefield was for him, because obviously he'd grown up in the Kent area and then spent some time around. Where's the big horse fair? Haymarket, Newmarket.
Do you know what he did for a while? He worshipped that singer. What's his name from Ireland? What's that? And he drove him round.
Oh yeah.
What's his name? The Boss, they call him.
Too Long in Exile and all that.
The Boss was his nickname. In comes the next ball. That rather tucks Carlson up as he chips it up to mid-on. It was Springsteen.
Not Springsteen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen's not from Ireland.
Didn't you have some connection? I'm not into that game, as you well know. I thought
you meant the... Who's the Irish singer who have I told you lately that I love you? What's his name again?
Oh, this is the chap. Also, Mark Nicholas doesn't miss a concert with him, so I don't know. Yeah. Look at this field. I must describe it to you. There's a silly mid-on. There's a man going 2 yards. No, yes, 2 yards to his right. There's another silly mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket and a mid-on. So he's obviously trying to get the ball coming back in, and it's driven away on the offside to deep extra cover. Something he's trying in the last over before tea. Reverse, I think they call him. Which I once asked Steve Watkin, fine Glamorgan seamer, can you explain what reverse swing is? Yes, he says an in-swinger.
What is
that? Was it.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely right.
An in-swinger or an away swinger. Yeah.
Ticking up to 20-4. And we've just got a ball left of this over, and it's been bowled to Cook. Cook nudges it away, goes down to third man. They'll run one, they'll come back for a second, and they possibly decide not to run the third. And that will be tea. And Glamorgan have recovered well from 66 for 4. They're doing their best to try and save this game. They're 136 for 4. Cook has moved on to 40, 47 to Carlson. And these are put on 70 now for the fifth wicket. And there are, how many
41 overs?
41 overs left. A 43 bowl. Still a lot of overs to be bowled. And
trail by 13.
13 runs away. That's the position of this interesting game. One session to go as we go and have a cup of tea. once you start reminiscing. I'm sure it's Springsteen.
He's not Irish.
Good.
He's from Philadelphia. Van Morrison, that's who I'm thinking of.
That's the one. Sorry, how did I mix up this? Well, it shows my age and also how much
I went to see
lack of interest.
I went to see Van Morrison at Newcastle City Hall.
Was it as good as they said?
About 30 years ago. He was shocking. He started the concert, he had a glass of whiskey in his hand, he sang about 2 songs, and he went off, his son came on. And then he came on a bit later on, then he went off again. It was a joke.
That's really.
Yeah.
What was that say? So I said, are we going to save this game?
Potentially.
And I would suspect that 5 will surely get a few more runs than they did in the first innings. We're going to have cakes now. Full after tea. It's flat all in this picture now.
Home, Sussex in their second for 166 for 8. They're leading Nottinghamshire by 7 runs. At Chelmsford, Kent have finally been dismissed by Essex for 581. Batting for a second time, Essex and team are 0 for 0. Essex trailing by 67 runs. At Lords, Derbyshire 181 for 2. They still require a further 175 runs to beat Middlesex. The other game taking place, which is at Grace Road in Leicester, Leicestershire, for 147 for 8. Still requiring 223 runs. Worcestershire though require 2 further wins to win. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the T20 game, the international match between England and South Africa on Thursday, the 28th of July. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages, which are also available, including those 4 games in the T20 class and the Welsh Fires matches in the 100. If you're looking to purchase a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook Awards or for this game, or a copy of Michael Fogarty,
I know that you prepared pretty well for company matches.
from the second
Huge list of stats.
of the matches pavilion. The Glamorgan Club shop will be open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and in order to access the shop, please exit by Gate 4, stroll down the lane, and re-enter by Gate 2. The Glamorgan Club shop, as always, is a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits. If you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosks situated in the concourse areas beneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion. And Glamorgan members can obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge until 4:15 this afternoon. Don't forget as well, the drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the which is situated around the corner of the I've got one of the tea-time score, ladies and gentlemen, for you. It comes from Llwynarthon, which is the home ground of Lisvane Cricket Club, where Wales national counties are playing their first matches of the season. They've got back-to-back T20 friendlies against Herefordshire, the Wales national county, have won the opening game by 13 runs. Top scorer for the Wales team was Steve Reingold with 47, and Thomas Jones took 4 for 29. To resume the Glamorgan second innings, Chris Cook and Kieran Carlson, and to resume the bowling for Durham at the River End, Matthew Potts.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan Cricket website to Sophia Gardens, where we've got a vital 45 minutes in this game. Glamorgan 136 for 4 in their second innings, still 13 runs behind, having conceded a deficit of 149 on first innings. Durham claimed 3 wickets very quickly in the morning session. What was left of it, that was only 14 overs. Just 1 in the afternoon though. And Durham are going to have to work really hard in this final session to threaten a victory bid. They've bowled well in this match, have Durham. 2 wickets for Rushworth, 1 apiece for Rain and Coughlin in this innings, but Cook and Carlson came together in the 23rd over, so they've batted 20 overs already. If they manage to bat through the next 50 minutes or so, then the teams might just shake hands on a draw at 10-5, depending on how far Scott Borthwick wants to push it. Update for BBC Radio Wales coming shortly, and then we'll launch into commentary with Martin Emerson and myself as Potts bowls the first ball of the afternoon to Carlson, who uppercuts it down towards third man. We've had a catch at third man already in this match, Chris Cook in the first innings, but that's just a single to Carlson. Glamorgan 137 for 4. They're 12 runs behind Durham as Glamorgan battle to avoid defeat. There are a further 40 overs potentially remaining after this one, but once Glamorgan get into credit, then they'll breathe a little easier. Chris Cook and Kieran Carlson have been together for the last 20 overs. Cook is on 40 not out, Carlson is 48 not out. Durham have bowled well, but not much help from the pitch. Glamorgan 137 for 4, trail by 12. The dot ball, the second ball from Potts as he's in to bowl to Chris Cook. Ooh. And that one's gone through him and into the gloves of Ned Eckersley. Encouragement for Matty Potts as Cook with the square stance poked at that
Came
one
out of his gloves.
off stump. Maybe the effect of the tea interval, batsmen having to reset and just get their eyes back in. Potts bowls, Cook plays on the leg side, fielded at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Travaskis there. Cook quite often faces a short fielder at mid-wicket. There seems to be a theory among a couple of counties at least that he flicks uppishly off his legs on occasion, and there are now 2 short mid-wickets. In fact, you could say there's 3 mid-wickets. One's a sort of wide-ish short mid on. Now the squarest of them retreats a few metres as Potts bowls, and Cook confounds them by dabbing it into the offside and ambling through for a single. 138 for 4, 11 behind.
Rich has tweeted Van Morrison, that's all he's written.
Yep.
That was the person we were trying to remember about. Graham Cowdrey, who used to travel around with and watch.
Although we had a suggestion from Rhys Jenkins that it was Bruce O. Springsteen, that well-known Irish singer. As yes, popular culture. Potts bowls a short delivery that Carlson ducks underneath, and it sails harmlessly through to Eckersley. 40 overs remain. 138 for 4. Glamorgan trail by 11. I don't think we'll go to Ed as our first option on popular culture.
Some emails have come in to weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Davey says, "Hi Marty, how are you getting home? Are you getting a lift on the team bus like the press did for the Sunderland 1973 Cup final?" No. I'll go back in the morning, that's the most sensible option now. Kev's still painting the fence in Aycliffe.
Is it painting it very slowly, or is it a very big fence?
Must be a very big fence. Thanks for the company. Tense few hours ahead at Glamorgan. I think the first half hour after tea will let us know if a result is possible. Kev Ramsey and Aycliffe still painting the fence. And Mervyn seems to think Ian Smith played for Durham the day in which Ed was on about at that early Benson Hedges game at the racecourse many moons ago.
Well, he played for both teams, didn't he?
Coughlin from the Cathedral Road end bowling here to Cook, who's on 41. It's played back to him, no run there.
If your correspondent's got a bit of black paint spray and send it to me, and I can paint me white pads now. Our team has switched to coloured kit this season.
Have they?
Yeah.
Black pads?
Yeah, well, we're playing in maroon shirts and black trousers, or we will be once they come out of the manufacturers.
How much is that going to cost you? Coughlin in again, and this is played off the back foot by Cook out through the covers, and he'll get at least 2 here. He will only get 2 because Rain was good to the throw there and saw the danger that there might have been a third run. The deficit comes down to 9.
Well, we're chucking the shirt and trousers in with the membership fee. So you get your shirt and trousers, but you have to pay for your jersey and pads.
So they're expecting you to shell out for kit in League 12.
11?
11, sorry. Coughlin in, slower ball down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch down the leg side. The whole team seems convinced. The umpire says no, and the batsman's standing still, and that batsman is Cook.
There's a lot of teapotting going around there from the Durham fielders as we look at the replay on the screen.
Well, Ned Eckersley was up and a flash there. He thought that was out. We saw earlier where he was just appealing for the sake of appealing and gave up halfway through. But
and if there had been just a noise, it might have been bat on ground. But obviously, even with the aid of the replay, it wasn't a visible deflection, I don't think.
Next ball is bowled and played to Rain in the covers. No run there.
Yeah, coloured kit reaches Division 11.
It was quite a long way from his body when he was wafting out that one.
He didn't look at the umpire, Chris Cook, immediately. I wonder.
Coughlin bowls. He's tried the same tactic again. Oh, and it's been spilt by the keeper and it runs away, and judging by the reactions from the slip cordon, that was a drop.
No signal from umpire Warren, so runs it is.
Yeah. So Eckersley's put... Was it Cook again, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, he needs to cut that out really, Chris Cook, doesn't he? Down leg side, all right, it's a scoring opportunity, but it's also a getting out opportunity, and there did seem to be a deflection on that one. It was travelling pretty rapidly, to be fair to Eckersley, but it's the sort of chance that has to be taken if you're going to win matches.
Yeah, you need to get those ones. They've obviously come up with a plan though here, haven't they? Certainly with Cook.
Yeah. Just drop behind therefore on 43. Off Potts. Scribble that one down. Yeah, there's lots of sides changing to coloured kit, even at very low levels.
Poor Coughlin bowls. That one swings away towards first slip. That is the end of the over. So the deficit's 8, now remaining 39 overs.
I think virtually all the top leagues and increasing numbers of the in the lower leagues in South Wales. So. It's as though it's a move to put the first team in coloured kit and the second side will play in white. So well, a few of us thought that was a bit of a daft idea, and we carried the day. But yeah, it's us in the pocket. But most people are playing in coloured kit, most of our opponents. Here comes Potts into bowl, and Cook jabs it to point, and there's no run. 39 overs, less 1 ball remain here at Sophia Gardens, and you would have thought that Durham really need that breakthrough in the next half hour. Otherwise, if Glamorgan get into the lead, which they should do now unless something really spectacular happens, only 8 behind as Cook pushes forward back down the pitch. Potts fields in his follow through, and there is no run. Listening to BBC Sport Online, Martin Emerson at Marty Cricket, Nick Webb at Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter. 141 for 4. This partnership now worth 75 for the 5th wicket. As Cook turns one off his legs, that's why they've got 2 short mid-wickets. As Jones fields, no run. Durham obviously convinced they can get Cook out somewhere on the leg side, because there are a couple down leg side. Big appeal for a catch behind, and then a couple of balls later, one that looked more likely to have been hit but wasn't taken. Next ball is a short one that has Cook ducking underneath this quite low, because the ball isn't getting up very far in this match. I'm trying to think whether we've actually had a head-high bouncer at all bowled in this match. Very few.
There was one no ball, wasn't there? John's wondering if the light will hold for the full 39 overs.
Cloud's fairly high today.
Yeah.
Potts in with a ball that Cook pulls down on the bounce to Rushworth at long leg. Single taken. Initial shouts of catch it. Rushworth reacting by retying his bootlaces at fine leg. Cook under 45, 142 for 4. Glamorgan.
Carlson's on 48. He's had 3 centuries and 5 half-centuries in his first-class career, and he became the youngest player to score a first-class 100 at 18 and 119 days.
As this next delivery is defended by Carlson to mid-on. I thought he had more centuries than that.
Yes, I've written it down wrong. It might be 8, is it? The train was bobbling around.
So I thought he had 3 last year. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, sorry, that was 3 last year. Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. He's had 709 50s. Yeah,
Yeah, career best of about 190, I think.
yeah. He had 300s and 550s last year. I didn't read the bit before it. 928 runs in 2021. So, yeah.
Not sure. Dave Jones contributes. I think this must have been one of your discussions earlier. On 7th of May 1973, 2 days after Sunderland won the FA Cup, they travelled to play Cardiff at Ninian Park. Cardiff needed a point to stay up the match, ended 1-1.
Coghlan bowls, and there's a link from that game to the Stadium of Light name. Do you know what it is?
No.
Paul Coghlan bowling there, that's defended no run. The Cardiff Miners presented Sunderland with an engraved Davy lamp as a memento of Sunderland winning the FA Cup. Now, Coghlan comes in again and bowls, and this is up in the air, and it's going to be safe away from Cook out towards mid-wicket. 1 run. It's come off the toe of the bat. Yeah, so apparently they presented the Sunderland players with this engraved lamp, and it sat in, I don't know, the director's room in Roker Park for many years, and then got packed away. And apparently when they were leaving Roker Park and they were going through everything, the story is that the then chairman Bob Murray saw this lamp and said, "What's this?" And then they looked into the history of it, and Coghlan in to, oh, that stayed low to Carlson. It's gone off towards the gully area, no run there. The story is that was what inspired the idea of the naming of the Stadium of Light, because the stadium was built on the site of Wearmouth Pit, Wearmouth Colliery, and so it was symbolic of the miners' lamps that were used to guide the miners underneath that site.
Wow.
For more than 100 years. So there is a giant Davy lamp outside the stadium now. That's the 50 for Carlson. He punches that hard out through the covers and moves to his 50. Raises his bat to the pavilion, and that has come in 100 balls, 7 fours. And much needed as well from a Glamorgan point of view.
Yeah, one edge just short of slip early on, but given fewer chances than Cook so far.
Coghlan in again, that's driven bump ball out into the covers to Lees.
Cook might have been caught behind on 43 and then mishooked one just over mid-wicket in the last over that was up in the air a bit. So He needs to calm down. .147 for 4. 2 slips, 4 in a ring on the offside, 2 saving the single on the leg side. A sweeper on the point boundary. Just 2 leg side fielders.
They trailed Durham by 2 runs.
Still 37 overs remaining.
Coghlan looking to break the deadlock. That's a wide, surely. His arm's not gone up there. Looked like it went off the corner of the track.
Yeah, I think Carlson had moved across, which is probably why he bowled there.
50 came off 100 balls and included 7 fours.
As Martin said, the good doctor repeats. Run every other ball. Cook going slightly quicker at the moment, 46 off 78. 37 overs remaining. High cloud here at Sophia Gardens. Don't think the light will be an issue. Glamorgan 2 runs behind. And of course, once they get ahead, you can knock off 2 overs for the change of innings. Still, the phalanx of mid-wickets awaits as Chris Cook faces up to Matty Potts, and he drives the ball at one of those, and it's misfielded by Alex Lees. Well, he's got an excuse.
It ricochet off his foot, didn't it?
He's got an excuse to be knackered. He's battered he's been on the field the whole time. We'll forgive him for that. Misfield costs a single. 148 for 4. Morgan trail by 1. Carlson faces up and drives to Lees, who fields cleanly this time. Cook under 47 not out with that single.
Where are you next week, Nick?
Notts.
Up at Bracegirdle Towers.
Bracegirdle Towers, yep. First time I've done a championship game there. As Potts is into Boulder. Carlson, short ball, hooked. Didn't get a full bat on it, but at least he got the underside of the bat on it, and it went down all along the ground to backward square, single taken. But Glamorgan have on occasion been willing to take on these short balls. And Durham might be minded to keep providing them. As Potts retreats into the far distance at the River Taff end on this still afternoon, thankfully. Bowls a short ball that Cook does not get tempted by down leg side.
Notts are about to join the list of winners today. They're only going to need to chase 14 runs to win at Sussex.
That's job done then.
God, that Essex match looks dull. 514 plays 581.
Oof. Almost as bad as the last match of Glamorgan's last season at Surrey. As Potts bowls and keeps a little bit on the low side. Cook digs it out well and plays it to silly mid-on position. There's no run. 3 of them virtually in a row.
They changed that ball, didn't they, after 37 overs? It's not made a heap of difference. Nearly 11 overs later.
149 for 4. The scores are level. Therefore Durham will need to bat again. Therefore we can knock 2 off the number that Glamorgan need to survive for the change of innings. So there are 3 back on the leg side now to try and tempt Cook into the hook, whether that's a double bluff. As Potts bowls, and that one lobbed up off a glove, but nowhere near a fielder. So it was a short ball on the leg side. Durham for that one had a forward square leg, a backward square leg, and a fine leg back.
Hit his bottom hand on the bat handle.
Well, Cook you'd hope would be disciplined enough to resist temptation. He did hit a big 6 over square leg earlier on. Test match, South Africa have declared on 176 for 6 in their second innings. Bangladesh needed 413 to win. They're 1 for 1. Your man Mr. Peterson was out for 14 in the second innings, but he did make 64 in the first. So hopefully he'll be on the plane fairly soon.
Not shared the wickets around. Brett Hutton 3 for 39, Lyndon James 3 for 49, and Liam Patterson-White, who was born in Sunderland, 3 for 54 and took 8 in the match.
He's a young man who's being mentioned in dispatches, and he's a promising young bowler.
Yeah, I think he was about 2 when his man moved down to Nottingham.
He'll claim him though.
Well, Coghlan comes in here, right arm over from the Cathedral Road end. His Auntie Joanne, I see on the school run, because she has children at the same school. So during the summer we often have a catch up on where he is with his cricket career.
Leicestershire 8 down.
Coghlan in. Driven out towards the covers, and a diving stop by Lees.
So Durham will take on a Leicestershire side that will have suffered quite a heavy defeat. 217 runs needed with 2 wickets remaining.
It's been a while since Durham won the first game of the season. I think it was Somerset a few years back. Chesley Street. Coghlan once more bowls. It's gone off down towards third man, wide third man for 4, and they now have the lead. Scoreboard goes from trail by to lead by.
Might be a decent finish at Lord's. Derbyshire 197 for 3, needing a further 159 to beat Middlesex. Welsh fireman Lewis Duploy, the toast of Cardiff, has just walked the wicket.
Carlson on 57, 153 for 4. That's a wideish delivery left alone. Collected by the keeper in front of first slip.
And nothing against Duploy personally, but you do wonder about the wisdom of signing players who aren't household names, who have no link with Wales or the West Country.
That sounds like a good Cornish name to me. Coghlan once more balls, defended, front foot defensive shot from Carlson, out into the covers, no run.
But then apparently it's the draft for the 100 was all very scientific. People getting all sorts of detailed information about who the next best pick would be in any given situation.
Where's that gone? That's gone down towards third man for 4.
Very wide ball.
Yeah. He seems to be bowling these wideish deliveries to Carlson while trying to get the leg side strangle to Cook. Different tactics from Coghlan there, but that one's gone down to third man for 4. End of the over, the lead is 8 at 157 for 4.
35 overs potentially remaining, so Durham, you know, they could
33.
Yeah, 33, so they could potentially give themselves a slog of a target if they were bold to bowl Glamorgan out in the next hour. It remains to be seen how far Scott Borthwick will push things if they don't make the breakthrough. 10 to 5 is the earliest that Glamorgan can declare the captains could shake hands, and you don't have to play the last hour of the game. After one extremely boring draw. Matthew Maynard offered the opinion that he should be able to scrap the entire last session by mutual consent after one particularly tedious last hour with joke bowling. 157 for 4 then. Glamorgan 8 runs in the lead. Carlson 61, Cook 47. Durham will take at least 15 points out of this match, so it's a healthy start anyway, even if they don't win. Potts bowls. Cook plays it on the leg side, hits it hard to mid-wicket. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end in case Cook really was strolling. 158 for 4. Cook under 48 not out. Winding at slip is the skipper, Scott Borthwick. So it looks as though he's going to bring a little leggy action into the attack. Next delivery is a play and a miss. So
Nice
no,
bump.
he's found the edge and Carlson has to go. Eckersley went up immediately as Carlson fiddling outside off stump, and that is the breakthrough that Durham wanted. And Kieran Carlson trying to force a ball that was probably too close to the body. So Glamorgan effectively 9 for 5, and it's game back on after these two batted from the 23rd to the 50th over. Carlson's gone for 61. Caught Eckersley, bowled Potts.
Was caught by Ned Eckersley off the bowling of Matthew Potts for 61.
Well, that changes things a bit, doesn't it?
It does indeed. The stand worth 92.
Yeah.
Well, game back on. Pressure on young Callum Taylor. Glamorgan have 5 wickets to survive for the next hour or so. And Durham fielders in a huddle. That was a wicket they really badly needed. You felt the odds were swinging towards Glamorgan holding out for the draw. It's probably slightly the more likely of the two scenarios, but only just, I would suggest, at the moment.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Callum Taylor.
Glamorgan effectively 9 for 5 as Callum Taylor comes in. Carlson faced 111 deliveries and struck 9 fours. Callum Taylor, who averaged 35 last season with a high score of 84, but was dismissed leg before by Potts in the first innings for just 11. If Durham can get him for 11 again, they might settle for that. As the drinks carriers leave the fray. Callum Taylor taking his time to get to the wicket. It is a long walk, I suppose. Down a couple of flights of steps, one inside, one outside the pavilion. And then, good 100 metres from the fence to the wicket for this match, which is away towards the right, towards the grandstand side of Sophia Gardens. Now, Durham back in the hunt with a single wicket. As Taylor does a bit of gardening, surveys the field. And for Taylor, Durham have posted a short leg and a leg slip. As Potts comes in and bowls to Callum Taylor. Shortish ball on off stump, played well by Taylor, up on his toes, pushing back down into the pitch. Taylor made a sensational debut at Northampton in the behind closed doors season of 2020. The century reached with a 6. But his defensive qualities, his stickability will be tested now as he's nearly gone second ball. He didn't know much about that one. as Taylor's pushing forward to Potts, and, well, nearly caught the edge, wasn't far away from the off stump. No doubt a few words from the Durham fielders as to Taylor's luckiness to still be out in the middle. This ball from Potts is a short one that Taylor ducks underneath, and it's a no ball.
Yeah.
On height. Didn't need to duck too far because it went soaring past his helmet. 160 for 5, therefore. Once that goes on the board. Which it hasn't yet. No, it has. 11 is the Glamorgan lead. Effectively 11 for 5, 34 overs remain. Potts is in to bowl. Taylor drives and will get off the mark with a nice shot through the vacant mid-off area. It's a long chase for rain, and at the end of a day's work he won't pursue it all the way. It's run away for 4. 164 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 15. Last ball of the 50th over to be bowled then. Glamorgan need to survive for, well, 32 overs maximum, but an hour or so would probably do, as another shortish ball goes past the chest of Taylor. He sways out of the way, and through it goes to Ned Eckersley. I'll just do a couple more overs, Edward, because there's not much writing I can do at the moment with the game in the balance, unless I write 2 different versions of it, which I don't enjoy doing. 164 for 5. Carlson gone, caught behind off Potts for 61. Well, Borthwick was windings, but the skipper may have changed his mind, having made the breakthrough. This a slightly agonising session for Glamorgan supporters, I suggest. Our BBC colleague Stefan Shermilt points out some of the high totals made in this first round. Lots of runs around the country. 18 centuries, says Edward. There are 4 totals of 500 plus.
Rushworth from the Cathedral Road and bowling to Cuckoo's on 48. He's still on 48 as he plays that safely to the covers. It's just wondering here if Durham could get Cook out the equation, and then whether Glamorgan, with the likes of James Wheal or whatever, decide to try and swing the bat, but just try and bash the game out of Durham's grasp. Cook waits as Rushworth comes in, and that's played safely away and up to Lees at mid-on, no run.
It's a theory, but not too good if they failed in that process. I mean, Matthew Maynard, as a coach, I would say, is a man who gives players a reasonable degree of freedom to operate in the most successful way for them, which will in most cases be the most successful way for the team as well.
Yeah.
Lots of Durham changes of field. Nottingham shirked Glamorgan's next opponents have duly defeated Sussex by 10 wickets. They've got Broad to come back in. Not Pattinson, the Australian, and I'm not entirely sure about Patterson, the South African. Fletcher may be injured.
Quite often leave Fletcher out at the start of a season. He gets himself annoyed about it, then he gets in the team and takes a load of wickets. Keeper standing up now to Rushworth as Cook defends right on the money. Ball goes back to the bowler. Man City 1, Liverpool 0. Time of that kick off, 6 minutes in. Kevin De Bruyne. I'm not sure he'd get in the current Sunderland team though.
Yeah.
164 for 5. Rushworth bowls. Once more Cook defends. Ball trickles back towards the bowler's end.
It's all very well, this Premier League nonsense,
Yeah.
but could he hack it in League One?
Could he do it on a Tuesday night at Crewe?
Or would a slight hamstring strain ensue?
Actually, given where most of them live around Alderley Ledge and Prestbury and Hale, Crewe's probably one of the nearest grounds to where they live, isn't it? Leg slip in, yeah, for Cook. And a short leg. Rushworth in. Bowls. Oh, where's that gone? Squirts off the edge of the bat down towards third man. 1 run. Takes him on to 49.
Well, sir, someone in the Durham analysis department has got some theories about Chris Cook.
Yeah.
So there are all sorts of unusual, well, not hugely unusual, but different field placings coming in for the former Glamorgan captain.
That's hurt the keeper, so it's bounced off his knee.
Oh.
So it was off the edge and it's hit him on the knee and gone off down to third man.
Actually, he's retreating. He's not going to stand up anymore. He decides this was a bad idea, even though it helped his side early on when Ingram got a bit distracted.
Well, I mean, he's retreated because Taylor's on strike. Maybe he'll go back up the next delivery when Cook is there. Rushworth 2, Taylor comes in and bowls. Oh, good big stride forward there to defend that one. End of the over. Lead is 16.
16 for 5. 33 overs theoretically. 31 when you take into account the gap between innings.
I was talking about the Queen Victoria Cunard ship earlier, wasn't I? And there's a picture from the former company I used to work with of it arriving in the Tyne this morning. 294 metres long, carries more than 2,000 passengers.
Durham coaches perambulating. Shades on. That's Mr. Colleen was last night's interviewee as at 165 for 5. It is Potts into bowl to Cook, who plays no shot outside off stump. 1 slip. Now there are 3 players back on the leg side, as well as a short leg. Forward square leg is about 2/3 the way back. Backward square leg about 3/4 the way back. Ditto long leg. Short ball, Cook hooks. And that's gone
poor.
through
Is that
the
Jones?
fielder there. Jones, I believe.
It's gone straight through him for 4.
That's a freebie 4, ought to have
And
been
that's
just a
his 50
single.
as well.
Cook's half century off 90 deliveries, and including how many boundaries? 5 4s and 1 6. So slightly quicker than the Carlson 50 earlier, which came off 100 balls. One spectacular lift over square leg, a long boundary earlier on. 169 for 5. Glamorgan are 20 ahead, as Cook is forward defensively. Went through a bit of a jittery period after tea, Chris Cook. Dropped behind down the leg side. Piously off Potts, a difficult diving chance. Yeah, Cook double century at Surrey at the end of last season, but I think Edward would have been on for 100 on that pitch. As Cook flicks that one just short of short leg, Dixon dives, didn't carry. Disgraceful shirt front of a wicket that produced 10 wickets in 4 days, and a couple of those were against joke bowlers, and the batsman getting tired. 169 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 20. Durham still very much in the hunt as Cook leaves outside off stump. Through to Eckersley. Usual mock gasps from the close fielders. Borthwick polishing away at the ball, which is nearly 52 overs old now. 169 for 5. Glamorgan 20 ahead. Just about clinging on to this game. As Cook dabs down on that one, calls for a single. It's well judged on the offside, and Taylor responds. 170 for 5. Yeah, I mean the new ball won't come into play because there would only be a maximum of 2 overs to be bowled after that. And Glamorgan, if they got that far, would be far enough ahead. Right, I think I'll take a brief break up until the 5 o'clock news, and Edward Bevan can come in and replace me alongside Martin Emerson here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes, final day of Glamorgan Durham, courtesy of BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle. Chris Rushworth has the ball in his hand. This is about to be his 15th over. He's taken 2 for 29 from 14, 4 maidens, and Cook is on strike on 54 with the keeper standing up still. That one is played to Rain at mid-off. It's a dot ball. I was looking through Chris Rushworth's stats earlier, and I think I said his next wicket would be his 550 in the championship, wouldn't it, for Durham? Will it be in this game? And if so, who will it be? Cook's on 54, and he whips that one off towards long leg for 1. That short boundary towards the river. What did you go for tee-wise, Ed? Did you manage to get a scone, or did you go for that thing with a plum in the middle of it?
I went for 1 scone.
Yeah.
Nice it was too.
What was the plummy thing?
I didn't eat it.
Were the peaches or plums?
I don't know. I see Nick was eating as if he was at the Ritz, knife and fork into a large cake. He worries about his weight. Well, carry on.
Rushworth. That's turned by Cook off towards mid-wicket, no run there. Well,
Yep.
was it Miliband or somebody who ate was it a burger with a knife and fork, or a
Sausage sandwich, isn't it?
It was a hot dog, wasn't it? Ed Miliband, I think. Taylor's on 4. Rushworth bowls. That's nipped away down towards long leg for 1. Lead moves on to 23. At the end of this, if there's to be a change of innings, there would only be 29 overs left.
Very good innings by Kieran Carlson. But a tough pre-war captain would say, why did you play such a wide ball as that?
Rushworth to Cook on 55, and that's a nice shot off the back foot through the covers for 4. There's nobody there. Just graced it away. Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, lovely shot that. They're trying everything, Durham. They're trying the reverse and the short ball, leg slip on a short leg, mixing it up, desperate to try and get Cook out. But perhaps the responsibility of captain has gone from his shoulders. Although, as Nick said, he got a doubler at that shocking pitch of the Oval last season. At the end of last season, he's opened up with 2 50s. He's on 59, the same score as first innings.
Rushworth in, slower ball, played up to Lees at mid-on, end of the over. So 31 overs on the board to go, but 29 if there is to be a change of innings. Ned Eckersley's limping.
Obviously, they've got a a coach down, not a
they did, yeah.
Not a coach on the field, the coaches, a bus, and they'll be home if they leave here, say 6:30, 7:15. What, about 1 in the morning?
Yeah, probably. There was one of the trains I could have got later tonight, which would have got me in at 1:20, not into Newcastle, and then how'd you get home from there at 1:20?
Taxi home.
Yeah.
What, Newcastle, half an hour? Newcastle to Sunderland?
And then I think the next option after that was getting home at 7 in the morning or something. I think that might be on the milk train, yeah.
Do you ever look at the planes?
No.
Right, so let's see Potts continue. He's bowling from the far end, bowling to Taylor. And, he drives Ara sketchily, but he get 4 all along the ground down to third man. And the run's coming quite quickly at the moment, 176 for 5. And Taylor moves on to 9, and the lead is now 31.
I don't know at what point that Scott Borthwick might consider shaking hands here, because for now, Durham is still going to believe this is doable. The lead's only 31 and there's still...
Yeah, but you look what happened to the last 5 wickets in the Glamorgan first innings, and you said earlier on that they might come in, especially Wheel, and have a bash. Well, it didn't work for Durham this morning as he pushes away Taylor for another single. I don't think you can have a bash against this attack. Got to be very selective. 181 for 5. Just the one slip. Field changing every ball just about. There's a short third man and a cover and a mid on. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the onside. As Potts comes racing in and bowls again. This time it's defended. They think, no, they were thinking of a little single there, but decide against it. Huge appeal, wasn't there, the ball before he got out again. It was against Cook for a caught behind.
Well, he was dropped as well.
Not very next ball.
Yeah.
Here's Potts in, bowled, pulled, and well, get a single, yell for something. I don't know what it was.
It's always catch, but
catch. More like taking short leg's head off. 182 for 5. 2 balls left of this over. I thought you were going to say when you said what time Borthwick could bring himself on. Surely it's worth a try. Slow pitch. Fill his googlies and his legs. Anything.
Maybe get Ben Rain back in the attack.
Yes, Potts bowled short delivery, which didn't really rise, but it goes well over the top of the stumps as Taylor swayed back. He's in double figures. He's on 10. Cook, the main man, is on 60. 1 ball of the 54th over remaining. I think there's a short delivery coming here, Mr. Taylor. Mid wicket is going back, or as it'll be a double bluff. Last ball of Potts is 15th over as he comes in and bowls.
Oh, dropped.
Was that a drop?
I think so, yeah.
Drove very low down.
Yeah. Borthwick. See if it's carried. Hurt his fingers.
Much reaction here, is there?
Has it hit his foot?
I think it did. I think it went straight down on his foot because there wasn't any oohs and ahs.
Well, he was shaking his finger ends as well there.
Might have met him at the half volley. No, boys next door say, no, it is on the half volley and hit him on the leg. So, score remains on 182 for 5. Cook will have strike, he's on 60. Chris Rushworth will continue, and it'll be described by Martin Emerson.
I wouldn't mind seeing that one again just to see where it did pitch. because he had it.
Yeah.
Our view was slightly obscured by
There was no
the angle he
hands.
was standing at, and he was wringing out his hand, wasn't he? But he was also rubbing his foot. Rushworth then from the Cathedral Road end. Oh, that one jabs back in and is just kept out late by Cook. Keeper still standing up to the stumps.
I suppose he is reversing because
Well, that's bottom corner of the bat, that.
hence the field, just the one slip and no one else close to the bat.
We are actually sitting about 8 strips along from where the action is. There's far across the square on the right hand side of the ground as they would normally go. Defensive shot from Cook rolls out towards mid-on.
Yeah, forever change in the field. Extra cover comes out. I suspect he'll go to leg slip.
We've had this sort of high haze all day, haven't we? It's just the sun's just gone in briefly.
Here's Rushworth in again, bowls. Cook is forward, well pitched up delivery and pushed up to mid-on. So just 3 men now on the offside. A third man, cover. Huge gap there between cover and mid-off. But he's not bowling in that area. It's Chris Rushworth in his 16th over. 2 for 35. In he comes again from this end and bowls, and Cook is on his toes and pushes it out to mid-off. Absolutely no help. Unless you get the odd one that's keeping a little low, but there's no help in here at all for the bowlers. Travaskis had, what, 3 or 4 overs, and there was no threat because nothing turned. Hence, well, I thought that Borthwick, because wrist spin might generally turns on anything. Rushworth in. Bowls again, and this time again it's gun barrel straight, but didn't deviate and is played up to mid-on. 182 for 5. It's been a good recovery from 66 for 4. But, very good partnership of 92 between Carlson and Cook. Carlson eventually went for 61, and Cook threatening to be top scorer. He's on 60. 1 ball left of this over, and Rushworth bowls to Cook, and that is a maiden as it's padded away. So it's another over ticked off. 29 overs remaining. Glamorgan's lead is 33. I always think at this stage, you try anything. Does anybody occasionally turn his arm? Perfect. Ah, here we are. Had my wish. Scott Borthwick coming on.
He's measuring out his run-up, jamming one heel on the toe of the foot behind and steps his way about 10-15 steps.
6 bowler used by Durham. They only used 4 in the first innings. And we've seen some spin from Travaskis, but now it's the leg spin of the Durham captain. And he will be bowling.
Well, he's got 2 right-handers here from the end he's bowling, so they're swinging against his leg spin towards the longer boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. And Taylor is on strike on 10, and plays that off the back foot out through the covers for 1. Brings Cook on to strike, so the lead is now 34. The over 8 is level, and 28.5 overs, but in theory 26.5 overs remain. This is Scott Borthwick's 299th match in all formats for Durham.
Haven't seen him bowl except for that 2 test matches he played.
Here he comes. That's cut off towards the cover boundary for 1 by Cook. Played in 1 test in Sydney, didn't he?
Yeah.
When the other spinner got injured in his elbow.
Reminds me of the lad who moved from Lancashire to he just played the 1 test to Northampton. What's his name, the left arm spinner?
Borthwick in again. Oh, a little edge there. Didn't quite carry the first slip. David Bedingham. What did that come off?
5 o'clock.
Shoulder of the bat. Just
news.
Bounced in front of Bedingham.
5 o'clock news beckons, and Nick will come and just take over. Oh, you've got 3 minutes, Nick, so I'll just finish this. Borthwick in. Bowls and push forward.
Where's that gone?
Might have been the googly coming through, hit the pad.
Jam between the legs.
Yeah. Bowl a nice length, yeah. There's the 2 balls left.
If you want to stay on, and I'll come off for a bit, and you can stay on with Nick.
There we are, we've managed not to throttle ourselves in the change round.
Borthwick has 2 balls remaining of this over, 184 for 5. Always cause problems to leg spinners because it's so much different. They have the armoury, of course, in their armoury of bowling leg spin, googlies, Chinaman, you name it. There's a short leg and a slip in attendance. As Borthwick tosses the ball from one hand and the other, bowls, well pitched up, driven out of cover by Taylor, and there's no run. A little bit cloudy. No threat of rain. Is it Borthwick? Last ball of the over, bowls. That was the googly as he looked to play it away on the offside. Ended up a mid-on. So, Glamorgan defending well at the moment. 184 for 5. Cook has moved on to 61, joint top scorer with Carlson. Taylor is on 11. Glamorgan lead by 35. Nick.
184 for 5. Just making sure I've got the program feed, which seems to have faded away for some mysterious reason.
I've got it fine.
Have you? Swap hand headphones. No idea what's happening there, but hopefully we'll get back in working order as Rushworth starting a new over and Cook continuing to defend.
He has played so well.
Yeah, Ingram faced 58 balls, he was out for 19. Carlson 111 balls, was dismissed for 61. Cook is now on 61 not out. That's punched off the back foot by Cook through the covers. He'll come back for a couple of runs. Glamorgan's lead moves on to 37. You're getting tangled up in your wires again, Edward. 186 for 5. Cook 63. Durham constantly thinking about the field. Yep. Borthwick's worked really hard. Now they've moved on in a silly point for Chris Cook. Having tried him with a couple of short mid wickets and deep square legs and all sorts of things. Rushworth in. Bowls to Cook, who slaps it away on the offside and will pick up a single is all because it's well fielded by Jones down at wide third man, running round towards backward point. 187 for 5. Cook 64, Taylor 11. You would have thought that even if they don't claim any more wickets, then Borthwick would keep it going for maybe another 10 overs or so, because Durham can always have a thrash at the end. Rushworth into Callum Taylor is on 11. Short ball, no shot played.
And don't forget that's 2 overs for the turnaround. So when we say there's 27, basically it's 25.
It is. 38 the lead. Glamorgan effectively 38 for 5. Durham pushing this game late into this final day because we've had more than a day wiped out. Rushworth balls. Oh, that's a good ball that Taylor just about managed to get out of the way of before it whizzed past about chest height, and that might have flicked the gloves on another day. So Durham really giving it everything. Rushworth,
fine bowler.
2 for 38, coming up to the last ball of his 17th over. Was not quite as effective as usual in the first innings, but certainly he's back in his rhythm now as bowls, and Taylor drives gently up to mid-on, and there is no run. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come fairly shortly. Glamorgan are 187 for 5 in their second innings. That's 38 runs in the lead as they look to defy Durham's victory bid. Chris Cook is 64 not out. Callum Taylor is 11 not out. And Kieran Carlson did as much as anyone to hold out. He made 61 off 111 deliveries. He's gone since tea, but Durham striving for further breakthroughs. Otherwise, they might run out of time in this game. And Glamorgan 187 for 5, lead by 38, 27 overs remain.
Scott Borthwick to start his second over, and he's in now. Bowls the first ball, a little bit short, and Cook moves, makes room, and hammers it into the covers, but there's no run. Just the slip now as the close fielder. 3 each side serving one, a deep extra cover, and a deep mid wicket. Scott Borthwick from the river end, and the Durham captain comes in, bowls, tosses this one up. Played out into the covers again. Good fight back, primarily from Carlson and Cook. Carlson went for 61, played extremely well. And here is Borthwick. Bowl, short, cut away, backward to square. And he's going to get 4 runs. Always get that, don't you, from a leg spinner? They reckon a leg spinner will bowl you, unless you were the late Shade Morn, of course. 1 bad ball and over. That careers to the boundary, 68, and the lead is mounting slowly, still small, 42. But vital job being done here by Chris Cook. As Borthwick comes in, bowls just a little close to the stump, and an ambitious yell from the bowler, which wasn't backed up from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, they're getting to the stage where they're a little bit over-optimistic. The Durham bowlers and fielders trying to make the batsmen and the umpires believe that things are happening when maybe they aren't.
Borthwick in. Ball, just short. Pulled away, up for a single up to deep mid-wicket. Very short, that.
I suppose it's a gamble worth taking, isn't it, for the skipper to try and make a breakthrough. If he takes 1 for 20 in 3 overs, then he'll have done his job and kicked open the door for the seamers to have another go at. Travaskis.
You do anything to try and get a wicket. You buy a wicket.
Well, Salter managed to buy 6 this morning without really going shopping.
They just took a dance down the pitch and hit it in the air, but having said that, good luck to him.
Well, yes, he's got to bowl straight and accurate to start with.
Last ball of the over, which Taylor just nudges away, or it might have hit the pad. 192 for 5. That's the end of the over. I remember a game once, I may have told you this story, down at Somerset, Glamorgan, Somerset. Glamorgan complete control. And then I think it was 8 down midway through the afternoon, and the number 10 might have been Andy Carey, might have been, anyway, the fellow batting at number 7, you just couldn't get them out. So Matthew Maynard was captain, always ready to take a gamble, called David Hemp up to the last over before tea. And lo and behold, Hempy comes up with his little seamers, pitch it down the length, just did a bit, so he said, I don't think anybody else said it did. Straight to Maynard, it slipped. Got the next wicket straight after tea, and they were up the M5. He did it again, actually, David Hemp, down at Hampshire.
Oh, the treble wicket maiden.
Treble wicket maiden.
When they messed up the bowling in a one-day game and they got left with a spare over at the end. It was hilarious.
The thing was that he was insufferable after the game.
It was absolutely awful over. There's two caught on the boundary and one stumped, I think.
Yeah, and awful action. David now. He's out coaching the Pakistan ladies, isn't he?
Yeah, believe so.
See, Imran Khan's been ousted there as Prime Minister.
Yeah, Khan is out. That's political rather than the cricketing news. It's Ben Rain to take over at the Cathedral Road end. He will bowl to Chris Cook, who's on 69, and he will have a short leg straight in Cook's eye line. It's bowled outside off stump and slapped through the offside for 4. There's no point posting a short leg if you're going to bowl there.
No.
Steve West says, I suspect that for every run we get, it will feel like 2 to the Durhamites. Well, yes.
So slowly getting out of the trouble thanks to Cook. The lead now moves up to 47. What's the time? Time doesn't come into it, of course.
Light might, potentially, if we got to 6-ish.
Darker, but he'll bowl Borthwick and Travaskis then. He'll bowl himself if the light comes into it.
Yes.
You would have thought.
No such problems at the moment. The lead is 47, 196 for 5. Rushworth bowls wide of the off stump.
Could be another one.
Drives down towards backward point. It'll be just a couple of runs this time, as it's fielded inside the ropes. The throw came back to the bowler's end, just in case Taylor was mucking around, but he wasn't. 198 for 5. The lead is 49. The 25 overs remain.
Still a lot of cricket. Still.
Well, when you consider that Durham with a slog could, score at 8 and over potentially for 10 overs or so. Short ball steered well by Chris Cook, who anticipated it and just played the shot very gently down towards square leg, so there was no real chance of being dismissed.
7 runs off the over. First 3 balls. 199 for 5. A long way away from 66 for 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, Glamorgan looked in real trouble. Durham were big favourites. Dismissal of Ingram mid-afternoon. There's only 1 wicket fallen in the second hour of the afternoon and the first hour of the evening session. As forward comes Taylor defending. Taylor showing decent character.
Yeah.
Again, more of an attacking batsman by inclination, but showing how it can be done in defence as well. 199 for 5.
You do feel for the Durham boys because a long day in the field and then they have to get up that journey back.
As forward comes Taylor, runs towards third man, a couple of them, as he just angled the ball away. It's a sliding stop. No. Chris Cook decides against. Probably the right call as the throw comes in, collected by Eckersley. 201 for 5. No applause at all for the 200 coming up.
No.
Because 52 lead is the important figure, together with the 25 overs remaining. Surrey against Warwickshire is finished in a draw in Division 1. As seemed always the case. Short ball, and Taylor pulls it down towards fine leg, and we'll pick up 4 runs for it as
13 off the over.
Ben Rain getting no response at all from the pitch. Tried to bang it in, it just sat up, tennis ball bounce. And Taylor pulled it away. 205 for 5, 56 is the lead, 25 overs remain. Realistically, Glamorgan maybe with 10 overs to survive.
Going back to that long drive, but I've found over the years that Sunday night is not a bad time to drive because you do get some people coming back from a holiday or whatever, but again, against that, you've got to stop for the driver, haven't you, to have a break.
Problem is, on Sunday nights, the road works, isn't it?
Are they still at it? I haven't been late.
Aren't there always?
Borthwick bowls the first ball of the over to Chris Cook, who pushes it gently out to cover. Cook has moved very quickly on to 76, and Taylor is on 17. And this partnership now, it's worth 47. He uses his foot rather than his feet, just one step, pushes it back down the pitch. And really now playing with increased confidence is Chris Cook. Good servant of Glamorgan since he joined many years ago now. Borthwick in, tosses this up, pushed away, spun away on the leg side. If he doesn't get any wicket here, I think he might think, well, I'm not going to get anything, but the seamers probably might. Borthwick in, bowls to Cook. Cook is forward. It's the middle of the bat, and there's an anguished cry as if
It only just hit the middle of the bat.
There we are. It was the googly. Here again is Borthwick. Bowls, and he's not going to give a yell at that because it was very short and pulled away for 4 runs to the long boundary. So I think Borthwick will say, yeah, I've had enough of this. There's a lead mounts. 60 runs ahead, Glamorgan. 20, and I'm taking the 2 off here, 22 if they were all out now. And the 50 partnership comes up. 1 ball left of this over. This is driven out into the covers, and there's no run. It's getting more comfortable now by the over for Glamorgan. They're 209 for 5. They say the lead is 60. And Cook advancing towards those 3 figures. He's on 80. Taylor giving him good support. He's on 17. I think if this goes another 20-25 minutes, it could be shaking hands time. Just as we say that, the wicket might fall.
Yeah, that's the trouble, wasn't it? I mean, we were talking about that earlier on, and then Carlson got out.
Yeah, I think if Carlson stayed in by now, and they would have shaken hands. Rain went for 13 in that last over, but he's going to have another crack now. Now he's going for... What is he going for here? 3 slip? Surely not.
3 slips?
3 slips?
Oh well.
Well, they know better than us, Nick. But
Shift those fielders round.
I think he's going to bowl just that foot outside off stump. I pinched you over, but as you're furiously typing, I'll carry on.
Yeah, please do.
Two correspondents here, Nick, and break off as in comes Rain, bowled, and that's a good delivery. That beats him on the outside. Hitting that channel. Best ball he's bowled. A really good ball, that. Martin is in the other room, furiously typing, getting his report ready. Coming, I think, deciding that, and I'm not being over-optimistic that this game might be drifting to a close. But Rain has other thoughts as he comes in and bowls, and that's wide. And just look where Eckersley took the ball down by his ankles. And we've seen this so many times at Sophia Gardens in recent years, in the 4th innings. I've heard Michael Hogan, when they've been bowling and trying to bowl a side out, that I've got nothing out of that pitch today. I suspect the Durham boys might be of the same thought. 3 slips anyhow. As Rain comes in to bowl to Taylor. Taylor leaves. He left every ball in this over. In fairness, trying everything. 1 for 45 of 2 balls short of 12 overs.
Oh, it's been a decent effort by Durham, and with 15 points at least in the bag. They'll get some reward for it.
Oh, yes. Rain in and bowls again, and it just jabs down on that. And there's just one ball remaining. That'll be the end of the 61st over. So much difference when you pick up 8 points for a draw as it is this season, instead of losing the game where Glamorgan would have just picked up 3.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was 8 in the conference system as well, wasn't it? But 5 last time we played these 2 divisions 3 years ago.
Last ball of the over. In comes Rain. Played away on the onside. That's a maiden, which was a better effort than his previous over, which went for 13. Glamorgan, 209 for 5. They lead by 60 runs. There are 23, but they're 21 really with a take-off. No thoughts at the moment by Borthwick of shaking hands, because if one of these got out, you just don't know.
Yeah, you might as well bowl for another half hour.
When Salter had 3 wickets in an over.
Yeah.
Certainly don't give up now.
Treble wicket were maiden. Leicestershire against Worcestershire. Leicestershire are 9 down, but they've been 9 down for the last 10 overs, so Worcestershire finding it difficult to complete that one. Leicestershire are Durham's next opponents. As Borthwick starts another over with an over-pitched ball, and it's driven firmly by Cook, but straight to Travaskis at cover, and there's no run. Nottinghamshire earlier, Glamorgan's next opponents, completed victory by 10 wickets over Sussex. Still in the balance at Lords. Borthwick bowls and Cook is forwards. There's a appeal for a catch at the wicket, not given. All sorts of excitement among the close fielders as Cook pushed forward to that. Didn't make contact.
Didn't know. I think it's more hope than in anger that was, because
some sort of noise presumably to get the fielders excited.
Well, you've got to, I suppose, try your best.
If you don't ask,
well wide,
you won't get.
Good delivery though.
It was. Borthwick in his 4th over, beaten the bat, even though he's bowled a couple of poor balls, as Cook pulls away powerfully on the leg side, single down to deep forward square leg. 210 for 5. Chris Cook to 81, the lead to 61. At Lords, Derbyshire 221 for 5, need a further 135 to beat Middlesex, so possibly
back a draw there, wouldn't you?
Depends how many overs they have left.
Small boundaries at Lords.
Oh, I haven't got the money to develop it, have they? 210 for 5. Taylor on 17 on strike. He's played well so far for Glamorgan. Borthwick tosses one up. Taylor drives it hard to mid-on, and there is no run. Cook so far has hit 9 fours and a 6. Taylor 3 boundaries. Borthwick with a short leg and a slip to Taylor, who gets well forward. Drives back to the bowler. No run. 61 runs is the Glamorgan advantage as Borthwick finishes this, his 4th over, with a short delivery that Taylor is back on his stumps and almost chopped it on as that one dribbled past the wickets and in along the ground into the keeper's hands. Well, Borthwick posing a few problems with licorice all sorts. 210 for 5. 22 overs remaining, effectively 20. Glamorgan lead by 61.
I did say when you bring a leg spinner especially when it's been seam orientated this game, except for the heroics of Andrew Salter, when you bring somebody on, especially a leg spinner, you can be just think about what's going to happen here. Is this going to be casual? You play a poor shot and all the wicket goes. So they'll have to keep their wits about them against Borthwick. Anyway, it's 210 for 5. And it will be Ben Rain to continue. In he comes and bowls now to Cook. Cook is forward. 2 slips at a gully now as opposed to 3 for Taylor. So these came together at 158. So that's, what are they put on? 42. 52.
52, yeah,
52,
we've just
yeah.
had a 50 partnership.
Rain is in, over the wicket and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside. So it looks at the moment that Glamorgan could well draw this game. Worcestershire favourites to win, and Nottinghamshire have won. So it could be that Notts will be the only team to be victorious. Probably a draw at Lords. You never know though. In again comes Rain. Bowls, left shouldered arms there by Cook. He is on 81. The lead is 61. And the time is 20 past 5. Just past 20 past 5. Rain again, bowls, pushed away in the gap at cover, goes to cover's left hand, and they go through for a single. $17 to Taylor, who's given him Cook pretty good support. Rain running away from us, comes in, bowls to Taylor, keeps a little bit low, but he gets behind it and pushes it away. And a little bit dark. It's supposed to be rain tomorrow. Not a bad week, and then we get towards Easter and everything brightens up. So Nick will be up at Trent Bridge.
First time I've commentated on Championship there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
1 day is not 4 day.
Oh, you'll enjoy it there. Best lunch on the circuit.
Well, I should say not a Glamorgan game there. I did actually do half an hour in a Nottinghamshire game against, I think it was Worcestershire, when I was at Derby and there was an awful lot of rain. And I was so bored, I nipped down the road and watched a bit of cricket at Trent Bridge and ended up doing half an hour to help out the commentators there.
Yeah. You get a choice for lunch, Nick.
Ooh.
And you get apple crumble and custard as one choice, again as a sweet. Remember that. You don't need to eat in the night then.
There we are, that'll keep the BBC bills down. They'll be glad to hear that. Back at number crunching base. 211 for 5, Glamorgan. 21 overs remaining, effectively 19 in the game. Borthwick into a 5th over. Bowls to Cook, forward defending on the offside, no run.
Naught for 12 at the start of his 5th, not bad at all for a leg. Well, he did bowl leg spin for England.
Borthwick bowls again. Cook stretches forward, defends perfectly competently to cover, but Borthwick thought he might have sneaked that one through. He had not. Bedingham, still sun-hatted, stands at slip. It's the only catching fielder at the moment as Cook cuts hard straight to backward point. Fielded by Coughlin. So Rushworth 2 for 38, Potts 1 for 56, Coughlin 1 for 40, Rain 1 for 46 so far. Borthwick bowls. Cook defends, and Borthwick, impressive football skills. That was
must have been 6 little kicks,
6 or 7 keepy-uppies before the ball eventually squirted sideways away from him, and maybe that's just a little sign that he fears things are slipping away from Durham. Borthwick bowls. Cook back on his stumps. There's another shout of anguish as Cook turns it out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 212 for 5. Cook on to 83 not out. Glamorgan lead by 63. The last ball of the Borthwick over coming up as Borthwick changes the field for Taylor. He brings in a short leg to add to the slip. 5 more or less saving the single. Taylor stretches forward, deflects that one just wide of short leg and ambles through for a single to take the strike. Taylor has 18, Cook has 83. Glamorgan at 213 for 5 and 20 overs remain. Well, will Borthwick give us another 10 if wickets don't fall? Maybe 8 and a shake hands. I don't think it'll come far off 6 o'clock.
I suppose when you look back, of course, that we'll have spin at both ends. Now Travaskis is coming on. When you look back at this with so much time lost, that they'll rue the fact, Darren, that they'll say they were the better team, and they have been the better team for most of this game. And they would say perhaps another day and you would say, yeah, they would have probably been favourites, but if these added another 150 and the tail would wag, you just don't know. But as it is, it looks nailed on at the moment as Travaskis' left arm spin will come on at this end. He did have a couple of overs at the far end. Didn't threat at all, but he's going to try his luck here. There's a short leg and a slip, and he is bowling to Callum Taylor. He's coming round the wicket and bowls, and Taylor drives out into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, I thought Durham victory was a big favourite mid-afternoon when Ingram was out.
Yes. There's Travaskis again. Right forward comes Taylor. You shall not pass, he's saying.
But I think questions would have been very much in order if Glamorgan had lost this match on this pitch with so much time lost from the game.
Travaskis in, tosses this one up. Defensive response. He always tick by. And comes the left arm spinner again and bows. Same response from Taylor. He's on 18, played his part in this recovery. Up comes Travaskis again and just playing defensively. Continues with a wideish ball which is slapped away past cover. He thought about going down for the ball, the fielder, but it was too quick for him, and he just drags it in, but they'll cross through for 3 runs. An air of resignation you can see there from the Durham players, and not much jumping around, or they look rather despondent. Probably thinking now, yeah, we've lost our chance, because there are 19 overs minus 2, so it's down to 17. They need a wicket badly here, preferably Cook. He's on 83. Taylor is on 21. Borthwick is to bowl, and he's bowled pretty well. And Nick, are you all right to do it? Or
I shall indeed. Borthwick bowls, and Taylor is back on his stumps defending, back down in front of him. Dixon hurries in from short leg to do the fielding in the, it's not quite gloom, but light levels of
it is
dropped considerably in the last half hour, I'd suggest. Won't concern the umpires too much with the spinners operating anyway.
That might be the reason. Might be a bit darker out there than in here.
Borthwick to Taylor, who clips it too short leg. It's blocked by Dixon, and there's no run.
Cook must be thinking, I want to get 100, yeah. He nearly charge up the pitch then.
Taylor faces up to Borthwick, who flights one. I think it was a full toss, driven by Taylor to cover, and there's no run. So Thursday morning, Durham against Leicestershire. Martin and Richard Ray. Borthwick bowls. Taylor stretches forward. Nottinghamshire against Glamorgan. Dave Bracegirdle and myself. Hopefully a guest or two, but that's up to Dave. Might get Luke Fletcher if he's injured.
Oh, he loves it, Luke, doesn't he? Remember at the final a couple of years ago? Semi-final of the 2020? He was bouncing.
As that is cut hard by Taylor out towards the point boundary. There is a sweeper on the point boundary in front of that empty grandstand. And they go through for a single. Taylor on 22.
Do you think Cook will ask Borthwick how long he went on for? 4 overs? Okay, I can have a dart that. Get to my 100.
Not yet. I think Cook would.
No.
He's got hundreds plenty. Settled for being 90 not out. He's on 83 at the moment. Glamorgan lead by 68. As Cook is forward driving pleasantly on the leg side out to
strike.
Mid wickets. He does indeed. Cook to 84. 218 for 5. The umpires converge.
I don't think it's dark for spin, though, is it?
No, surely not.
They must be. Borthwick must be thinking about it.
18 overs theoretically remaining. That's actually 16. So even if 15, if this were to, well, even if Glamorgan were to lose 5 wickets in this over, they'd still need to score at 4 and over to win Durham, and obviously it's not going to be quite that extreme. Travaskis to continue. Keep it going, Edward.
Yep. Don't think they'll go on much longer. Anyway, we shall see. Who are we? We're here to commentate, not to make decisions. Travaskis to bowl to Chris Cook, who is on 84. Here's the first ball, and Cook comes forward. Travaskis just content to just pitch the ball on a length, vary his flight, because there's absolutely no turn whatsoever in the pitch. The fielders, one goes from short leg to bat pad, trying to convince the batsman that there is, as Travaskis comes up again and bowls. Cook is forward, plays it away on the offside, and there is no run. Martin has returned, probably done and dusted, done his report. As we watch Travaskis bowl, Cook is forward again, and it's 218 for 3. 5. Nodding away here. Travaskis didn't take long to bowl an over. Bowls, defensive response, and they think no.
If it were three down, we really would be back in the pavilion by now, or they would be. As Martin Emerson will come in to offer what may well be some closing thoughts alongside Edward. It's all right, Edward. Don't go anywhere at the moment. It's replacing me. I got writing to do. Keep going.
No problem.
Keep going. 218 for 5.
The scribes are at it again.
As
Travaskis bowls, played off the back foot, and that's going to be a maiden over. But Travaskis, let's have our eyes on Scott Borthwick to see what he's going to do. Because there are now 17 overs. Take 2 off that, just 15 overs left, and Glamorgan is 69 in front.
Well, surely this will end in a mo when we get to the last hour. I can't really see them being much point in pressing on. Cook's been in the 80s for quite some time. Doesn't seem to be in a hurry to push towards his 100, but all he's doing is eating up time out in the middle and
saving the game.
Yeah, saving the game. So another season starts with a draw. Too much time lost in this match. 108 overs to the weather.
We were just talking about that now. So the points will be 7-15 Durham.
15-11.
15, yeah. Let you describe the leg spinning captain de bowl then, Martin.
Here he comes. This is snuffed out by Taylor on a length, who's on 22. The other issue is, I've just been outside, it is quite gloomy out there now. The light has faded quite a bit and the umpire's having a chat.
This is the reason they're on, probably.
Yeah. Even that's not a guarantee, is it, with spinners on? So it looks a lot lighter on the monitor than it is as Taylor comes forward to that one. And I mean, this has been a really useful partnership of 60 as well, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
So, it was only part of the job completed when Carlson went.
Oh, yeah, especially the way they lost the first innings.
Still a lot to do then. So Taylor's done a very good job here, assisting Cook. 17 extras. Borthwick in. That one's a bit of more of a medium pace delivery. It's played out through the covers for one by Taylor. 3 balls left of this over, and then I think that might be that.
Yeah.
And any train I was planning on getting's long gone. it's halfway to Cheltenham by now. Comes Borthwick again. Cook dabs that up to long on for 1. Time is it? No. 2 balls left of the over, and then 16 to go, which is theoretically the final hour of the match. There's somebody recording a voice piece in the studio.
Yeah, somebody recording.
Yeah. Taylor on strike on 23. Forward to defend this one from Borthwick. I think Borthwick looks resigned to the fact now that this is a draw. Smears of dirt on the backs of his whites. Sort of lost the definition of the players' faces in the light now as well, as Borthwick comes in again and bowls. Taylor dabs that one away to the covers. Now, will they all be shaking hands here? What's going to happen?
There's Borthwick fielding.
I think he's turning to talk to the batsman and says, do you want to knock it on the head? There's a conversation going on. Are we going to see handshakes here? We are. Handshakes, match drawn.
Yep.
So Cook has done a very good job for Glamorgan, and he finishes on 85 not out with 16 overs to go. And a partnership of 62 as well for that wicket.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the players and umpires and the game ends.
Yes, I made the point when you were outside that Durham would be disappointed that they've lost so much time in this game because they were the better side. But I suppose you've got to live with that. Glamorgan, well, when they were 66 for 4 when they lost Ingram then, that could be the end. But a good partnership between two good partnerships between Carlson and Cook, and then Cook and Taylor. They played and defended extremely well and saved the game for Glamorgan, really saved them from losing, because that would have been a blow, even at this time of the year, first game, to their confidence, and they'll feel a bit better after this, possibly, as they travel up to Nottingham for the game which starts next Thursday. And as I mentioned, Nick will be joined up there by Dave Bracegirdle up at Trent Bridge, and Martin will be going back home. Well, Leicester will be travelling up to make Durham. Before you go, I said, Martin, it's always good to have you here, and also I think that your team will do with this side, even just the one game watching them, will have a very, very good season, and of course it will be strengthened. So
yeah, I was of the opinion going into this season, after how well they played last year and with the 1 or 2 additions, that this could be a good year for them. I mentioned earlier in commentary, I can only remember in the last decade or so them winning the opening game of the season, so that's nothing. Notts have won their opening game though, so
it's the only one that the second division.
Yeah.
Leicester hanging on, aren't they? But anyway, that's the end of an interesting contest. A real shame that it was spoiled by the weather to some degree, but we hope that you enjoyed our coverage of radio and the stream, of course, and as far as the Welsh listeners are concerned, you'll be joining Nick up at Trent Bridge next Thursday, and you are listening to us from Durham. You will, of course, be joining Richard Ray, who will be the Leicester man for a commentary, and, of course, Martin Emerson. So the sun is not shining. It's rather a gloomy Sophia Gardens. As I say, I hope you enjoy the coverage, and a very good night to you all.